Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Are we ready? Are we ready to bonk a man? Are we ready to just bonk this man out of existence? I hope there's nobody that that's in here that doesn't know what we're playing, or else they'd be like, "Huh? What's going on?" Okay, let me go ahead and get it open. I think in theory we might be able to finish this chapter today, but I'm not 100% sure. Hello, Cave, and hello, Crimmy. Dead bonks, yes. And hello, nobody. Okay, let me make sure that this will show up before I transition over to it. Let's see, there we go. Okay. I always kind of zoom into the corner. Okay. And so, we shall continue from chapter 9. Let's see what crazy things Keiichi's gonna say today, huh? Sunday. The fireworks I heard before noon were probably to announce the opening of the festival. And the weather certainly wasn't festival weather. It was cloudy. The television forecast was calling for possible downpours starting this evening and lasting until around midnight. But as long as it wasn't raining at the moment, the festival would go on. The festival had to open or it wouldn't begin. The Furude Shrine grounds were probably decorated beautifully for the big performance that only happened once a year. Many paper lanterns were hung up, all in the auspicious colors of red and white. The sound of electric motors at the stalls, the voices of kids running around, their happy families watching them, smiling. Today was the festival of Watanagashi. Was everyone already partaking in the festivities? What about Satoko? Had she forgotten her days of suffering just for a few moments, while smiling that brilliant smile she hadn't in so long? Maybe something like let kill guy viewers. Yeah. This would probably be the longest day of my life. It would be a day I would remember vividly for as long as I lived. I told my parents I'd go to the festival this evening and lounge about during the early afternoon. We may have lived under the same roof, but they couldn't help being surprised by the deviation from how I usually spent my time. Glancing at my parents out of the corner of my eye, I went to the front door. I tied my shoes just a little tighter than usual, as if to express the firmness of my resolve in those knots. When I decided to murder Satoko's uncle, I was in such a state of excitement I almost went crazy. And when I was planning out the act of a murder, which went directly against all the morals fostered in me thus far, I was in such a state of calm I almost thought I had lost my emotions. And then, yesterday, when I learned Satoshi had made exactly the same phone call as me, I didn't know how to describe the muddled feelings I had then. And now, entering today, right now, I lacked all the emotions I'd possessed until now. To make a simple analogy, it was the kind of feeling you might get right after you wake up, when you're still half asleep and you don't feel anything very clearly. I had no anger towards that man for the violence he'd committed against Satoko, nor did I feel sadness towards or sympathize with her. I felt no discontent towards my friends, who had just waited and watched, never reaching out to her with any help, and no nervousness or fear towards the day that had finally come. Yes, right now, you could say I was in the best possible condition for carrying out a murder. When it came down to it, I would probably need to let my violent emotions take over. But right up until that moment, I would be like an insect. I would slowly, surely, and silently move towards my one objective, and then, when I had my prey, I'd attack like a bullet. There was no emotion in that, just the creeping mindset insects possessed. That sort of sneaking feeling was just the best. I would kill Satoko's uncle like he was a worm. I had to laugh a little at thinking that way, thinking like an insect. Tug. I tightened my laces one more time and walked out the door. You know, you want to make sure those don't come untied and you trip and fall into the hole that you just dug up. Oh no, he has reached ultra murder instinct, right? I brought the shovel out of the front storeroom. I would need it to dig the man's grave. The shovel was a convenient one made for camping. If I twisted it like so and split it into 3, I could easily hide it in my bag. I twisted the shovel and dismantled it, and even though I'd done it countless times before, I had trouble for some reason. Like I was suddenly clumsy now. I knew why. It wasn't because I was nervous. My weak-willed self, deep within me, was hesitant. Moral of the story, don't let Keiichi join the baseball team, right? He'll just be like, this is a murder weapon. I could do that. I knew that the fact of dismantling the shovel was the first step I'd take to becoming a murderer. The last twist was conspicuously difficult, but it finally submitted before the strength of my determination. The area around Satoko's house was outside my circle of activity, but even just riding my bike in the middle of the day like this might seem suspicious to an observant person. I definitely want to avoid meeting and talking to someone I know. With that in mind, I chose the route to my destination carefully. I didn't mind going the long way around. With how long this day would be, I could never be too careful after all. Still, I was fortunate enough not to run across anybody on my way to the planned site of the crime. I wasn't superstitious at this point, but it was a good omen. The place I would dig the hole was in this grove, a little further into the woods. I was worried I might not make it to the same place as before, since there were no signs to guide me, but I arrived there smoothly and as expected. I took another look around. Not even a hint of human presence. The air was a little bit damp, but it was comfortable in the cool shade of the trees. I took the disassembled shovel out of my bag and began skillfully putting it together. Then, I stuck the tip of the shovel into the soft-looking patch of ground and pushed on it with my foot. The shovel would split into the earth if I put some strength into that foot. The act of doing so seemed awfully like the point of no return, and it made me hesitate. I was just digging a hole with a shovel, but it made me gulp hard. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Let's do a countdown. Get it done on the count of 3, okay? All right. 1, 2... I couldn't do it on the countdown, despite it just being sticking the shovel into the ground, and I had to count down 5 or 6 times. Damn it, I'm just digging a hole. This is pathetic. As I thought that, I put my strength into my heel like I was stepping on something unpleasant, and split came the sharp noise. Whew. It was only soft at the beginning. Roots and stones quickly got in my way, informing me just how hard it was to dig a hole big enough for a person. No decent person would ever come here anyway. Maybe it would be enough to cover him up with some dirt. Every time a naive thought like that crept into my mind, I bit down on it with my teeth and dug even deeper. I've dug enough now. I could hide him like this. Every time I thought that, I would go down into the hole, grow disappointed at how shallow it was, and return to digging. This thin layer of sweat on my brow eventually formed into drops and fell to the ground. My back was even worse shape. My damp shirt adhered to my skin, and it felt so disgusting. The things I couldn't stand the most were the mosquitoes. Maybe they were attracted by the scent of my sweat. The red and black striped mosquitoes would cling to me whenever I let my guard down. It was hot. It was disgusting. I was sticky. I was itchy. All those uncomfortable feelings surged through me in waves. Damn it all. So what? Are you telling me to pack up and go home? Is that it? I hadn't yelled at anyone. It was me talking to myself, telling myself something. Why was I feeling this way and digging a hole all the way out here? What benefit would digging this hole give me? What harm would there be in not digging this hole at all? Wait, in the first place, who ordered me to dig? When I thought it over, maybe ever since grade school, or even before that, my whole life had only been me doing what other people told me to. I didn't mean it was somehow constrained, living a life just based on the commands of others. And I didn't mean I was too lazy to try and find my own road in life. Metaphorically speaking, yes, it was like a road. Yes, go home and don't kill a guy, please, Keiichi. I'd never been particularly physically fit. I didn't hit puberty very early, and if all my classmates and I got in a line, I'd usually be on the shorter end. My scores in jump rope competitions and marathons were the very picture of average, and it wasn't like the captains of the dodgeball team would have a passionate rock-paper-scissors contest to see which would get me. During those kindergarten and grade school years, it felt like someone was only worth how fast they grew and how fit they were. Looking back on it now, it was really uncomfortable for me. The thing that turned all that around was just a few words from my mother. "Katie, would you like to go to a cram school? You'll better grasp what you're learning in school and it'll be more fun." The very first test I took at cram school was kind of like a game. It was a lot of fun. It wasn't like the test with the same exact problem dozens of times in a row. Every question had a picture to it, almost like one of those puzzle books that came with manga magazines. If my studies at school had been like this, it would have been way more fun. Several days later, I went to the cram school again with my mother and the enrollment paperwork. Mom and the person at the cram school had a really long, heated discussion, so I accidentally dozed off and missed most of what they said. But I clearly remember one point. Mom made a loud groan, surprised at something. By 61, do you mean his average score was 61 points? No, not at all, Miss Maibara. The mean deviation of our cram schools all across the country is 61. He's showing rare numbers, even if this was just a simplified intelligence examination. First, I would like to say that Keiichi Maibara-kun is extremely bright. Keiichi? But he doesn't have very good grades at school. He has average marks on his report cards, B's, C's, and D's. Is there some kind of mistake? We gave him the Krippelin test as well, and we learned some very interesting things as a result. Maibara-kun is extremely weak when faced with questions that don't have any meaning. He just has no interest in simple, dull questions that don't have to do with everyday life. So even if he doesn't know what 2 plus 3 is, if you told him he had 2 apples, then he got 3 more, he would understand that sort of question? That's right. For example, instead of telling him to draw a flattened, foldable cube, what if we asked him what a die would look like when cut open? If we did that, he would answer beautifully. And then the person from the cram school showed her a page from one of the exams I took. It was a paper with questions about construction. Construction questions were unusual, so they were really cool, weren't they? In this question, it asks to draw an unfolded, regular icosahedron, a shape with 20 faces. When we rephrased it and asked him how he would cut out a piece of cardboard to create a 20-sided die, Keiichi-kun drew the answer as though it were easy. This is not something an average child can do. Keiichi, have you ever made a die with 20 sides from a magazine extra or anything? Dice only went from 1 to 6. Nope. He has never played D&D. I've never even considered before this test that there were dice with more than 6 sides. So it was fun to imagine what kind of shape a die that went up to 20 would have. If I had a die like that, I could win at dice games against anyone. So I immediately wanted to make it. Finally, I entered cram school. There were only 4 students in the class they put me in, which was called Select. It was the highest class, and some of my classmates were in lower classes. And when I remembered how much better they had done at things like dodgeball and the 50-meter sprint, I felt happiness well within me for the first time. Even if I wasn't good at them physically, I triumphed over them in other ways. It was fun at first. The more I did, the more I was praised. My teachers at school suddenly started pampering me, and it felt good. My parents were satisfied too, and I enjoyed seeing them satisfied. The more I listened to my parents' commands, the more fun things got. That did happen, didn't it? I grinned dryly in self-deprecation, because, well, my studious lifestyle didn't end up lasting very long. It was only at the beginning that I enjoyed learning more and more. I gradually got along less with my friends. My classes were behind what I was learning in cram school, and I eventually stopped respecting the teachers, given that they would put me to sleep with their lectures. And, well, I was a disagreeable sort who bragged a lot about how much I knew, and the ways of the world wouldn't let me remain in the state of ecstasy forever. I would do as I was told, then I'd go above and beyond their expectations, and then they praised me. I was happy for that, and the cycle repeated itself like the wheels on a bike. I thought moving forward like that was how life worked, like a bicycle. When I moved to Hinamizawa, I realized just how inadequate it was. Some things happened, and we started saying how moving and getting a change of atmosphere would be nice. And then my father, he had a place that he liked, that he'd gone to a few times to draw the nature. He started saying that he wanted to bring his atelier there. With me in blank amazement, they decided to move to Hinamizawa. And after that, I met them, didn't I? The first day after transferring here, I went to the classroom with the teacher. I thought it would seem pitiful for her to bring me in there, so I placed my hand on the door before she could, slammed it open, set foot into the room. A genius, but could not make soup without burning the house down, right? Couldn't even make rice in a rice cooker. Clatter. The thrilling, powerful way I opened that door was none other than my own determination to try doing my life over again. And then, within seconds, that determination took a hard counter to my face. A blackboard eraser fell on me. Plus, there was a huge rock inside. It was a surprisingly painful trap someone had set up. Oh, come on. Satoko was already beating me right from the first day I transferred? That frightened me. I was bewildered.
Hello, Peach. How you doing?
We haven't killed a guy yet, but we're just reminiscing on days past. The class was surprised too. I wasn't just surprised that the students in the class were all in different grades and were different genders. It was because the room felt completely different from the schools I knew. Had any issues today at all?
Nope, not yet anyway.
And as I spend more time with them, my surprise continued to grow. A bit late.
Oh, it's all good.
This fresh sense of surprise had never left my life, even to this day. I see his giant hubris ego never changed even when moving to Hinamizawa, right? He's just like, yeah, I'm smart. I made something that totally never existed. Even every day was a fresh new surprise. I've never had a single boring day since coming here. The days were lively, spent with the other club members. We played Old Maid with cards with scratches on the back to cheat. We let all our passions go wild during our games. We went all out as regular participants in tournaments at the toy store in town, and many, many more things. Recently, during those times, there was a bento competition. It was then. That's when I saw an unexpected side of Satoko. Thinking back on it, I only ate dinner with her 2 nights. It was such a sweet, gentle time spent, and it warmed my heart remembering it even now. I realized that Satoko was pretending to be stubborn and firm, and how brave she was, part of her heart always waiting for her Nini to come home. And I vowed to become her Nini. Satoko may have been nagging and overly critical, but she knew how to take care of someone. But though it might have seemed like she was taking the lead, it was actually her way of depending upon another person. Even if Satoshi and Satoko's lives as siblings were confined by their uncle and his wife, they were still warm, sunny days. When did those sunny days all go wrong? What mistake was made? Lamenting tragedies of the past would do no good, and I've told myself that so many times, but I did anyway. Keiichi, isn't that why you chose your own path? To take back that life? Nobody ordered you to do this. You decided it on your own. You don't desire anyone's praise for this. You thought it all through yourself. You'll carve it out yourself. And you'll do it now. This wasn't a path I could see very far down, not like the road parents or society could offer. It was a narrow path, dark and utterly distressing, one for which the next step would always be shrouded in darkness. But that disheartening path would keep on going forever. It was an unlimited path, and there was nowhere I couldn't travel, the kind of path only available to those to imagine where they wanted to go. Don't be ashamed at breaking from the brightly lit paved road. In fact, feel proud that you found your very own path to walk. I hadn't discarded the paved road either. Once I achieved my goal, I would go back to that bright road, and then I'd spend those average sunny days at my leisure. Yeah, I could totally do that after killing a man. Crush. When I next realized it, the hole had grown so deep I couldn't believe it. Did I dig all this by myself? I think digging this much is enough, right? I put my shovel into the bottom.
Oh, thank you for the host, Peach.
I put my shovel into the bottom of the hole. I would drag the body here, throw it into the hole, and cover it up with dirt. Even if it took me time to camouflage it by putting leaves on top, it would all go much more easily than digging this hole had. I glanced at my watch. It was almost evening, and I hadn't realized it. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
It's all good.
I may not have felt the time passing, but digging a hole this deep must have taken quite a lot of time. I took a seat on a slanted rock nearby.
Thank you for the host, Crimson.
And wiped the sweat from my brow. Now, once it got a little darker, I'd go get the metal bat I hid in the schoolyard. Then I'd make the call to lure him out. And then I'd do it. The number of things I needed to reach that moment were dwindling. I felt that moment closing in on me much more keenly than I did the passage of time. I didn't have any hesitation, but I still felt that a contradiction. At every step in this process, I had a few chances to hesitate, to turn back, to let myself lose my nerve. Having to endure these million temptations and wait for when the time was right was an indescribably slow and painful torture. I had thought myself acting all weak because of that, but I stopped midway through. This was okay. It was fine. I could detest the abnormal act of homicide as much as I wanted, and it didn't matter. I wasn't going to be a cutthroat killer after today. I would pass through this strange day and go back to the world I was in before. If I fell to the level of a psychopath who thought nothing of killing, I wouldn't be able to go back to my old life. So this was fine with me. I didn't have to feel ashamed at hesitating to kill, because I was human. It was so funny to me that I'd be the bearer of Oyashiro-sama's curse at the same time I was aware I was human. I exhaled lightly and stood. I concealed my presence and sharpened my senses in all directions to search for anyone around but me. Okay, let's go. One step at a time, I would walk my own path, a path no one had forced me to walk. Let's do this, Keiichi Maebara. The cicadas made an annoying fuss. Their chorus covered up the suspicious noise of me breaking twigs underfoot, and their chorus filled the path far ahead of me, letting me know I would be alone for some time. The cicadas blessed the path I walked, encouraging me with every last ounce of strength they had. The sky was far above. In not even an hour, the veil of night would draw near, and the sky would be tinted with dusk. By that time, the Higurashi would let me hear their chorus in place of the cicadas. When that happened, would everything be over with? Would everything have ended? I said something along those lines when I left Setsuko's fate up to a public agency, but this time was different. I would do it. I would carry it out. I would end it. It would all be over very soon. Everything would end. Yes, when the Higurashi cried.
He said the title.
Oh. We got a tint of red. It begins. We're in deep now. Yep, he said the title. You know things are gonna go down. There was nobody at school. I couldn't hear the playful voices of children. This was the first time I'd seen the school with such a lack of human presence. We're in the end game. Uh-oh. Still, I quieted my breath and looked around, not wanting to be unprepared. It had gotten darker outside, but it was almost like my eyes could see more clearly now. I made absolutely sure of my safety, then walked to the heavy construction machine I'd hidden the metal bat behind. I had a tinge of worry, a premonition, that someone had found the bat and hidden it somewhere else as a prank. If that happened, would I take that as an opportunity to desist? If it really wasn't there, then the sensation of chilled metal. It was still here where I left it. It hadn't run away. Satoshi hadn't run away. He'd waited here patiently, for me. Sorry for the wait, Satoshi. It's been a long time coming. You prepared for this? Through the metallic touch, Satoshi grins at me in my mind. That's what I should be asking, you know. I did it last year already. You should be more worried about yourself. Right on, Satoshi. Let's show him a bad time. Satoshi's bat got lighter and lighter and fit into my hands like it was being absorbed. Yeah, Satoshi's a bat now, and he absorbed into Keiichi's hand. It didn't feel wrong to swing this. I could move it around so naturally it was like an extension of my own right arm. Of course, it felt like that. Satoshi and I were holding one bat together. Next, I would make the call to lure the man out. It wasn't a bad time for this. Yeah, he didn't move. He's not locked in a room. He's a baseball bat now. That's what happened. My friends were doubtlessly parading happily through the stalls. I hadn't considered where to make the call from. My house and Satoko's were pretty far apart. If I called from my house, I wouldn't make it. Couldn't I use the school phone? But, as I thought, the room was locked up and I couldn't get in. Shit. I'm so naive. You should have at least figured this part out. I couldn't call him. And just for that, was today all over? Are there no phone booths near Satoko's house? I'm sorry, Satoshi. And just as I cursed my own naivety, a miracle happened. A bicycle came into the schoolyard. It was a familiar middle-aged man, the one from the Forest Service field office. Why? Wasn't today Sunday? Was he here to pick up something he forgot? Keiichi becomes Satoshi, the sequel to Detroit Become Human. Oh no. Anyway, the forest officer went around back and felt around his pocket, then unlocked the door and entered. The best possible coincidence, and it had to be Satoshi who saved me. The metal bat, through just like contact with it, told me this was a chance I couldn't allow to slip by. The sections for the forest office and the school were neatly separated. I felt the man head into the forest office's storehouse, which was so far in the back students weren't allowed into it. The door didn't match its fittings well, so it didn't close all the way, and the gap in the door opened slowly as if to lure me in. I took a deep breath and went in. I tiptoed along, silently and stealthily, and made it into the teacher's lounge. That was the only place with a phone. As I held my breath in the teacher's lounge, I heard the Forest Service officer come back over. Then the back door clattered shut and was locked. I glanced out the window at the schoolyard and watched as the man got on his bike like nothing had happened and rode out of the school gate. The school once again emptied, becoming deathly silent. What did he even stop by for? He was just there to let Keiichi in. I waited for a bit to make sure the silence was the real deal, then reached for the telephone on the principal's desk. I fished Satoko's house phone number out of my pocket. Yes, the number in the class directory for Satoko had been the one from their house now, where she lived with her uncle. I touched the dial with my fingers, and then thought for a moment about what to say exactly when he picked up. Despite how many times I'd gone over it in my head last night, now that I had my finger on the dial like this, it started to seep out of my mind like a cracked bucket leaking water. Simple would be best. More importantly, to say it straight and not sound suspicious. I counted off 3 heartbeats and spun the dial. The call sound. Would Satoko's uncle pick up? Now, of all times, the hope that he wouldn't pick up and the feeling of doom and the knowledge that I couldn't save Satoko if he didn't whirled around in a vortex. Hello? It was the voice of a grumpy man, like he had just woken up. He picked up. Hello? Say your name, if I know you're Hojo, you asshole. It would be terrible if I got it wrong. I made up my mind. I had the initiative on my side. Here we go. This is Shishibone Okinomiya Police Station. Am I speaking to the Hojo residents? I was changing my voice, but did he really think I sounded like an adult? Would he believe I was the police? Oh, yes. This is Hojo. We currently have your daughter Satoko Hojo, here with us. What? Satoko? What did that brat do? He fell for it. I could tell by how tense he was that he didn't doubt my words. I can explain the particulars once you have arrived here. Would you mind coming to the station right away? Right now? I already took a bath myself, so I don't really want to go out like this, though. What? You don't want to come because you already took a bath? Yes, right away. Right away? Jeez, man, what the heck did Satoko do? I'll explain once you're here. I will be waiting. Thank you for your assistance. Ugh. 1 second. I don't know where the police station is. Where am I going? You moron. What the hell? The Okinomiya police station? I don't know where it is either. Aren't you from around here? Why don't you know that? A greasy sweat came over my body. Eventually, just as I was about to choke, he spoke. Oh, next to the fire station, right? That's pretty far. Thank goodness he remembered on his own for me. I didn't care where the police station was, so long as he left his house to get there. Then we will be waiting here. Oh, wait. Who am I asking for once I get there? What is your name? On top of that, he wanted to know my name? Just leave your goddamn house already. Mayabashi. Excuse me. I was close. I almost thoughtlessly told him my real name. I managed to change the last syllable to it, but I put the receiver down like I was running away. My fingers were trembling and I was soaked with a tepid sweat. I wasn't just nervous about the phone call. With that call, everything had finally been put into motion. I left the school. It was locked before, but it was easy enough to open from the inside. But I couldn't lock it again after I left. In terms of being thorough, I wanted to lock it, but I couldn't waste time going back to the teacher's lounge and looking for the key. I wanted to rush back fast as I could and ambush him. I zoomed back to the scene on my bike. If Setsuko's uncle got out of town before I got there, everything would be over. He'd learned that there was no one at the station named Mabashi, and things would get pretty messed up. As I returned at full speed, I passed a family wearing yukatas. They must have been on their way to the festival. Many people in Hinamizawa knew my face, though I didn't know theirs. Even just passing by them like this made me uneasy. But I didn't generally come around here, so those living in the area might not have known much about me. That didn't matter right now. I needed to get back as fast as possible to control my breathing and ambush the man. I had my bike in the thicket and picked up Satoshi's bat, which I had left hidden in the shade. And then I held my breath, waiting to see someone. I wondered if he still hadn't gotten here, or maybe he went right out after the phone call and passed by here already. I couldn't figure out which it was, and was set upon by an indescribable impatience. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Even if he came here already, he'd passed by here on the way back, right? The end result would be the same. It wouldn't change the fact that he'd die. He'd probably be coming on a motorcycle. How would I stop him then? I figured it would be best not to think too hard and just hit him as he passed or beat him out of his seat. The path was made of pebbles. If I hit him as hard as I could and made him lose his balance, he wouldn't be able to help falling. And then, the chorus of the Higurashi stopped. The sound of a bike approached from far away. I couldn't tell what sort of motorcycle it was from its sound, but I'd seen it parked before, so I'd know. It was getting rapidly closer. It was almost here. If he just went a little further, he'd cross into that thicket and appear in front of me. I'd take a moment to make sure it was him. Then when I'd put my plan into action. The motorcycle appeared. A few easily identifiable characteristics told me it was Satsuko's uncle's bike, without a doubt. Was it really him? Was it really Satsuko's uncle? I wasn't making a mistake, was I? I looked at its characteristics again. Its color, shape, and most of all, the man's clothes. And face. Those last feelings of hesitation, I did away with them. Satsuko, now, your Nini will end it, okay? Closer, closer. The bike came closer. Let's go. Satoshi. Yeah. Whoosh. I jumped out of the thicket. I used my shoulder to basically tackle the uncle on the bike with all my might. Wow! He gave a dumb shout as his bike completely lost its balance. Finally, it fell, the bike scattering clouds of sand, and after spinning, it stopped. Her uncle, tossed to the ground, didn't understand what had just happened, and groaned for a few moments, crouched on the ground. My breathing started to become ragged. No, I couldn't have this emotion. Some weird secretion crossed through my brain and nearly made me hallucinate. Her uncle was groaning. Now was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What was I doing? All the sounds in the world cut off. My mental chaos from a moment ago withdrew like a lie, and I could feel the temperature in my head rapidly cooling down. The tension in my muscles all went away like the strings had been cut, and I let my hands dangle at my sides. It wasn't quite like exhaustion. Have you calmed down now? Keiichi Maebara? Do you need to remember again? Why things got to this point today? Scrape. Scrape. I stepped over... Oh no. I stepped over the pebbled path, taking one step, another step, and then another towards Satoko's uncle. The more I walked, the more my breathing calmed. The more I walked, the more I felt my body cooling, calming, chilling with frost. Yes, at this moment, this guy had lost permission to live. I had just rescinded it. So he mustn't stay in this world any longer. If he lived any longer, if Satoko's misfortune continued, it would be my responsibility for having allowed him to live. I could feel the cooling substance going through my whole body, even down to my capillaries. Her uncle was at my feet now, still on the ground like an idiot. I smiled coldly at how ridiculous he looked. Ugh, that hurt! That's all it took for it to hurt? Satoko's heart hurt much more, and now you're gonna feel that. And with your life, I'll make up for her pain. I erased all unnecessary information from my mind. I prioritized the murder of this man. Execute, execute, execute. Wham! Utterly calmly, I delivered my first strike to the back of his head. I wanted to get at the most effective spot. At least during this first moment, I had to attack him while he was at the most defenseless. As if he was hit on the head, he'd cover his head. It was a defensive reaction all humans made, like machines. He used both hands to cover his head, so he couldn't pick himself up off the heap he was in on the ground. Like pounding a caterpillar into the dirt, I hit him over and over. This music, though, Murder Remix 2022, right? This song sounds straight out of like a space PlayStation 1 game. If he covered his head, I'd hit him on the side. If he covered his body, I'd go for his head. If he rolled over, I'd strike his feet, his knees, his elbows. I didn't care where anymore. By just delivering one blow after another, I induced panic in him. I retained my overwhelming advantage, but I hadn't done nearly enough to deliver a fatal wound. Yes, like Firework beat rhythm game, right? Her uncle skillfully pulled himself up off the ground and started to run like a fleeing rabbit. It wasn't a judgment he'd made after seeing my face and decided whether to fight me. Right now he was fleeing by instinct, just trying to escape from the threat that had presented itself. A counterattack from the more physically capable uncle was what I was most concerned about. He may have run, but it wasn't all that unlucky. The odds were in my favor. The uncle didn't run away towards people, but off the path and into the woods. How pleasant that he would run in a direction where nobody else was. He was fleeing into strange geography, like a rat that instinctively runs into tight spots over and over. Yes, he was no longer human. He was a rat. The blood vessels in my legs expanded and my total oxygen supply increased. I lowered myself to gain the most explosive velocity I could. Without breathing, I became a wind-like shadow and dashed. I crossed thickets, crushed dead tree branches underfoot, and dove through the woods like a bullet. He ran so cowardly, arms flailing as he went. After catching up to him, I didn't need so much as a blink of an eye to strike him again. My senses, body, and mind were all sharpened purely to kill this man. This was the first time I'd felt like this. Well, this was the first experience I'd ever had killing someone. KG is literally the scout from TF2 at this moment, right? It felt natural continuing to do this for the first time, and that meant I had this much talent for killing. Or perhaps the act of killing was so simple that anyone could do it. I didn't struggle or grow tired at all chasing the clumsily fleeing uncle. No matter how much he ran, it was like trying to get away from his own shadow. He couldn't get away from me. I could easily aim at his back, his shoulder, and his head, even from this unnatural stance. Each time I struck him, he wailed in pain and begged pitifully for forgiveness, but it didn't disturb my mind. I was neither excited nor plagued by hesitation like before. I felt sharp like a carnivore. Of course, so did the uncle. He was trying to run away because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be eaten like a herbivore, running with all its might, trying to get away. Despite all the attacks, despite all the hits, he kept on fleeing without even staggering. and despite the bad footing in the forest, he impressively never tripped over anything. But there was no need to admire that fact. It was simply proof that he was no more than an animal. If he was chased, he would run. If he was going to be killed, he would run. He bared his fangs at the weak, but couldn't oppose the strong whatsoever. He was lowly, vulgar, a diminutive animal. Such a puny little creature had harmed Satoko. Scar after scar to her body and mind, deep wounds that might not ever go away as long as she lived. Hell. Ooh. Wah! My cold, calm emotions suddenly turned into bestial ones. My personality changed into something specialized for murder, purely to devour the diminutive animal before me. The uncle gave a puny little shriek, covered his head, and ran. I'm impressed by how much you can run. Fine, run as much as you like. I'll be your death. I will choose the moment at my leisure. Your legs will hurt, your lungs will feel about to burst, your head will hurt from lack of oxygen. If you feel the pain has become worse than death, then by all means stop at any time. Without turning back, suffocating on his terror of approaching death, he just ran shamefully onwards. I think everyone runs when being attacked, KT. Yeah, it's not too different. He ran, but was chased, his head bashed with the metal bat, sweat and drool flying everywhere, blood clinging to him. From his mouth came the sounds of a coarse, irregular breathing and high-pitched screaming that verged on crying, and pleas for forgiveness to someone. I didn't know who. Each and every second was a second of atonement that I granted him. Now, run. Then fall and moan and die. Where did you even crawl out of anyway? You were never here before. If you were never here, you never should have showed up. If you never showed up, our lives would be still fun and enjoyable. We would have gone on today's festival, waited for each other, and gone to the shrine laughing. We would have been playing amongst the stalls right about now. We'd been browsing the strange food stalls you only saw at festivals, trying to get prizes from goldfish scooping, ring tossing, or target practice. Mion would surely make it into the competition, and we, as a club, would have a grand time. And everyone who has been cheering for Rika-chan's dedication dance, and everyone would say how fun it was, and it would give us energy for days to come. Fun, enjoyable, and funny, warm times spent with friends. And that would have happened, and it didn't. Now it was all smashed into pieces. Hello, Bailey! You came right in time for the murder. There was no doubt that would be what the world was like if you never showed up. You were the obstacle, the mistake, the heresy in the world. But if I would correct that mistake now, I would erase you and make it so that last week never happened. Tonight was the Watanagashi festival, the holy night where taking just one life was permitted in the name of Oyashiro-sama's curse. It looked like the Higurashi stopped crying at some point. When the Higurashi cried, everything would end. And the Higurashi silenced. Lowly one. The hour of atonement is at an end. The Higurashi have stopped their crying. Thus, it is the end. The end. The end. The end. End! You don't have to run away anymore. Die with those dirty brains of yours smashed everywhere. Grah! Yo. Lightning and thunder struck like an explosion. It was so loud it shook the ground and I smelled gunpowder. The response I got in this time was clearly different from the one before. The metal bat crunched into the crown of his head. It was like the top of his head had caved in. The bat felt like it was biting him. Ooh. Ooh. He was a bad guy, but ooh. That description's gross. Kind of, yeah. It had been the final, killing attack that visited him. When I didn't overlook the opening he left as his knees gave out under him. I remained alert for a few moments. Then thud, thud. I planted both knees in the ground and then fell forwards, burying my head in the ground. I'd been holding back my ragged breathing, but now it all came out of me like a dam bursting. My head was dizzy and light, and unable to maintain my balance, I leaned against a nearby tree. The uncle didn't try and guard his head any longer. After a disgusting sort of spasm, he stopped moving. Did I get him? Did I get him for sure? I fought back my exhausted urge to fall over where I stood and drew towards him carefully, bat still at the ready. It was possible he was faking it and trying to wait it out. Should I check for a pulse? I realized right away, though, how unnecessary that would be. If I thought he might be faking it, then I would just have to keep pummeling him until I was satisfied. I fought back my ragged breathing again, and then I swung my bat far above and brought it down. Keiichi, he's already dead. Stop it. Clunk. His body leaped like a bow, but he didn't try and cover his head. Then once again I aimed for his head and swung. His reaction was the same this time. After spending a few moments making his head into mochi, the hits gradually started to feel different, and it started to spray a filthy dark red liquid everywhere. That was enough. It was definite now. I had absolutely killed him. There was no sense of accomplishment, nor one of regret. I didn't feel anger towards Satoko's uncle, nor pity towards Satoko herself. Time for lunch. Oh no! Instead, right now, I was feeling like my heart had been stolen by the downpour. It began to rain at some point, and how comfortable it felt. The rainwater drenched my body and dripped down to the ground. The excitement within me faded as the rain washed away the grime. In exchange, my shoes were so wet they made splashing sounds. Yeah, 20 tap, right? And despite abusing Satoshi's bat like that, it wasn't bent very much. There were a few dents in it, probably from hitting the man, but nothing that would make it seem different from before. Instead, it had been stained with black, with red, with mud and blood. But that itself would be evidence. The one piece of evidence needed to prove that my delusions hadn't just been daydreams, and that I had ended Satoko's uncle for all eternity. All right, Keiichi, calm your mind. The time for passion is over. Now it is time to be cold as ice. I needed to bury the body. But where was I? I'd simply followed the man as far as he ran into the darkness. I couldn't take a guess as to how far he would run. It was already pitch black around us, and the only light I had to go on was the very faint lights on the road a little further down. It was so dark out. I hadn't noticed the darkness until just now. My vision was so good I could see the man's ugly hairline. I could have counted the pores in his head. It was only now that I realized how much crazy strength I had mustered at that point. Satoko got it worse beating than Satoko got. I mean, true. It wasn't stretched over a span of time, but true. I went over to the streetlight. I looked up and down the road, desperately trying to figure out where I was. Oh no. This was the one road connecting Hinamizawa to the town. We were unbelievably far from Satoko's house. Had the two of us really run so far a distance? My surprise at that was accompanied by knowledge of the miraculous fact that despite running so far and making so much noise, we hadn't come across anybody at all. There was a long way between here and the ambush location where I dug the hole. There was no way I could carry the body that far. Wait, aside from that, the bike the man took here was still lying in the middle of that path. That would be an issue. The police could tell whose motorcycle it was by looking at its license plate. And they wouldn't just leave it at that. Thankfully, the corpse was in a dark forest. In terms of urgency, dealing with the bike would come first. And I wanted to get the shovel back from where I'd left it next to the hole. I shouldn't drag the body there. I would have to deal with it right here. Fortunately, the ground was like mud from the downpour and was more sludgy here than where I was before. I might be able to dig a grave quickly here. Of course, my bicycle was over where I'd left it too. It still wasn't over. Homicide had only been half of my goal. The other half would be just as important at the first. I would completely hide the body, not allowing a beginning to happen. I would erase the man like he'd never existed and regain the peaceful times we had before. I bent my head backwards and calmed my mind even further. The big water droplets stuck to my brow mercilessly. They were actually quite comfortable, and for a while I let my desire have its way. KT is a dumb kid. Not only will you dig a shallow grave, it's also downpouring, right? Like, that's not gonna work, KT. After confirming that I was sharp again, I started running through the rain. Oh yeah, the bat is really good in Smash, so no wonder you used it. The motorcycle was in the grass at the roadside. Considering how it looked, pelted with rain and covered in mud, it actually seemed like it had been lying there for a very long time. The plan was to drop the motorcycle into the swamp. The swamp was a bit of a walk from here. I lifted the bike up. I didn't think it would be so heavy. I was a little surprised, but once I had it upright, it was fairly easy to roll it along. Still, pushing this thing all the way to the swamp was really not something I wanted to do. I could no longer ignore my exhaustion, and it warned me numerous times of how far away the swamp was. Well, I mean, you could maybe fit it in the first grave hole that you dug, KT. It might be able to fit. Like, you spent like 30 minutes beating a dead man's head, right? Something like that. Come on, missed opportunity to plant. Yeah. This motorcycle, I wonder if I could ride it well enough. Once I got it going, it would basically be the same as a bicycle. Wouldn't it get me to the swamp quickly? A plan suggested by my exhaustion, the anxiety at getting on a motorcycle, and for the first time withdrew. I turned the key, and then you just kicked this pedal, right? Yeah! Vroom. It's on. And then I gripped the handlebars, first the right, then the left. Ooh, ah! Before I twisted them too much, the bike lurched and did a little, like a wheelie, like an angry horse. I lost it for a second, but it was just a problem of how much torque to apply. Let's try that again. This time slowly, gently. This time it went well. It was strange to be on a two-wheeled vehicle that would go even if I didn't pedal. Very odd, but I got used to it quickly. Neon once told me you could get a scooter license within a day, and she was clearly right. This was pretty easy. I needed to throw the metal bat into the swamp, too. But I didn't know how I would pack the bat onto the motorcycle. Without much other choice, I stuffed it into the back of my shirt, feeling like a ninja carrying a katana. KT, you dug a hole. You're not going to carry the corpse to the hole. You might as well bury the bat and the motorcycle. It'll be fine. Without much other choice, I stuffed it into the back of my shirt, feeling like a ninja carrying a katana. If I put the tip down the seat of my pants and hunched over, it wouldn't fall out. I got back on the bike, and this time, it got going without any difficulty. Right, it's covered in Tempest stuff, and you tucked it into not only your shirt, but the, like the really, fold of your pants. Your underwear and pants are gonna be disgusting. I don't know which end you have down, but your clothes are gonna be disgusting. You know how hard it is to wash blood out of your clothes? I carefully pressed the button labeled light, and rather strong light came on, illuminating the way forward. Probably really shouldn't have turned it on, but I didn't have any way of seeing at this point, and had zero confidence I could ride through this darkness. Lemon juice helps. That's true, but KT wouldn't know that. And if he asks his mom how to get blood out of his clothes, she'd be like, what happened? As the rain came down on me, I maintained a precarious balance and inched my way towards the swamp. Along the way, I ran across a few people who seemed to be returning from the festival, but none of them had any interest in me. They were either all soaked through in the rain and hurrying on their ways home, or had their umbrellas low and their heads down. Just use the Katie story. No one knows you. Oh no. She just turned and looked at him like, first you asked me the perfect crime, now this, what did you do, right? Yesterday I might have been wary of even those passers-by, but right now it didn't seem to be much cause for concern. In fact, it would probably be less suspicious to be riding out in the open like this instead of sneaking around. More and more, though, I started to think of that idea as naive, brought on by my exhausted state. Where's your helmet? Come on, man, safety first. Nah, he'll be fine. I climbed a steep hill. On a bike, the hill would have put me out of breath, but just had to accelerate a little bit to climb the entire thing. Motorcycles sure are convenient. For a moment, its lights illuminated a sign before I passed by it. Onega Fuchi Swamp / good children do not play around here. Still, it wasn't like the way to the swamp was condoned off by a metal fence or anything. Parents and teachers would get mad at you if they found out you were playing at the swamp, but some of the bad kids in my class apparently snuck out here sometimes to see the giant crayfish in the place. They talked before about how they'd go to the candy shop and buy some pickled squid, then just tie it to the fishing line and throw it, and all the crayfish would come running. Once I got out of the bank, there was a tiny ritual shrine and traditional ropes on one of the trees. Yeah, at this rate, he should just burn the clothes.
Okay, no lie.
And as it swallowed the downpour whole, the blackened swamp had waited for me. If I slammed on the accelerator from the cliff, like stop I was on now, the thing would fly straight into the middle of the swamp. I had to be careful not to fall in with it. If I drowned and disappeared, man, what a stupid ghost story that would be. On the night of Watanagashi, Satoko's uncle's corpse was found in the thicket by the road leading to the town, and Keiichi Maibara went missing. People would whisper that I had been demoned away. The 50 years curse would be a half-baked one. I got off the bike and twisted the accelerator as hard as I could. I let go just as it seemed like it would drag me forward. The bike shot off the cliff and was swallowed down into the swamp, leaving a far fainter splash than I had imagined. Its surface had been pummeled by the downpour, and the muddy, filthy water was flowing into it. I couldn't even make out the motorcycle I'd just thrown in there. It was pretty heavy after all. It would be quickly engulfed by the soft mud at the bottom of the swamp, and it would be pulled deeper and deeper until it reached hell itself. I felt no reluctance whatsoever in throwing the man's motorcycle down in the land of the demons, but I did have a tinge of regret when I did it with Satoshi's bat. The muddy water washed off the gore sticking to it, and it sunk easily. Oh, it's anime. Somehow someone will know there's different clothes. Yeah. I had sort of shared today's events with Satoshi, so I wanted to give it a quiet place to stay. That's how I felt. I started to feel more like returning it to the locker from before, so it could continue to keep watch over Satoko. Satoshi, I probably, misunderstood you. Satoshi listened quietly without nodding. Well, how would he? He's not there! I am absolutely convinced now. You were the one who beat your aunt to death last year and saved Satoko. I always scorned you and called you a coward who ran away, but I was wrong. To the rest of the world, some deviant was behind that incident. But I know that was something you did for her. And then you disappeared. You finally got back to that peace and lost it within days. So I swear to you that I will live life to the fullest from now on. Live it enough for the both of us. I will live on as though this day never happened. But I will never forget this short time we shared together for as long as I live. I didn't know what expression Satoshi made as he listened, but as someone who had protected the same girl, I felt he had smiled and given me his blessing. And then my hand moved of its own accord, and the bat I had hesitated to throw away left my hands and flew through the air. It traveled its parabolic path, spinning all the while, and the swamp absorbed it without a sound. There weren't even any ripples when it hit the surface. That surface was tempestuous because of the downpour, and the bat was long gone. For a moment, I regretted having thrown it, but I realized that might have been what Satoshi had wanted. You're right. I still can't let myself give in to emotion just yet. I would return for my shovel, get on my bike, dig a hole to hide the body, and bury it. It seemed like a simple sequence of events, but I felt extremely exhausted. I had to do it all tonight. Satoshi left me with the only advice that I needed to finish this up soon, and then fell silent for eternity and disappeared at the bottom of the demon's abyss. Yeah, this boy really not okay. I returned to the path I had ambushed her uncle on. My bike was hidden, sleeping in the brush. I stood it back up. Thank you, friend. Yeet. My whole body felt heavy, but I needed to finish by the end of the day, even if I had to whip myself to do it. Oh, I forgot something. I didn't just come here from my bike. The shovel was here too. No good. I was zoning out. Every once in a while I let my guard down. My vision would go almost black. Pull yourself together, Keiichi Maibara. It's still not over. Yeah, it's what he would have wanted, to just go into the swamp. I went to the grove of trees and looked for the hole in which I'd hidden the shovel. Unfortunately, I had hidden it deep in the forest, not wanting it to be seen, and now everything was black in the night, and I couldn't see anything anymore. I reawakened my fading consciousness and realized just how big this annoyance really was. Wait, you can't be serious. The sweat from the rain washed away before, came back up to my skin. Deep, deep in the forest where the streetlights could never reach. The fact that it would be so pitch black had been completely uncalculated. With this much darkness, even if I had been able to kill him right away like I'd planned, I didn't know if I could still have buried him without a problem. What should I do? I simply couldn't find the shovel tonight. If I forced myself to go deep into the forest, I'd lose even my sense of direction and might actually get lost in there. That might have been an exaggeration, but it was fully possible I'd trip over a tree root and sprain a muscle. Oh, right. My house's storage room. There was another shovel there, the same fold-up kind. Couldn't I go back to the house, get the shovel, and give up finding the shovel tonight? It's not as though the name Maibara is written on the shovel, but it seemed like an unusual item for an import variety store, made in another country, so I didn't want to leave that shovel here. But in this darkness, I couldn't do anything. I should give up and go back to the storage room. And there was an electric lantern in there. If I used that for light, I could look for it. But it was so extremely dark. Could I light the way with just the lantern? The light of the lantern in this dark night. I couldn't discard the possibility of it drawing eyes. There shows through the top. Yeah. I doubted if I could find the shovel with the lantern's feeble light. Besides, I'd left the body there for a pretty long time already. My sense of fear, dulled through excessive exhaustion, finally reared its ugly head. Anyway, for now the most important thing was to hide the body. A shovel being found wouldn't be a big deal, but a corpse? If they found that, I'd share the same fate as Satoshi. First, I'd go back to the storage room at home. Then I'd get the lantern. Now it's gotten dark, I might still need light to dig a hole for the body too. And I'd get the other shovel, and then I'd deal with the body first thing. Once that was done, I'd come back here and find the shovel and bring it back. I had to do at least that much, but I was so tired. Could drag the body into the swamp. Well, the swamp is pretty far away, and I think it's like, you have to actually follow a legit path, and he would get found out pretty fast, I think. But complaining was getting me nowhere. If I started getting complacent now, everything will have been for naught. At some point, I had sat down. I gritted my teeth and endured lifting my heavy hips. I don't know, something about heavy hips. Yeah, someone is always watching. Why do you think it started raining as soon as he died, The night was young. Of all the nights I'd experienced, none had ever been this long.
Hello, Sinbad. How you doing?
When would it all end? The night was young. Yes, Oyashiro-sama always sees. They're very upset with Keiichi right now.
You're good? That's good.
We're doing the last, we're trying to hide the body. Keiichi's doing his best. The lights at home were dazzlingly bright. Suddenly, they reminded me of how hungry I was. I checked the clock. I saw that it was almost 7. I'd thought for sure it was 2 or 3 in the morning already. I was surprised at how messed up my biological clock had gotten just from this one night. Emphasis on the trying, yeah. There was a warm light coming from the curtains in the living room window. The worlds between here and what was beyond those curtains were so different. Pardon me. If only that man hadn't shown up, I would have been in that light. I'd still be excited from the festival, and I'd be talking to my parents about how much fun I had with all my friends. And then, even though they made a hot meal for me, I would have eaten way too much at the stalls, barely eaten any of it, and gone back to my room. No doubt I'd crawl into my futon and easily let myself fall asleep. But right now, I was completely different. There wasn't a single ember of warmth for those weak street lights. Right now, I was unconnected at any time spent with my family, and there was neither warm food nor the time to allow myself to sleep. My body exposed to the cold rain, I knew. that I simply had to spur myself on to accomplish what I must. I realized how timid, how cowardly I was becoming. For what reason did I need to kill someone, even if it felt this terrible? I'd lost sight of my purpose. I selected the fastest and most fundamental way of saving Satoko and executed without hesitation.
BRB. Okay, Peach.
That man was dead. He was gone. He would never, ever hurt Satoko again. We all thought frantically for days on end about Satoko's problem, and finally, with no options, we gave up. I had solved it in one night. By myself, without anyone's help. Right about now, Satoko would be making dinner for our uncle, despite not knowing when he'd return, and she might be spending the night trembling in fear of whether he'd yell at her for how it tasted. But her uncle wouldn't come home. She wouldn't have to fear his wrath, nor let him make her feel sad. I see. I did it. I successfully saved Satoko. All I'd been thinking about for a long time was killing that man, and I'd forgotten the feeling that it was actually all to save her. I did. I did something good. That's right. I did something good, didn't I? I felt hot tears coming from my eyes, and that's when I first realized that the exhaustion I'd been feeling was actually guilt. The blade of guilt, for a while now, had just been scraping away with its tip, hurting my heart. It hurt so bad I couldn't stand it. It was throbbing painfully. It hurt so much. It was so painful that I cried. I cried tears of joy at saving Satoko. I didn't know why, really, anymore. I just cried. My tears fell and fell. As I stood there for a while, coming to terms with those warm tears, my heart was comforted a little. All right, Keiichi Maebara. That's enough. There's nothing to regret or feel ashamed about. Both my body and mind were thoroughly exhausted, and that was a fact. It was only natural I couldn't feel anything. Even tomorrow and the day after that, I might not be able to feel anything for a while. But, pardon me, there was one thing that was true. There was the undisputable fact that I had saved Satoko. One day, we would surely be rewarded. One day, I would be proud of how distressing an enterprise I had undertaken to get Satoko's smile back. And so that I could wait for that day, I had to put the finishing touches on this night. If I left it undone, everything I had accomplished today would be for naught. I looked back up at the sky, which didn't look like it would stop raining anytime soon. Then I rubbed my eyes and summoned forth energy from my core again. How long did I plan on spacing out? This isn't the time for daydreaming. Someone could find that corpse this very moment. That pessimistic thought was proof that the very natural emotion of fear had returned to me. As I allowed the fear to spur me onwards, I went to look for the other shovel and the lantern inside the storage room. I really hope he doesn't forget the one shovel he left, because that would be proof enough to get him caught. It was fortunate I remembered what it looked like around the streetlight the body was near. With how dark it was quite possible I wouldn't have been able to look for it either. I didn't realize that when I left the place, so the idea of memorizing the spot hadn't even crossed my mind. Don't worry about it. Also, this is the worst thing you can do, right? Please do not do what Keiichi does in this scene. That also would be literally a marker where the body could be buried. Yeah, never go back to the scene of crime. And that's why I had to call it fortunate that I managed to get back to the body like this. The corpse was now located in a big muddy puddle. Half the thing had already stuck in the swamp-like pool of water. I only realized afterwards that there was an unused irrigation channel right nearby, clogged with fallen leaves and dirt, and there was rainwater falling in from there. See, that's how you go. That's how you get yourself. What a doofus. What an amateur. My shoes had been awash with water for a long time now, so without any hesitation, I stepped into the puddle. The whole muddy stream started flowing back, luckily. I couldn't leave any slight traces like blood stains. The rain was like a blessing from heaven. I checked around me, paying very close attention, then turned off the lantern. It became pitch black when my eyes got used to the darkness in a few moments, and once I managed to reach the streetlights on the other side, I was able to make out very faint lights. I stuck the shovel in the puddle right next to the corpse. The ground was even looser here than I thought, and the shovel's tip easily slid inside it. I had to hurry and dig. If I took too much time, I might lose my energy and strength again. Katie, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be easier for you to drag the body to the hole you already have. It felt almost like digging a hole in the sand at the beach. Yeah, the boy does need therapy, like a whole lot of it, for multiple reasons. It was easy to dig, but no matter what, the muddy water kept flowing in, covering the hole. Poor Keiichi, yeah. The digging wasn't... How are you doing, Moki, by the way? The digging wasn't going as well as I'd hoped. I dug and dug. The water would go in, so I couldn't get a sense of how deep it was. The only way for me to measure it was to bury my own foot in the mud. I'm digging just fine. It's all right. Don't be disheartened. Dig, dig, dig. Occasionally a car would come by on the road, and I'd hurry to hide myself in the trees. Everyone was only passing through. They wouldn't have their eyes peeled in this kind of darkness. I understood it logically, but I still couldn't help but hide. Fine, why you ask?
I was just asking. I always like to ask how people are doing when they show up.
What I was really scared of wasn't quite that one of those cars would coincidentally happen to witness me here. Better than Keiichi. Yeah, I think everybody's doing better than Keiichi. Call the police, leave an anonymous tip that they dug, that then they dig you a hole and they have a place that they won't search again. Oh my gosh. It was that the distance I could spot cars from was getting gradually shorter. At first, I noticed the splashing sounds from really far away as cars drove through them. I started noticing them less and less, and with the car that just passed by, I didn't notice it until its headlights were upon me. I felt my senses growing duller by the second. If someone were to take a peek in secret as I was burying the body, at the worst possible time, maybe I wouldn't even notice. The moment I thought that, I took a good look at all around me. I roused all my half-asleep senses and searched for signs of presence nearby. What if I found out someone was spying on me from the trees? A carnivorous feeling snarled at me, glaring. If there was, then I would dig another hole. I'd come this far already. In order to achieve perfection, I didn't care how much more I had to pay. I didn't know what kind of face I was making at the time, but it was definitely a fervently glaring one. Oh, we're getting paranoid again, right? My five senses reached the conclusion that nobody was perfect. I didn't breathe a sigh of relief. How long had I been digging this mud out of here? It was deep enough for it to go up to my knees. Maybe this was enough. Maybe I'd throw the corpse in as a test. I swallowed, getting my breath under control. Despite how much I'd beaten him, I was afraid of touching the corpse. So instead, I dragged it by the feet to the hole. Okay, the hole is only knee-deep. You really think a whole man's is gonna fit in there? It took more than just a waggle and a tug to do it. But of course it did. Considering this man's weight was very easily 80 kilograms, I rallied all my strength and dragged him. At this point, my groundless fears that he might suddenly start moving again had vanished long ago. His body fit perfectly into the muddy hole. It was more than deep enough. What? Really? Oh, I guess he maybe dug it pretty wide. All right, let's bury him. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If I did a perfect job of burying it here, everything would be over. I would hide it in the hole and none of this would have ever happened. When I realized I only had a little further to go to finish everything, I was racked with pointless anxiety, like I was in a race against time. It was like I was absorbed in delusion. If that I didn't bury the body quickly, it might come back to life. No one would move their caved-in head. It is in a seemingly random place, yeah. In any case, it's a great rush. I poured mud and dirt into the hole. I had to clean up snow. Life is unfair. Wait, there's snow over there? Lucky. But still, that sucks that you have to clean up the snow. If I didn't work efficiently, someone might have find me. I don't want it. Well, give it to me.
Give me the snow.
Want more rain? Yeah. Yeah, I want it to rain here. It's always nice when it's like raining in the game and then raining in real life. Until now, I figured if someone saw, I'd just kill them, but not anymore. I was arrested with such absolute fear that if someone saw me, it would all be over. As I finished the work off, it was a total mess. Splish, splash, squish, splash. I drew the surface of the shovel over across the ground, trying to make it flat. I was completely covered in mud at this point. The rain washed the mud off my body, but not off my now blackened clothing. My body and mind were caked with panic, with fear, with rain and sweat and mud. My shoulders heaving, I threw down the shovel and sat down in the mud. I was so exhausted that I wanted to lie down right here and sleep. But why would you fall asleep at the scene of the crime? It was over. This time. For real. It was over. The man was now at the bottom of the wet dirt. Right now, this moment, there were traces that this place had been dug up, but the rain and flowing muddy water would completely cover it all within moments. Yes, it was over. I did it. I did it. I did it. You mother... And then I fell over backwards, face up in the mud. Raindrops pelted my face without mercy, but I didn't care. After staying there for a while, rest my mind, I got up again. It was over. So let's go home. You already buried the whole thing. So now it's like it never happened. It never happened, so there's no reason for me to stay out here and get rained on. I wobbled to my feet. I wouldn't use the shovel anymore. I considered disassembling it, but I didn't have the strength in my absolute exhaustion. I didn't really need to take it apart anyway. Dragging the shovel behind me, I headed towards the light. I stood up my bike. It had been laying in the grass by the road. I didn't know how I was going to get the still assembled shovel into my front basket. I put the shovel down on the back of my shirt like I'd done with the baseball bat. Unlike the bat, the corner of it on my back, making it very painful. Plus, if I relaxed my posture even a little bit, it would fall out behind me. I ended up having to carry the shovel in my left hand and ride my bike using only my right hand. Not only was I in a state of total exhaustion, this was a downpour. One hand on the handlebars, I was swaying to and fro like a drunk. You're really getting sloppy and making it obvious now, Keiichi. Yeah, that's how you get caught. But I didn't care. Even swaying like this, I got a little closer to home every time I pedaled. I saw two lights swaying slowly in front of me. A car was approaching. Oh no, I need to get out of the way. From far away in the shadows of the darkness, a car approached. Its dazzling lights washed over me. The driver made a short honk of the horn to inform me I was in the middle of the road. I have to get out of the way. I kept telling myself, but not only was I riding one-handed, I was exhausted, so I couldn't do anything. Wobble, 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 wobble. I meandered about, not going to the right or to the left. The driver decided to swerve out of the way right in front of me, and without lowering its speed much, steadily came towards me. Its outline grew larger in my vision, telling myself that I really needed to get out of the way. I jerked the handlebars in one direction, then lost my balance, fell over, bike and all. My whole body splayed out, and one foot caught on the bike. This was seriously bad. My drowsiness quickly vanished, and just as cold sweat broke out on my body. The driver recklessly spun the wheel to the left, made a counterclockwise U-turn, and came right back up to me and stopped. The driver's seat door opened, and the driver came out. You idiot. What are you doing here? I was pretty sure someone would yell at me like that. Oh, my. Look who it is. It was a woman's voice, and one I knew. I lifted my face off the ground and looked at her. Takano-san. Good evening. The moon is very pretty tonight. Maebara-kun? It was raining far too hard to see the moon. Takano-san unfolded an umbrella and smiled as she spoke. That smile was for some reason uncanny, like she'd seen right through me. Out of all the people I could have met, I got the sudden feeling that this was the one I wanted to see the least. I mean, technically, the least you would want to see is Oishi-san. What are you doing out so late? And you're soaked and covered in mud, and no umbrella either. What is that? A shovel? She had come here via car. She wouldn't have known what I was just doing, and yet she smiled as though she knew everything. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. She always makes this mysterious-looking smile, remember? Don't let her onto anything, lest you dig your own grave.
The rumors say you were playing baseball with a golf club. Is that what the shovel's for, too? You're using it as an umbrella?
I should... Pardon me, oh my gosh, I apologize. I should tell a good lie here. If I could just do that, things would work out. When I went with Fenna to go digging for treasure at the dam, we forgot this there.
And you went to get this in this downpour?
When I left my house, I didn't think it would rain, so...
Oh, it's been raining for a while, though. You've been out for quite some time, haven't you?
Well, yes, I was kind of just wandering around.
Even so, you came from that direction, didn't you? The dam was in the opposite direction, you know.
Takano-san was clearly aware that something exceedingly abnormal was happening with me, and as she played with her little word games, she was enjoying driving me into a corner. Maybe she had a vague guess, just from the situation of what I'd been doing. My timing really sucked. To run into her, of all people, at all of times. At the very end, I could only be frustrated at my terrible luck. I'd done so much, and the end was literally right around the corner. So why at the very, very end, did I run into her, of all people? What will you do, Keiichi Maebara? You're still holding something that could be a dangerous weapon. Will you silence Takano-san? Even if it would be simple to kill Takano-san, dealing with the car she's come in afterward would be the issue. I couldn't drive a car. It was completely different from a motorcycle. But even if the car was here, as long as there was no proof I killed her... Yes, in tonight's downpour, without any prior planning, all by coincidence, a hit and run. As long as I didn't drop any handkerchiefs with my initials on them, they would never know I killed her. A black flame quietly smoldered and raged in the core of my body. Yeah, Keiichi in her monologue, no witnesses.
Also, welcome back, Peach. That's a scary look. Did I tease you too much?
Takano-san started to laugh by herself and thankfully stopped talking about it. But the dark clouds in my mind didn't go away.
Leaving that aside, how long are you planning on crawling on the ground with your bike like that? Would you mind moving out of the way?
If I moved, she would leave. So I tried to get the bicycle up and out of the way, but then twisted my ankle in it and fell over. Shit. There was a sharp pain in the ankle I'd twisted. This is nonsense. A sprained ankle? Now?
Oh my. Are you alright? Did you twist your ankle?
Takano-san squats down and takes a good look at my ankle I keep rubbing. She compares it to my facial expression, apparently tries to gauge how bad the wound was.
Can you stand?
What you missed, Keiichi was trying to go home. He was biking with the shovel in one hand and his hands on the, his handlebars in the other, and he was just wobbling in the road. He was, biking right in the middle of the road, and he ran into Takano-san. He fell off. He sprained his ankle. And he was just like, should I kill her? I don't know. I didn't expect to, but I couldn't even stand. It was all I could do to shamelessly wriggle on the ground like a caterpillar. Takano-san looked at her watch, then at her car, and after thinking for a moment, opened the passenger seat door, and then gave me her shoulder to stand up with.
I'll take you home. I do feel bad since it's almost like I hit you.
I'm sorry.
I wouldn't just leave you there. It's a good thing I'm a nice person.
Nobody good has ever called himself a nice person. But that just would have been a terrible thing to say to someone holding me, up like this. I took Takano-san's hand and sat down in the passenger seat. Takano-san went around the back and looked at my bike on the ground.
I don't suppose we could take the bicycle home tomorrow?
I could clearly tell from her face that she thought it would be a pain, since it would be heavy and it would get her car dirty. But my bike has this name Maebara written on it. I couldn't leave it out here like this. Well, can you somehow put it in the car? I sort of need it.
The trunk is already full. If I put it in the back seat, it'll get the seats dirty with mud. Well, given how you're already in here, it's already dirty, I suppose.
I turn back to the back seat and see someone's folding bicycle there already. It still looked big enough to fit my bike in there as well. My expression reflected my thoughts, and the exact thought seemed to get through to her.
All right. I'll put it in here for you. I'll be really nice, but just for tonight, okay?
Takano-san continued with her mean jokes, but she hoisted my bike and loaded into the back seat for me. The mean jokes were one thing, but couldn't she do something about that eerie smile of hers? And even more importantly than the bike, I didn't want to leave the shovel here. The shovel could be directly connected to the Barry body and me. Sorry to ask another favor, but could you get my shovel too? Takano-san gave me a clearly dubious expression.
Your shovel? That's fine with me. Is it important?
The more I talk, the worse it gets for me. That's how it felt, so I didn't force myself to answer her. Eventually, outlasted by my silence, Takano-san gave me a short shrug and sighed.
All right, I understand. You need your shovel, right? You don't need to make such a mean face.
Takano-san brought over the shovel that was lying in the middle of the road. I clutched it like I'd never let it go of it again. Takano-san watched me with a puzzled look.
Okay, let's be off. Maibara-kun, you live at the Maibara Mansion, don't you?
Why does everybody call my house the Maibara Mansion?
Because it's actually a mansion. It must be nice to be rich.
As she spoke, Takano-san pulled the handbrake and stepped on the gas. After making a skillful U-turn and using the shoulder of the road, she steadily increased in speed. From the rearview mirror, that accursed place seemed to melt into the darkness.
Reed?
Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. What was that? Takano-san suddenly tried to say something to me, but thoughtlessly I didn't catch it. Looking ahead, Takano-san said the same thing one more time.
The body. How well was it buried?
I thought my heart might beat out of my chest, but I didn't let it show. But my lungs were squeezed tight and I couldn't breathe. What are you talking about?
When burying bodies in mountains like these, you have to bury it fairly deep because wild dogs will often smell the corpse and dig it out. Some human bone a wild dog brings back in its mouth leads to an incident being uncovered. The police head out to a stretch of mountains. It actually happens pretty often, you know.
Yeah, good job, Keiichi. You got a witness. She knows exactly what you did. Pound, pound, clang, clang. Huge rusted bells started swinging in my head. Had I buried it so deep that I could say it absolutely wouldn't be found? Not at all. You only dug it ankle, like knee deep. The answer was no. I was in such a rush to bury him and get it over with that I couldn't deny having possibly buried it too close to the surface. No. Wait. That's not... Wait. Anyway, this woman, how does she know? She was just passed by here in her car by coincidence, and we ran into each other by coincidence. If she had been watching the entire thing from the trees, and once I left, she came back to her car, it didn't make logical sense. So then, why? Keiichi Maibara, that's it. You need to kill her. My entire body reawakened, and I could feel my pupils dilate. I couldn't possibly beat her to death with a shovel in such a small car. Then I would use my hands and strangle her. But she was driving right now. If I strangled her, we might get into an accident. Yeah, who carries a shovel in a downpour? You literally gave it away. Yeah, this is what you get for not folding up the shovel. Then suddenly, Takano-san turned and looked at me.
What, no ready retort?
For a moment, I was surprised. What was she talking about?
It would seem we're not a very good match,
Takano-san said, disappointed, returning her gaze ahead. I repeated the words she said a few times in my head, and finally realized she meant it as an off-color joke. I didn't know whether it was really a joke, but I wouldn't be able to fool her no matter how many lies I told. Right now, with her driving the car like this, I couldn't kill her. I would have had an easier time doing it when we got back to the house. That moment we met, that had been my best chance. And to have missed it so easily, it hurt. After that, Takano-san didn't say a single word. The car was completely buried in an almost suffocating silence. What kind of woman had I run into? With everything that happened today, I managed to pull it off, and at the very end of it all, I just had to go home and go to sleep. What bad luck. I mean, you could ask her what's in the trunk. As my sleepiness gradually overtook me, the anxiety I felt steadily started to matter less and less. Is this all right, Keiichi Maebara? You probably should not leave this woman alive. Right now, I'm tired. She stepped on the brakes, and I jerked against my seatbelt. That woke me up. I thought I must have fallen asleep by accident. I looked out the window, and there was a big building with faint lights on. It was really dark out, but I knew immediately it was my house.
I'll go get your folks for you. Would you mind the place for a few moments while I'm gone?
Don't make fun of me, please. Besides, look, I'm fine now. I can walk by myself.
Oh my. You were in such pain before that you had to get me to carry you. Did you just want a pretty lady to be nice to you?
As Takano-san spoke, she left the car and opened up her umbrella. The sound of falling raindrops was fierce, as always. I carefully reached down and rubbed the ankle I'd twisted. There was still some pain and a little weirdness, but they weren't that bad anymore. Rather than being happy about how light the wound was, I first regretted this whole thing. If I hadn't twisted my ankle, I could have still taken the option of killing Takano-san right then and there. There probably wasn't much doubt that Takano-san was convinced I was involved in some sort of crime. If she knew about everything happening with Satoko, then she might have even guessed I'd killed somebody. Clink. Takano-san opened the passenger side door for me.
You're sure you don't need my shoulders? I wouldn't mind doing it for you again.
I ignored her and answered by getting out of the car by myself. The rain was still pretty intense. I got my bicycle out of the back seat. I was a bit curious who the other bike belonged to, but it didn't matter right now. I let Takano-san hold the umbrella over me, then pushed my bicycle up to the front door. Thank you very much. I'll be fine now. My ankle hurt so much earlier, and it still did, but it aggravated me that it hadn't been that bad. It was really seriously terrible luck.
All right, I'll be leaving then. Keep it a secret. That we had a nice evening drive together by ourselves, okay? Especially from Jiro-san.
Jiro-san? Oh, she meant Tomatake-san. I suppose she calls him by his first name. His full name must be Jiro Tomatake then. And then the other bike, the folding one in the back seat that I didn't care about at first, suddenly came to mind. Hey, excuse me, are you from Hinamizawa, right? On the day before yesterday, as I walked near the dam, half asleep, Tomatake-san had talked to me. And the bicycle he'd been riding, it was... That bicycle in the back belongs to Tomatake-san, doesn't it? Takano-san's eyes, I think they sharpened for a moment.
And why do you think that?
I saw it when I first met him before. The frame stood out to me.
But wouldn't that be odd? Do you think it's possible for this to be Jiro-san's bike?
Odd? Takano-san, her hair elegantly fluttering, peers into my eyes.
Well, there are no bed and breakfast in Hinamizawa, are there? Jiro-san would need to be staying in town.
Is that so? Well, I guess that's right, huh?
You can't really walk from town to Hinamizawa, can you? And there are no buses either. You at least need a bicycle.
She didn't need to tell me that. That's why Jiro-san was riding a bike.
For Jiro-san's bicycle to be stored in my car, and him not in there, that would be strange, wouldn't it? It would mean Jiro-san was in Hinamizawa without a bike. I'd have to have left Jiro-san somewhere and put his bike in the car, wouldn't I? It wouldn't make sense.
As she spoke, Takano-san made eyes like a hawk. Unfortunately, I didn't really understand what was so odd. What about that is odd? Aren't you and Tomitaka-san friends? I don't really think it would be strange for there to be some reason you had his bicycle in your car.
But it would be. What I mean is, Jiro-san and his bicycle being in different places in Hinamizawa wouldn't make sense. And for those reasons, it means this bicycle can't be his. Do you understand now?
Takano-san's roundabout way of talking was hard to comprehend, but that eeriness I could feel, that vague dreadfulness, I didn't like it at all. But the most wild, instinctive part of me warned me not to pry.
That's my bicycle. Jiro-san picked it out for me, though, so I can't deny that it looks alike.
Ah, I see now. I thought it looked similar.
You and I never saw each other tonight.
And now she was talking about something completely different. What are you talking about?
You and I never saw each other tonight.
I stayed there, not knowing what to say, and Takano-san repeated her eerie, succinct phrase to me again.
You and I never met this night. You and I never saw each other tonight.
Something cold and unpleasant crawled up my spine. I knew, because I'd killed a person with my own hands before. I came to the conclusion that only I had one chance to beat this woman to death to keep her quiet, and I couldn't hesitate, so I could tell that she'd arrived at the very same conclusion. My instincts warned me again. I wish I'd never met this woman. The faint sense, like a rotten smell, drifting from this woman, was no doubt the exact same sense that I was giving off right now. The very peculiar aspiration, the lack of uncertainty at taking a human's life for a purpose, one that only those who had risen above everything had. Actually, maybe I should have called it a nausea. It meant, and I didn't know how to explain this very well, but Takano-san was the same as me. In other words, someone who shouldn't have been here. Someone who couldn't have let anybody know was here. Someone who nobody would have wanted to see. And now that we had, we could calmly pretend as though we never met. Yes, which meant that, just like I wanted to have nothing else to do with her, she didn't want anything to do with me either. And she too wanted to make it so that we'd never met. Both of us wished for the same thing. Our desires were the same, which meant Takano-san's suggestion was extremely practical, and that I couldn't outright refuse. Okay, I will stretch and hydrate real quick. Oh, that always helps, like, pop my arm. Big stretch. Yeah, pretty much. I don't think she would snitch on me, because she knows that I would snitch on her, too. If it's fine with you, then sure, whatever. You and I didn't meet this night.
You're right. That would be best for you too, wouldn't it?
Why do you think that?
Are you seriously asking me that? You can't figure it out on your own, boy?
Yes, I did hydrate. I was reading through what you guys said while I was hydrating. She cut me off with the condescending word boy, right in front of my house, in the place most unsuited to killing. And yet, there was a frozen thirst for blood coming from both of us. It would be killed, or I would be killed right here, right now. Yeah, then I should have definitely beaten her as we passed each other. A damp, greasy sweat broke out of my body. That's fine. If you want me, then you can come any time. And when I made up my mind, she shook her hair elegantly and turned on her heel.
Good. I am a kind person after all.
What was good? How? Because she was a kind person? Was that it?
Okay, Peach.
I didn't get it. Takano-san got into her car. We didn't exchange any words of parting. I had performed a massive feat, the killing of Satoko's uncle, and yet I didn't feel any accomplishment. On the holy night of Oyashiro-sama's curse, on which the taking of another's life was allowed, on the terribly rainy night when the demons wandered, as agents of Oyashiro-sama's will. The demons were never supposed to meet, but suddenly they did. Hello, Mal! we met We met with Nurse Takano-san. We and her have both killed a man. The demons parted ways triumphantly. There was no reason for them to fight. Both their objectives had already been accomplished. With the rain hitting me like a waterfall, my eyes met with Takano-san's through the car window. The female demon, her mouth twisted into a distorting, fearless smile. It was too late to kill her. Far too late. That very first moment we saw each other had been my best chance, and now that we had parted like this, I was acutely aware of it. I should not have let her live. The night for criminal activity. Yee. Oh yeah, how are you now? She beeped her horn quickly. Then her car drove into the deluge. The one woman who knew what really happened tonight disappeared into the dark. As long as she was alive, this night would never really end. Just get into an accident, I thought to myself. In this downpour, slip on some mud or something and fly face first into a tree and die. That wasn't a delusion, a wild flight of fantasy. That was an earnest wish. Yes, it was a command. Die. Die. And keep your mouth shut for eternity, because I have no doubt you're wishing for me to die all the same. My curse upon her faded emptily as Takano-san's taillight disappeared into the utter darkness. Her car's lights were completely out of sight now. Even the sound of the engine faded into the sound of the heavy rain and was inaudible now. I, too, turned on my heel to draw the curtains on this insane night. To open my front door and end it all, I began walking towards the front door. I was covered in mud and made a squishing sound with every step I took. Squish. Squish. Don't worry, Keiichi Maebara. Squish. Squish. She'll die. Squish. Squish. Her end will be as miserable as she is. I'll throw her into some flames alive and let her dance until she's burned to a crisp. I'll burn her to ashes in the fires of hell itself until she's roasted as much as she deserves. I wish. I really do. Squish. Huh? Just now, I hadn't taken a step, and yet a footstep. Without emotion, I turned around. If there was a footprint that wasn't my own, then it was obvious someone else was behind me. Was somebody else there? I was sick of this. Whoever it was, I was sick of everything tonight. This time, I would kill them. I'd kill them without a second thought. I wouldn't hesitate to turn around and dig another hole. Yeah, it's just Mal. But fortunately, there was nobody there. I wasn't going to have to kill any more people tonight. This night, I couldn't handle any more of it. Even though I had heard an extra footstep each time I stopped, I put it down to me just being tired. Yeah, totally just you being tired. Nothing else. No spiritual beings, no Yashiro-sama following you and being like, hey, you really shouldn't have done that, dude. Like I had it start raining because I was upset with you. Like, can you stop? Can you calm down? Okay. Now we get to see Keiichi hopefully regret what he's done. Oh yeah, she does like, whoa, chill, what the fuck, dude? Oh yeah, she does sama sends his regards, Keiichi. Okay. Oh no, you're upsetty spaghetti now? Well, hopefully you get to enjoy Keiichi's descent. At first, I thought it was a dream. I was staring at the strange sheet, not really understanding what it was. That was all. I didn't go after it, nor did I ridicule it. The fact that was the boring view of the ceiling of my own room, but I didn't realize that for a fairly long time. Yes, I thought I had been dreaming, but I had actually been staring at the ceiling the whole time. Lethargy induced by the voices of the cicadas. Even after I realized I was awake, I couldn't draw forth the energy to sit up. Everything I could see, everything I could hear, everything was like a television broadcast that had already ended. It was hot, so hot I could choke on the heat. My back was moist with night sweats, and it felt gross. Unable to endure it any longer, I tossed in my futon, and finally, blood started coursing through my brain. I lazily recalled the long day I had yesterday. The reality, as I lay here listening to the voices of the cicadas, and yesterday, so different from it. In order to kill Satoko's uncle, I had rehearsed, formulated a plan, and dug a hole. It was very hot and I was tired, wasn't I? And when evening came, I went to school and called him out on the phone. I panicked for a moment when he asked where the police station was, but it worked out. And then I awaited him and swooped down. I couldn't remember anymore what sort of emotions I'd let control my body. In any case, it didn't go smoothly, but I did. It was very hard to dig the hole for the body. That feel of the rain pelting down on me, I didn't think I'll ever forget it. The rain, the mud, and the sprays of blood, the sensation of floundering in the swamp. I'm trying to remember what happens after this part and why, but I'm like trying to piece it together. Right? I'm just like, okay, I feel like it should have ended, but I can't quite remember like how it goes. I think, from my memory, I think like Satoko's still feeling bad, and so Keiichi assumes that the uncle is still alive, and so he checks back on the hole and the body's not there or something. I can't quite remember. Yeah, part of it isn't like clicking. When I met Takano-san on the way home, that wasn't good, no matter how I interpreted it. It was the most misfortunate, uncalculated thing that had happened that night. Everything had been perfect, but only if I hadn't encountered her. I was just riding my bike with my shovel in one hand through the downpour, utterly soaked. Was there no way someone could surmise I was a murderer burying a body just from that information? Now that I was thinking calmly, napping under the morning sun, that's what I thought. Still, the more I think about Takano-san's eyes, it seemed like she understood. Takano-san, she knew that I'd killed someone, buried them, and that I'd been on my way home, exhausted. Takano-san wouldn't gain anything from selling me out to the police, but that didn't mean I could feel at ease. I could have killed her. I had crossed the bridge to get my tranquil life back, and I'd finally achieved it as a result. But now, for the rest of my life, for all the tranquil days starting today, I'd have to live in fear of when they could suddenly end. I may have twisted my ankle, dulled from total exhaustion. The fact that I couldn't make the snap judgment I needed to, I regretted it more and more as time went on. You didn't have a choice, Keiichi Maebara. You didn't have any choice at the time. You were tired. You were a mess. Even if you had made the decision, you might not have been able to kill her. You might have been she might have beaten you instead. In that sense, parting ways uneventfully could have been the safer option. Paranoia, anxiety, and dread. Glad this didn't have any effect on me through my formative years. No matter how sharp Takano-san's intuition was, she had no proof. Her suspecting me didn't amount to evidence by itself. Logically, I know that. But that doesn't mean I have nothing to worry about, does it? Just worry about it when the time comes. Now isn't the time to be worrying. It's the time to be smiling, right? You accomplished so much just to gain a new life starting today, didn't you? Then you should be happy at this new morning. If remembering the past is too hard for you, then just consider everything up to yesterday as having never happened. You said so yourself. You'd bury it all like it never happened. Well, your wish came true. Everything before yesterday never happened. So be happy, Keiichi Maebara. Yay. I stuck up my hands lazily. It felt a little silly for me to be the one doing it. I heaved a sigh from deep in my belly. That sigh got my lungs moving. It felt like I hadn't been breathing until just now. It wasn't enough to admonish myself over. All the dice had been thrown already, and the numbers that turned up weren't bad at all. If I lost with those numbers, then I just have to give up, I guess. I grabbed the chest of my pajamas and flapped it back and forth. Cool air flowed over my sweating body. Okay. Nothing before yesterday happened. Nothing. Nothing at all. I'd forget it all. Yesterday was all a dream. What time was it? About midday? Getting myself up and going to school this late seemed kind of absurd, but I needed to go. I felt like going to school would be the first step into my peaceful new life. I didn't care how late it was, I would go. I'd go to school right now and get back to the life I had retaken as soon as I could. My lazy body immediately became lighter at the thought. I rolled up out of the futon, bounced on my knees, and then leapt upright. Nice. Stuck the landing. I stuck out my chest with pride at the gymnast-like pose, then took a deep breath of fresh air. The brisk morning air had been gone for a while, replaced by the crisp air of summer. Downstairs, I got a stern talking to by my mother. Where were you last night? When did you get back? You need to tell me when you won't be home for dinner. Things like that. But considering the importance of what I'd accomplished yesterday, a little scolding was no problem. In fact, it even felt like the sort of thing that would happen in such a peaceful life. Keiichi, you can't just go back to a normal life after you unalived someone, right? It's just like, I totally left the collapsible shovel there, but it's fine. It's fine. Normal life. No one will find me. I listened with an irresponsible smile and stepped out into the sun high overhead. It was around the time lunch break would be ending. Everyone would probably be worried about me. I didn't go to the festival, and now I wasn't at school. Well, maybe they weren't too worried about it, since they would have gotten a small piece of news, but a happy one from Satoko today. Yes, the small piece of news that her uncle hadn't come home last night. Satoko would probably live her days in nervous tension for a while, thinking she might still come home. But eventually, those days would end, and finally Satoko too would realize her uncle was never coming back. And then Mika-chan would quietly invite her. She would say, "You can live with me again." And everything would be back to normal. Our lives would go back to how they were before that man appeared. Satoko would start wearing that extraordinary smile, complete with those protruding canines, and fool everyone with those traps she's so proud of. "Welcome back, Pete." I'd probably be the first target out of everyone, but I wouldn't be mad. In fact, I might actually shed tears of joy at the return of something so normal. Satoko, she'd gradually grow back into that meddlesome personality of hers. I mean, my lack of useful life skills was already completely exposed. I wondered if I'd ever be a match for Satoko, but that would be such a pleasant thing to see too. And with such warm, fuzzy predictions, I didn't feel bad for going to school late. In fact, I wanted to run there now to get there as soon as I could. Instead, I decided to savor the peacefulness of just going to school like normal, without running. What did I miss? What did you miss? What was the last thing that happened when you left? And then I'll try to remember. The world I'd obtained for myself, that gave me joy just by walking like this. Yes, is Chica dead, the blonde? Not yet. You were here when it confirmed that, well, in a roundabout way confirmed that Tometaka-san was in, the photographer man's was in the trunk, right? And it was just like, we really could have killed each other, but, we didn't. Oh, but now you monologued, you fool, right? Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, that's about it. And then Keiichi woke up being like, yeah, this should be fine. Yes, the world beginning on this very day was something I had won. Without the monumental feat yesterday, I would have been able to come to school so cheerfully today. The school gate came into sight. Just then I heard the principal ringing the bell to mark the end of lunch break. It was a clear, refreshing sound. I stopped despite myself and let myself take it in. Tap. I had stopped suddenly, so there was an extra footstep. With that noise, the blessedness I was feeling throughout my whole body withdrew into any pore it could find, and if to replace it, I felt like hundreds of hairy caterpillars were crawling up my feet. I turned back, but of course, nobody was there. A single footstep could have easily been in my imagination, but the footstep felt so ominous. That extra footstep I had heard after seeing Takano-san off last night. With everything that happened on that insane night, I didn't mind something like that happening once. It had been a hell of a night after all. In fact, having just one hallucination was pretty fortunate, but those footsteps should have ended with yesterday, so if I heard them again today, there was really only one thing it could have meant. Last night still wasn't over. It was still going on. Still. That insane night forever. The step I had heard, just one extra footstep, was quietly ridiculing the nonsensical notion that the world starting today was completely different from the one that ended yesterday. We all gonna jump, KG, that's what, right? Just all of us, specifically. Ghost. My classmates playing in the schoolyard all vanished inside like a tide going in. When I approached the school, it felt like that warm, fuzzy scene had ended, and it didn't feel good. At the entrance, I took a quick look in everyone's shoe boxes. Satoko Hojo. She was there. Mion was here too. And Rena, of course. Even Rika-chan was here. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were here. In fact, I didn't see any missing classmates. If there were shoes missing, they would have to be my own. I took my shoes off and stuck them in, then took off some slippers.
Oh, thank you for following, Screaming Doggo. How you doing?
There wasn't a single pair left in the shoe boxes anymore.
Oh, hydrate? Okay. Thank you for the hydrate.
With that, they returned to their rightful state. As I stepped out into the wooden floor, I noticed there was just one pair of slippers left.
Doing pretty well. How about yourself? I'm doing pretty good. I'm having a great time reading through this.
This is the part that I remember the least of, so I'm very interested to see what's going on, and also what kind of wild things Keiichi is gonna imagine now. Huh? Who's Satoshi Hojo? Satoshi, who had never been to school since disappearing last year. Until now, he committed the exact same act of violence, but I guess in the very end, it was differently.
Hi, Sinful. Oh, do you know Screaming Doggo Moki?
You couldn't make it to school, but here I am. I didn't repeat the same mistake you made. I wasn't about to let myself feel superior about that. In fact, I felt an odd sense of familiarity with him. A misfortunate bond with someone I'd never met due to following the same fate. I headed down the hallway towards the usual classroom. It felt like it had been a whole year since coming here. Hey, did you forget Keiichi Maebara? Satoshi Hojo didn't really disappear on the night of Watanagashi, did he? Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days later, on Satoko's birthday, if I was right. Oh no. I didn't know what day it was, but I couldn't say for sure I'd avoided Satoshi's failure unless I remained here past that day. I was still living in that night of insanity. The teacher still hadn't come to the classroom. The other door clattered open, and the one the teacher wouldn't use, so everyone turned at once to see who had arrived. Everyone looked pretty vacant. Suppose I'll greet them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do thank you for coming all the way out here today. Silence. When I started to think I'd fallen flat, someone finally started laughing for me. Good morning, Kei-chan. You're pretty energetic today.
Yeah, energetic. Maybe you haven't gotten out of the festival mood yet.
Hearing Mion and Nena's cheerful voices made me realize how dumb those dark feelings I'd been having at the entrance really were. Oh, stretch? Okay. Oh, big stretch. Ah. Okay. Hey now, festival mood? I wasn't... Oh, another hydrate? Okay. I'm definitely gonna have to refill my water during my break. Now, festive mood? I wasn't at the festival at all, remember? Saucers on table, more sippies. If I take too many before my break, I'm gonna be out. I won't be able to sip anything. Before I could say that, Rika-chan smiled at me.
Katie, did you make sure to watch my dance? Yep, he saw it just fine. Didn't you see how big an applause he gave you?
And he ignored it when that blockhead Shion came up and made a pass at him. Take that, Shion. What? That felt good. Or wow, that felt good. Uh-oh. This part. Please. Yeah. Well, it's okay. There was only the one. Here's where it's not lining up. Oh no. Mion starts laughing at the memory. She slaps me a few times on the back. So, how did that target practice contest turn out in the end? Tomata-kun was facing me and talking. There was nobody behind me. That meant he was talking to me?
Tomatake turned up dead last. Everyone had a good time with his punishment game.
Weren't you supposed to be the one in last place at Ikata? It was such a turnaround when you pulled off getting that chewing gum. I should have expected that from a member of my club. It was fantastic. Crying at the time like that at the feast, only Furude would be allowed to do. Or feet, not feast. Said Okamura-kun, breathing heavily from his nose in my direction. Everyone laughed. If anyone but Rika-chan had done it, it would have been against the rules. Rika-chan gave me one of her nipa smiles as she listened to it, in my direction. Oh Yashiro, what you doing? Rena too turned towards me. And then, with a somewhat embarrassed smile, she whispered to me so only I could hear.
But really, thanks, Keiichi-kun.
For what?
That giant stuffed animal. I was really happy. It's nice and safe right at my bedside, and I made sure to give it a good night kiss before bed, too.
The class laughed at that, cheering and jeering. This whole time, the conversation had been a little bit off.
Hello, Ralq.
Oh, that emote started petting me. That's cute, actually. Yeah, something's not right here. I wasn't quite getting it. What's this about a stuffed animal?
What's this? Come on, we all worked really hard at the festival yesterday to get it down, remember? The gigantic stuffed animal?
The gigantic stuffed animal? Rena seemed taken aback, but then she answered. She did it with a smile.
But yeah, how you doing, Ralq? We were having a hard time knocking it over, so we tried aiming it at the forehead and rapid-fire shooting and stuff. And then, Keiichi-kun, you got a whole bunch of guns ready beforehand and shot them all. It was so cool.
Wait, who was this? All the people in the neighborhood association, including the chairman, were praising you so much at the party afterwards. One of them said he'd fallen in love with your way of words. Tokuzo Kimiyoshi, the chairman of the children's committee, I think. He said he wanted you to entrust you. Yeah, he wanted you to entrust you with a few of the stalls at the next festival. I think the translator messed up a little, but that's okay.
Tosoku is the chair of the refreshment booth. He's on the festival executive committee.
Mabata-san is great at making things sound good, isn't he? Yep, whenever he talks about something, it seems a lot better than it actually is. You can't say that. Doing good, chilling because I'm too tired to move, by the way, is the animated adaptation of the game. The game came first, so the anime is an adaptation of the visual novel.
Keiichi-kun, you'd be a great salesman. If you did a bargain sale on bananas or something, I bet you would go great.
What have you been talking about? I mean, I didn't go to the festival in the first place. I swallowed those words. I didn't know exactly why, but in Hinamizawa, this was what happened. It's like he imagined the whole murder, someone impersonated him while he was unaliving someone. That is pretty much the two options, it seems. Yesterday, during the Watanagashi festival, Keiichi Maebara had appeared, and he had romped about with all the usual members of his club. He made a big scene at a few of the stalls, snatched a few sticks of takoyaki and okonomiyaki on his glee. I don't know of what that food is, rating each of them as delicious or terrible to get everyone excited. and they'd seen a gigantic stuffed animal at the target practice game, and everyone went after it. And then I got a whole bunch of cork guns, fired them in a quick, rapid succession, throwing each one away after using it. And admirably, I shot down the biggest stuffed animal there. And then I gave the stuffed animal the proof of my victory to Rena as a gift. A pancake dish. Ooh, that actually sounds pretty good for like a festival food. And then our fun came to a close as we had to go see Rika-chan's offertory dance. There was a ton of people squeezed in there, and we all got separated, but we each managed to get into good positions to cheer Rika-chan on from. Then, in the middle, when Shion came up and asked me to go hang out with her instead of watching the dedication dance, I refused and stayed put, watching the dance until the very end. But who? Who was that? Well, everyone's been saying, haven't they? Keiichi Maebara? I had an urge to yell in anger at my classmates for having so much fun talking about the festival yesterday with Keiichi Maebara. What the hell are you guys even talking about? Far stronger than that feeling, though, was the sheer uncanny nature of this reality I couldn't understand. I understand this chapter now, man. I never even figured it out when I was super into this. Yeah. Keiichi Maebara, who wasn't me, was in Hinamizawa yesterday. Yeah, I forget how it was explained, but yeah, it's not super obvious, so I'll explain later. Yeah, it might explain it like towards the end of the chapter, but it is definitely weird. As I threw away my humanity, turned into a demon, and was busy beating Satoko's uncle to death, I was having a great time at a festival last night. What the hell? I had to suffer through so much, desperately holding back tears, getting so worn out in that downpour, digging holes, chasing, beating, killing, dragging, and burying. Who was this Keiichi Maebara who had ignored me so and spent such a fun, carefree time at the festival, damn it? Who the hell stood in for me as I put my life on the line, working so hard to achieve this treasure-like everyday life? If there was another Keiichi Maebara besides me, then what was I? On the night of Watanagashi, where one died and one disappeared in accordance with Oyashiro-sama's curse, there was only one demon who had killed someone. Dumbfounded, as I succumbed to a horrifying possibility, I looked around at my classmates to make sure there was nobody extra I didn't recognize among them. To make sure I wasn't among them. It was a horrifying thought that the real Keiichi Maebara hadn't overslept and had come to school on time, and that I, who was no longer Keiichi Maebara, had just waltzed in there. My theory, and this is probably going to just be disproven, but I think it's basically like Oyashiro-sama is like, oh, you're filling in for me today? Okay, fine, I'll fill in for you. I don't think that was the case, but that's my only theory at the moment. From not remembering the episode. What is going on? Keiichi's going crazy, but what else is new? But no matter how much I checked, the only people here were ones I knew. The man I met every time I looked in the bathroom mirror was not here. Thanks for attending roll call for me, Oyashiro-sama. Right? So nice of Oyashiro-sama to do that for Keiichi. Okay, everyone. Time to start afternoon classes. Please take your seats. President, please lead the class. The teacher entered, and everyone hurried back to their seats. Upon finding me, who was so stupidly late, she gave me a stern talking to, but I wasn't listening to it. Wasn't our old life supposed to start today? Something wasn't right. It was just strange. I was supposed to go back to my old fun life after yesterday. I had set foot in an incomparably mysterious world that was so completely different from both my old life and my recent one. Yes, this was, without a doubt, a different world than the one I'd been living in until now. There was no way such an absurd thing could be possible. But unless it was true, I couldn't explain anything that just happened. Yeah, the teacher never did anything wrong. They were just there. They were just there for curry. Yeah, Oyashiro-sama's true homie. Love Oyashiro-sama. In this classroom, I was surrounded by so many faces I knew, and yet I felt isolated, The cicadas sounded no different from one they had before now, but they seemed somehow false. The air was parched and dry too, making me think, was the air in Hinamizawa always this uncomfortable? Yashiro-sama staring at Keiichi, and Keiichi stares back as he looks at me, and I look at him, and he looks at me, and I look at him. Hey, Rena.
What is it? We're in class.
About the festival yesterday. About when would you say I got there?
Huh?
To be honest, I was pretty excited afterwards, and I gobbled down some cans of beer. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but I don't quite remember some things. What? From random babbling, it wasn't a bad excuse.
Keiichi-kun, you said you couldn't come at first, didn't you? You called Mi-chan's house about it, right?
That matched. I called Mion and told her to take Satoko in my place, since I wouldn't be able to meet up with them due to things I had to do.
We all decided we were setting up for the festival that we'd invite Satoko-chan. We wanted to bring her out someplace where she couldn't see her uncle for a little while.
That was the same too. Mion said that when I called her, that everyone had already decided to invite her.
And then we all went, me, Mi-chan, and Rika-chan to Satoko-chan's house and brought her out. Satoko-chan's uncle seems like a really mean person.
That part didn't matter. What I was trying to ask was, when did I meet up with you?
How could you forget that? Keiichi-kun, I think you shouldn't be drinking until you're an adult.
Whatever. When did I meet up with you?
Well...
At my sudden threatening demand, then I was at a loss for words. Oops, I shouldn't have rushed that. I told her I was sorry. What else do you expect? Yeah. What murdering your problems away does not always fix your problems. Yeah. It was at the shrine grounds. It was unexpected. You were talking to Rika-chan, weren't you? That proves it. It was Yashiro-sama.
Yep, you were having a fun talk with Rika-chan in her shrine maiden outfit. And then Rena came up and said, "Ah, omochikaeri!"
I was talking to Rika-chan? And I asked, Kate-chan, didn't you have something to do today? Then you pounded your chest and said it to yourself that letting loose at a festival was more important than some silly errand. I didn't say that. I never said anything like that. I never even went to the shrine grounds yesterday to begin with. I never had the time to stop by a place like that. I went to dig the hole as soon as I woke up. I had a pretty hard time doing it. After that, I snuck into the school and made a call. I called him out and lay in wait. Going to go to sleep? Okay, have a good sleep, Chromebook. And then it started raining really hard. With that kind of downpour, the festival should have come to a halt. On the bright side, Yashiro-sama gave you that perfect alibi, right? You could just be like, yeah, I was there at the festival. In other words, it ended then. From the time the festival started to when it ended, it would have been impossible for me to have swung by the shrine grounds. I was already there when Mion and the others dragged Satoko out and brought her to the shrine, and I was talking to Rika-chan. Then, where would Rika-chan say we met? Once again, Keiichi is stupid. He can't accept it. Nope. The teacher went to wash her hands, so I ran over to Rika-chan's desk and asked her directly.
With you?
Yeah. We were talking to each other before Mion and the others got there, right? When did we see each other? When and where?
I don't know what you're trying to ask.
I, drunk so much beer I lost some of my memory. I don't remember a thing.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Lumetric. How you doing? Your name sounds familiar. Are you a friend of Moki's?
It looked like Rika-chan bought into my babbling.
We saw each other when the mayor and the others came out to the assembly hall. You were in front of the ritual implement store.
I'm Moki's better half. Ah, yes. That's why I recognize your username. How you doing? Better, wow. Oh no. What? The ritual implement storehouse? I never heard of a building called that before. Or maybe I have, but at the very least, I wouldn't know where the shrine ground was. I'm good. How you doing? I'm doing good. We're controlling a boy who doesn't know what the heck's going on.
The mayor got real angry at you, since you shouldn't go near holy places without authority, remember? Keiji-kun, did you forget that too?
I was too scared to ask anymore. The more I asked, the more it became clear without any doubt that Keiichi Maebara was present at the Furude Shrine grounds during the Watanagashi festival. The clearer that became, the more doubts, no, fears I had. Who on earth was I yesterday? Whoever I was, he had a good time in my place and managed to go the entire day without letting them notice I wasn't there. Oh, right. When did that person leave, everyone? Oh. Yeah, threaten Keiichi. Everyone threaten Keiichi. Brenna did a great job of it. We'll all beat him up. Hope you're all doing well.
Yeah, hopefully. I think a lot of people said that they were doing well. Except Mal was stressed, so we're trying to make that better.
This morning, my mother got mad at me for having stayed out so late last night, which meant at the very least that Keiichi Maebara hadn't come home while my mother was still awake. The festival would have been closed because of the downpour. If I recall right, when I went back to the house's storeroom to get another shovel, I think the clock said 7. Since it was already raining hard by then, the festival would have had to close down before 7. If I'd returned that early, I would have definitely run into my parents. Or at the very least, they wouldn't have asked me when I got back last night. So the Keiichi Maebara from yesterday, that meant he never went home. That meant the downpour happened and the festival was broken up. Everyone left. But he didn't go back to the house. That means... When I arrived at the natural conclusion, a wicked chill suddenly froze my spine and climbed up to my brain. That meant Keiichi Maebara was the same as Satoshi. One day, he never went home. On the night of Watanagashi, he never went home. The downpour interrupted the festival, and on the way home, he suddenly disappeared. And I, who was dealing with the corpse, went home without a problem. I was so tired I wasn't even hungry, and so I went up to my room without a sound and crawled into my futon. Who was I? That much was obvious. Keiichi Maebara. Keiichi Maebara was me. There may have been another one, but that didn't negate the fact that I was Keiichi Maebara. Then that other Keiichi Maebara was... what? The voices of the cicadas, steadily filling the classroom, were beginning to bother me. Suddenly, I laid eyes on Satoko. Ah, yes, no evidence of one of the Keiichis. Was he having a flashback or possession of Satoshi? I don't know. He's going wild. Even Keiichi doesn't know what's going on right now. Satoko's expression was dark as always. She seemed completely exhausted at a life of agony she couldn't even imagine an ending to. I don't know either. I'm so lost. So is Keiichi. With what had last night been like for Satoko? Did she have fun with everyone and feel a little happier, if even for a moment? And when she went home, the end of her dream, she'd probably gone to sleep afraid of when her uncle would return. And then, this morning, her uncle hadn't come home, and then she went to school. Right now, she must have still been trapped by the rotten idea from which she couldn't be saved, that her uncle would need her when she got back. But you can rest easy, Satoko. Your uncle won't ever be coming back. I couldn't tell her it was because I killed him. When Satoko realized on her own that her uncle would never return, then that would truly be the end for a long, insane night. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. I did the best possible thing I could have done to Satoko's Nini. Not an atom on my body regretted it. And look, calm down and think, Keiichi Maebara. From a certain point of view, isn't it convenient there was another Keiichi Maebara? Buried the corpse perfectly. A beginning wouldn't happen. But if worst came to worst and it got out, and an investigation got to me, I now had a strong alibi, able to profess the fact that I had been at the Watanagashi festival. But accepting something so creepy and using it as an alibi, still, if I proved I hadn't gone to the festival yesterday, it would do no good and a whole lot of harm. That was what left the really actually bad aftertaste. You'll forget about it, Keiichi Maibara. Everything that happened before today. So just forget about Keiichi Maibara, who was there yesterday too. Instead, let's watch gently over Satoko for the day her smile returns, and the day that would mark the end of that insane, all-too-long night. You sure, Keiichi? Just casually, hey, turn that down. Turn that frown upside down. I killed your uncle. What if Yashiko-sama created a double of the uncle and the one Keiichi unalived is gone, but the... That really makes you think. You might be onto something there, Crimson. That's all for today, class. Please go straight back to your homes, everyone. Present, if you would. Everyone stand up. At attention. Bow. Goodbye. I thought about many things and saw my thoughts dispersed by many other things. I didn't know whether or not that time had been spent worrying or daydreaming, but either way, it came to an end along with the class. Some sus stuff be happening for sure, yes. Cheerfully, our classmates got their things and ran from the hallway. Mion and Nena, Rika-chan, were packing up as well. Oh no! What about Satoko? This whole day, she seemed defeated. Well, her uncle may not have returned last night, but she wouldn't have known he'd never return. How much I wanted to express that fact to her. Satoko packed up her pencil box and math workbook messily, and after a dark glance at the clock, heaved a sigh. Then went to leave the classroom. Then, suddenly, somebody placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her.
What is it? I watered the plants like I was supposed to and got all the printouts done.
Her words, possessed by a persecution complex, hurt. I spoke loudly so everyone could hear. Hey everyone! Why don't we have club today? It's been a while. Satoko always had to tend to her uncle, so club had been on hiatus. In our minds, our club was proof of a calm, peaceful life. By enjoying being together, I wanted to make Satoko realize her days of darkness were over.
I'm okay. I'll do it. Meep.
Well, I mean, I don't mind. If it's okay with Satoko. Under condition. That was important. With everything up to her, Satoko gave a worried look. Come on, Satoko. It's been a long time. Let's go crazy.
Well, I'm happy you feel that way, but
my uncle might already be home. Thus spoke her darkened eyes and her mouth unmoving. You've been choking on life every day for a while. You must be about to suffocate. It's not good for your mind or body. Once in a while, you've got to have some fun.
Please, leave it alone. It's not like I don't want to do club again.
With one word, but she looked down. Satoko, you know as well as anyone that it's more fun being with everyone, right? We're friends. That means we can spend time with each other. I mean, you had a great time at the festival yesterday with everyone, didn't you? Renana nearly said something, but she was too late.
Keiichi-san, what are you saying?
My arm on her shoulder seemed to weigh her down, and she threw it off.
When exactly was I playing and having fun at the festival? The only one having fun was you, Keiichi-san.
Huh? I looked over to Mion for help, but now everyone was looking down. My instincts told me that Satoko hadn't gone to the festival. But Rana said it herself, that she went with Mion to Satoko's house to invite her.
Satoko-chan left on the way there. She didn't go to the shrine.
Why? I realized the absurdity of what I just said with Satoko in front of me. She said her uncle was waiting at home, and she couldn't have fun by herself when we were in front of the shrine.
We tried to stop her, too. We told her her uncle said it was okay and that he wouldn't get mad if she had a good time.
At some point, tears had begun welling up in Satoko's eyes. Satoko was so afraid of her uncle that she couldn't even allow herself time with her friends and went home. No, she was even afraid of letting herself have a good time with her friends.
Keiichi-san, you must have it nice, having a blast at a festival last night. They told me you went all out, didn't you? I'm very envious.
Smiling to herself, her tears began to fall. Do you think Satoko would snitch Keiichi to the police if he told her he unalived her uncle? That is a good question, actually. Yeah, a little misguided, but I mean, Keiichi was mean to his friends like the day before the murder, so I mean, he's kind of bad. I don't know. like I said in the title, the boy needs therapy.
I must provide for my uncle. It's completely different from you, with how you let your parents do everything.
Satoko.
I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself at the festival. I'm so glad you had enough fun for me, too. I mean, I want to participate in the club, too. Making such a racket with everyone. It's so fun.
Yeah, the whole cast needs therapy, actually.
But right now, I can't.
Unable to withstand such violent emotion, a few teardrops slid down her cheek. But even though she was having such a terrible time, not once did she ever say that it was hard for her. It was a sad, obstinate bravery. But the days when Satoko had to feel like that were over. You get therapy, and you get therapy, and you... Satoko didn't need to endure it, to bear it anymore. She could forget all about it now, and smile. I was so frustrated about not being able to tell her that directly. Instead, I said something. I'm not sure I should have said before I thought twice about it. He didn't come home, did he? The words were deeply meaningful to me, but I didn't know if Satoko understood them.
Didn't come home who?
He didn't come home last night, did he? Your uncle?
What are you talking about, Keiichi-san?
Satoko shouted with all her might.
When was he not there? When?
Calm down. I mean, he didn't come home yesterday, did he?
I don't understand. What are you trying to say, Keiichi-san?
Satoko, what are you talking about? I mean, that man, I killed him. I killed him yesterday. Killed him for sure, and I buried him. Buried him whole. He could never have returned to his house.
Even yesterday, he was torturing me so much. He yelled at me. He shouted at me. He found fault with everything I did. He threw the dinner I made him on the floor. He dumped his bowl of miso soup on me, too. It was hot. It was messy. And I cleaned it all up. I cleaned all of it.
What? Our stories weren't matching up. The night?
And this morning, when he woke me up to make him breakfast, he got so mad at me. He would have gotten mad at me whether I'd gotten up or not.
Man, a waste of miso soup, yeah. Satoko. Rika-chan went over to Satoko and said a few words of consolation, but Satoko angrily refused these words and thrust Rika-chan away.
Nini! Nini! Come back! Come back!
Crying, Satoko slowly walked out into the hallway. After a moment, Rika-chan went after her. I couldn't stop thinking about the words Satoko had spoken while crying. I buried her uncle last night. What she said this morning, that was impossible. I buried him last night, so she couldn't have seen her uncle this morning. What was Satoko? At that point, I heard Mion's cold voice. Hey, Kei-chan, what did you mean about Satoko's uncle? I said too much. I let my emotions get the better of me.
Then I heard it too. You said Satoko's uncle didn't come home?
Why? Why didn't he come home?
That's strange. Satoko-chan's...
Pardon me, sorry.
Satoko-chan's uncle was right there this morning, wasn't he? So why did you say he didn't come back? Come back.
Things are getting bad with a capital B. Yeah.
Kei-chan, you've been saying weird things for a while. Suddenly, Mion and Nena started to speak in strange, creepy voices. What were they doing? What were they saying? Kei-chan, is it somehow inconvenient for you for Satoko's uncle to be around? No, what are you talking about? Of course it would be better if Satoko's uncle wasn't here.
Yep, that's true, of course. If only he weren't here, right?
Something wasn't right. The next thing I knew, Mion and Rena were smiling thinly, and their eyes were dark and muddy, in a way that I'd never seen before. And as our eyes met, that mud even seemed to fill the air. You're back. Oh no. Welcome back, but oh no, I still feel bad that you had to shovel the snow.
Also, hi, Psych. How you doing today?
Satoko's uncle is an awful person, no doubt. I think we'd all be better with him gone just as much as you do. But he's here, and there's nothing we can do, right? Nothing we can do. Something's wrong. Something's clearly wrong here. What the hell was happening? After a moment, a chilly, liquid-like feeling, as though my blood had been mixed with sherbet, crawled up my spine. No choice. I mean, of course there isn't, but then Satoko will never...
If there's no choice, what would you do?
Rena was trying to prompt me to say more. There really was no choice, so I killed him. I killed him to protect Satoko. That's... Leave him alone. I think things will resolve themselves soon enough.
Satoko-chan said her uncle was here, so he's here. He was here yesterday and he's here today. She said so it's fine, right? Right?
Mion and Rena were speaking unbelievably dismissively. How could they be talking like that? Mion and Rena were my friends, and were seriously worried about Satoko's abuse, weren't they? They would never blurt out something like this, and I definitely killed Satoko's uncle. No matter what Satoko or anything else says, I wouldn't acknowledge it because him being alive was impossible. There's no way he was alive. I must lurk to gain gems.
Okay, Psych. You have fun lurking.
It was impossible. And yet, somehow, or since Satoko herself said he was there, then he was alive. Oh no, nobody. Watch out, Psych. Nobody's going bang. I didn't know why or how, but suddenly, Mion and Rena were at my sides, standing there silently. Let's go home, Kei-chan.
After we leave, Nana wants to go treasure hunting for the first time in a while. Mi-chan is coming too.
Kei-chan, you should come along. Of course, you're not allowed to refuse. If words could freeze blood, then there was no doubt that they would have frozen me solid. I could hear it, a thin layer of ice. The sound of all my muscles tensing. Keiichi, where's the proof that you unalived the uncle? Maybe it's all in your head. Maybe, who knows? You might have to go to the scene of the crime. And with them closely at my sides, we left the school as if they were police officers taking me away. They talked about silly things the entire way home, like they always did, but they always stood at my sides as if to prevent me from escaping. This was strange. Everything about this day was strange. Actually, it had been strange ever since the previous night. Yes, thinking back, it'd been strange ever since killing Satoko's uncle. That creepy meeting with Takano-san was only the beginning. That insane night was still continuing. Yes, it still hadn't ended. Higurashi really should be recalled a lesson in gaslighting. Oh no. I mean, yeah, you're actually not wrong. There's a lot of that going on in this series. What? What's wrong, Keita? Why did you suddenly stop? Sorry, it's nothing. When I stopped, it was distant, but I definitely heard them. An extra set of footprint steps. That was proof. Proof that insane night hadn't ended. Mion left where she usually did, and finally came to my house.
Okay, Keiichi-kun, wait here for me. Rena will try to come pick you up soon.
What was it? She was inviting me along on one of her oversized garbage treasure hunts at the dam site, right? Gatekeep Gaslight Girl Boss. The alternate title to Higurashi. But why now? Mion coming along was strange, too. Mion may have accepted Rena's little hobby, but she hated fishing through garbage, so she'd never come with her before. And the location specifically being the dam site was a little creepy. The dam construction site was completely outside the flow of everyday life. It was so remote that no one would ever went there unless they thought to in particular. Nobody lived there, and there were no lights, so at night it got dark very quickly. Shion Sonozaki. Yes, definitely. Mion had never done anything wrong ever. Yeah, considering the answer arc. Well, nah. I don't remember who had the thing happen to them. That hasn't come up in the visual novel yet. I was being forcibly invited there. There was no reason I had to fear Rena and Mion. Besides, wouldn't the trouble I'd make by refusing them be a pain to deal with? In that way, it didn't seem like going treasure hunting with them was a bad idea. But that insane night was continuing. Haven't the sirens of instinct been wailing in my mind for a while now, warning me that Rena and Mion were strange? That I needed to be cautious. Yo, Keiichi, walk into your house and lock all the doors. And pray to the homie. Pray to the homie for safety. Just like, hey, yo, Yashiro-sama, 1, what's going on? 2, I don't want to die. Can you calm down? The warning sirens were so freaking loud it felt like my head would split in two. Rena, I actually have something to do.
Something to do? Like what?
Like what? I just have something to do, okay? Oh, Yashiro-sama, number 1, why you following me? That's kind of look creepy. If you were gonna follow me, please match with my footsteps a little bit better. You know, I can hear you. That's kind of weird. You can stalk me if you want, I guess, because I can't see you. But also, like, you shouldn't let me know that you're there. That's a little weird, oh Yashiro-sama. I'm just saying. If you had something to
Do, why didn't you say it while Mi-chan was here? I already told her to meet us at the dam site before we split up.
Then I was smiling, but her words made her discomfort clear. Number 2, who did I kill last night? The uncle's still clearly there. I do remember caving in somebody's head. Who was it? Like, what's going on? Please help me. Sorry, I just kind of missed the opportunity to say so.
Really?
You're lying, aren't you? You just made that up now, you liar. That's what Rena's eyes said to me. My head hurts. I might have a cold, so I wanted to go get it checked out and get some medicine.
Really?
That wasn't really a lie. My head did hurt a little bit, so I wasn't lying. Rena, she couldn't figure out if my head hurt or not, just by looking at it.
Then, I guess that's that.
After staring me in the eyes for a few moments, she fired a sharp needle-like stare at me. The tension in my body loosened, and I felt like my knees might buckle.
If you're going to go to the clinic, then you should go soon. Sometimes they close early.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Make sure you go, okay? To the hospital.
I will.
Go, for real.
I will. It seemed like Nana had realized that I was going to refuse her invitation for a while now. With how serious she looked, she might actually call the clinic later to make sure I went. I couldn't say anything careless. Lying about getting checked out was just an excuse to decline her offer in the first place. It didn't matter. Whenever I actually went. Yeah, I'll go. If you want, I can bring you the bill tomorrow.
Oh, that would be good. Be sure to bring it, okay?
Rena will look at it.
Lena, look at it then.
Another tingle started crawling up my back. There was no ignoring it. Rena and Mion must have been monitoring my movements. That wasn't normal. Far from it. All of it was insane. I did what I did because I wanted my peaceful life back. But what on earth was all this? It was far from peaceful. Something had gone mad, leaving the world out of order. With the other Keiichi Maebara, with those creepy footsteps I've been hearing, with Rena and Mion acting so curious, and above all, with him being alive. Where was I? Hinamizawa village, Shishibone. I knew that much. Was this really the Hinamizawa I knew? Hey, Keiichi Maebara, where is this? I asked, whipping around before the front door to face the one who had been following me in my wake all day. Nobody would have been there, of course. Keiichi Maebara, huh? That's just what I called him, called the one who had been trailing behind me this whole time. That shadowy presence, always clinging to me, like it was constantly watching for the opportunity to change places. Footsteps always following me was another impossibility. It couldn't have been a ghost, so it was just impossible. So the strangeness must have been my ears, my head, or Hinamizawa. Everything I could see was the exact Hinamizawa I knew so well, and that gave me the creeps. Eventually, I decided to actually go to the clinic. I really didn't want to go outside, but a stronger feeling than that desire was to fear Rena might actually be keeping an eye on me to see if I went to the hospital. But before I went to the clinic, there was something I wanted to make sure of. It was at school. I pretended I'd forgotten something and was going back to the classroom to pick it up. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I was overwhelmed by paranoia. I was just going to the classroom, but I hated it so much, having to be so careful to fake it. After carefully verifying once more that nobody was watching, I went over to the locker. This time I'm not worried about the desks walking around eating the dust off the ground. Now I'm in a better mind space. Yes, Satoshi's locker. I committed the crime with the bat I found in this locker. Satoshi's bat. And then I had thrown the bat into the swamp, which meant the bat shouldn't have been inside. But what if the bat was still in here? It was a very dreadful, incomprehensible idea, but if it was true, it would explain a lot. If the bat was in here, yesterday's events would have all been a delusion, not an illusion. I hadn't killed anyone, and I had gone to the festival. I had a great time rampaging about with everyone. It would prove that Keiichi Maebara was really me. Proof that I was only under some strange assumption that I had killed Satoko's uncle. Proof that it had been all a wild fantasy. That would explain everything. Nothing happened yesterday. I had just gone mad, unable to separate my shocking uncle-killing dream from reality. That would explain everything. If the bat was here, would I be able to accept that reality? If it was here, nothing will have changed. If it was here, it would just mean I'd gone crazy. Preparing myself for the worst, I opened the locker door. I was actually scared of opening it slowly, so I threw it open with a bang. Yeah, please just open the locker. Metaphor for guilt, yeah. Goodbye means goodbye, so what are you doing here? And just like the first time, the choking scent of smell and sweat, like a stale towel, came flowing out. There was a baseball uniform and some miscellaneous other things like notebooks. Also, the choking scent of smell. There was also a shoe pouch. And as for the bat, it wasn't here. It was how I left it when I took the bat out. There was no doubt. Yesterday really happened. Now that I knew I wasn't a lunatic, I felt relieved. The translation sometimes gets wonky. Yeah. I've definitely seen it in like each one of these chapters, but you know, you can't have it perfect. But at the same time, if I wasn't the crazy one, then Hinamizawa was, and that was evidence of a reality I found just as difficult to accept. There was a noise somehow creeping into everything I saw, and the world was losing a tiny bit of color. So, What did I know about last night now? Now that I had made sure the bat wasn't there, I didn't need to be here anymore. Shall I go? For real, to the hospital. It was my first time going to the hospital. From what I've heard, it wasn't far from the school. My mom had told me where it was. A big, easy-to-see road went straight there. I went past the shopping street, made a turn. It wasn't overly hard to spot the sign with Iri Clinic written on it. There was one other person, an older man, there in the air-conditioned waiting room. I went up to the counter and told them it was my first time here. The man behind the counter glanced at the clock and said there would be a short wait. It was almost 5. Clinic hours would be ending soon. As I sat in this unfamiliar waiting room, isolated from everyone, and let myself feel the cool air, I actually felt relieved. What should I tell the doctor when he comes? I could tell him I had a cold, or I was the very picture of health. Actually, I wanted him to check my head. I wanted someone to confirm for me whether I was really sane or not. Keiichi Maebara-san, please come into the examination room. Huh? The voice from the other side of the examination curtain. I thought I'd heard it somewhere before. Hello. This is the first time we've seen each other here. Coach, you were a doctor? Now that you mention it, he did seem to know his way around when he was looking at my shoulder in the nurse's office. Also, the clinic is named after him, so I mean, it just makes sense. It would make sense if he actually was a doctor. Come to think of it, our teacher called him Ire-sensei, didn't he? Or didn't she? There's only one teacher there. Ah, yes. I am more or less a doctor here. Doctors really have it really good, you know? You get to see and touch all that young, silky, smooth skin. For those of you who are not aware, he is talking about hands. I could inject them with a weird chemical that'd make them my slaves and have them be my personal maids. He is weird, though, so don't worry about it. Thank you very much. Just seeing that made my cold go away. I'll be leaving now. Polite bow. Whoa, wait. Maebara-san? A joke. It was a joke. You say good things and then you say this stuff. I'm getting bad vibes all of a sudden. Yeah, he's weird. He wants to marry and or adopt Satoko. So, Sit down and let me take a look at you. I'll need to use my stethoscope, so show me your silky smooth chest, Maebara-san. Okay, I guess he just likes the skin in general, not just the hands. That should not be an and or a sir, ma'am, sir. It is a sir. Remember, it's a sir. There, sir. Have a seat. For some reason, I felt really relieved. After that insane night, or as much as I thought everything had gone crazy, Coach was here doing the same thing he always did. I was very happy for that. Leatherface origin story, no. I know it's a sir, but ma'am. This one for him was 0 to 100 quick, yes. Yeah, there's a lot of things people didn't teach in Keiichi. You don't seem to have a cold. Actually, those scrapes and cuts all over you seem to be the painful thing. Don't tell me you were playing in the bushes with short sleeves and shorts. I mean, I can't say for sure you hadn't been infected with tetanus. Tetanus, that's it. As I was chasing that man last night, I'd kept being scraped by bits of trees. I didn't realize I had so many cuts. You went a little too crazy at the festival yesterday. Chris Hansen, where are you in Hinamizo, all right? We need you stat. Enjoying that while you're young. And once again, I apparently went to the festival. Coach, did you go too? To the festival? Yes, of course I did. I may be a doctor, but I'm also on the Watanagashi Executive Committee. Did you see me there? This coach was the same coach that I'd always known, and I felt I could trust him more than my weird friends, so I asked. Well, actually, I was drinking in the main tent with the chairman and the others the whole time. I didn't go out to see the festival at all. I don't think I saw you. Oh. That was a strange question. Did you have too much to drink and forget what happened last night? And underage, too, you bad child. Coach let out a laugh. He didn't laugh in an unnatural way like Miona Nana did. Coach was okay. He was the coach from the world I knew. He wasn't someone from this abnormal world. Went from killed an uncle to being crazy to now getting freaky with a doctor. This boy is all over the place, right? He's not entirely crazy since the bat was not in the locker, but yeah, the bat wasn't in the locker and he's covered in scratches, so he did something. Everything's weird, though. Well, this all might seem a little weird to you, but I want you to hear me out without laughing. I killed a man. Yes, go ahead. I greatly welcome any shy, bashful worries you might have as you come into your secondary sex characteristics. Please don't talk about my secondary sex characteristics. This is not the time. Could it be possible that I have an identical twin? I killed a man, sir. Coach hadn't expected that question at all and couldn't say anything for a moment. But then he smiled calmly and quietly answered. Like, honestly, I don't know what's up with him. I don't know if he has just like a weird sense of humor or if he's actually serious about these things. Like, I don't know what's up with him. Mal, what are those faces about? Do we need to talk? Do we need to talk about something, Mal? This is just superstition, but I've heard before that everyone has 2 other people in the world who look just like them. If there was, I'd definitely like to meet them, though. Also, there are plenty of fairy tales where a person's double appears. The German ones about the doppelgangers are probably the most famous. Doppelgangers? Al just has a thing for doctors. I mean, I have like 3 doctor characters that I really crush for, so I can't blame her. Doppelgangers? Yes. They look exactly like another person. Apparently, they herald misfortune, and if you meet one, you're sure to die soon. I think that's how it went. When you meet them, you're sure to die soon. Y'all interpret it wrong. It's okay, Mal. I have Takemi, Shu, and Agnes Tashion, the 3 doctors, so you're fine. Iwamene Shu will do things to ya. The story ended directly in death, plain and simple, and it made my spine tingle. Hey, don't even look at me. I cannot judge. We won't speak of mine. Yeah, we'll keep yours a secret for now. They can be revealed on your stream. Coach wasn't saying it to scare me, though. He was just offering a casual anecdote. But that made me feel all the more real. Hey, I do like Shu, but not this doctor. Yeah. This doctor is weird. I can't get a good read on him. Have you ever heard of one of those things showing up in Hinamizawa? What? Well, I can't say that I have. Coach must have thought he was being teased, so he laughed with an exaggerated way. Laughs at Sims. No. But when I didn't smile along with him, his laughter steadily grew fainter. I'm sorry. Well, I was sort of being serious. No, I apologize for laughing. Was there something you were worried about? I wondered if I should tell him. Then, after resolving myself one final time, I slowly spoke. I didn't go to the festival yesterday. Is that right? Well, there will be one next year. And then you can... That's not what I meant. I didn't go to the festival, but according to everyone else, I was there. Could that even be possible? After blinking his eyes in amazement, Coach thought seriously about what I was trying to say, and he answered, choosing his words carefully. Let me make sure I have this straight. Maibara-kun, you went to the Watanagashi festival but don't remember it. Am I right? I was trying to say something completely different, but I suppose any sane person would come to that conclusion. That night, Keiichi Maebara was actually at the festival, but I was saying I didn't go. That obviously meant my memories of going there had failed me. But that was absolutely impossible. That vivid act I had committed during the downpour couldn't possibly have been an illusion. All those scrapes on my body prove it, as does the fact that the bat wasn't in the locker. No, that's not it, Coach. I really didn't go to the festival. Please don't take offense, Maebara-san. Have you ever had an experience where you were suddenly somewhere unfamiliar and you couldn't remember why? No, and I didn't lose my memories or anything, because while the festival was going on, I was definitely doing something else. It wasn't like I was asleep or unconscious or anything. You're certain you were doing something else? I know you're being awfully rude, but are you sure you're not mistaken? I know I'm not. My memories are clear as day, and they were real. During the festival, you weren't at the shrine, and you were doing something somewhere else. Can you definitely prove that? That's right. Thinking it through brought me to this. There was only one way to prove that I really wasn't at the festival yesterday, and that was to show that there was no doubt I had killed the uncle. Coach saw me struggling to answer, and his eyes looked a little cold. I guess they would. After all, from Coach's perspective, I was just a weirdo sputtering nonsense. Would you like to lay down? Maybe you should relax and take it easy for a bit. Sorry, I didn't really come here to lay down. You seem a little worked up. Why don't I get you a sedative that'll let you fall asleep for a bit? That way, I'm not being strange! Coach seemed to realize he was treating me like a deviant, and he raised his voice. I apologize if I've offended you, so please, calm down. I definitely didn't go to the festival. That's the truth. I understand, so please calm down and take a deep breath. No, you don't understand at all. Coach was stunned and stared in stupefaction. I do understand, Maebara-san. You didn't go to the festival yesterday. Is that right? I believe you. Coach jotted down a brief note in his records. The note being like, I definitely don't believe him. We should sign this boy up for therapy. He was writing it in German, so that his patient wouldn't know what it said. But I could make a good guess as to what he wrote. You won't believe me until I tell you everything I was doing at that time, will you? No, I believe you. Please, sit down. Before I sat, I tilted my head back a little. The blood in my face all drained out, and I quieted down. After taking a deep breath, I made sure that I was calm now. Coach writes, "This boy needs therapy." It would have been impossible for me to be at the festival because at the time should I tell him or not? I really didn't want to go on living like this, feeling this horrible. And I said them, the final fatal words, because I was killing Satoko's uncle at the time. I could smell the concrete in the room, and I could feel the air around us sharpen. Nobody moved. Only the sound of the clock ticking told us time hadn't stopped. With his mouth wide open, Coach even forgot to blink for a little while. You killed Satoko-chan's uncle? Yeah, it's fine now, Keiichi Maebara. Don't hesitate. Admit it with all your strength. Yes, last night I did it. I killed him. I spoke clearly and fluidly. I could easily tell that Coach's mind had gone completely blank. You see, I unalived someone, but someone says I was at the festival. Also, they said the person I unalived is alive, so, I mean, how does someone who gets unalived stay alive? That doesn't make any sense, right, Edie? Why would you... No, that was a foolish question. I believed it was the most direct method of saving Satoko, so I carried it out. I don't have any regrets. I see. Coach smiled thinly and nodded a bit. So I couldn't have been at the festival. I left the brightness of the house for the darkness of the outside. After that, I dug holes, made phone calls, and had my hands full. And then I attacked him, killed him, and buried him. It was pouring hard at the time. First rule of doing crime, Keiichi, don't tell anybody about your crimes, especially people with power. Great job at throwing out the perfect murder, right? The festival started that evening, but was suspended due to the rain. There was no gaps in my memories. From the late afternoon until it started to rain, there was no time for me to possibly have gone to the festival. And those wounds, are they from that? Yes. There's a road through the forest near Satoko's house. I attacked him there. He ran, but I chased him, and I finally killed him near the road that leads to town. Is that true? Killing her uncle. It wasn't some wild fantasy. I could tell that Coach didn't believe me, so I spoke slowly, not letting myself grow excited. It's true. I killed him with Satoshi's bat. Satoko doesn't have one. I threw it and the uncle's motorcycle into the swamp. I dug a hole, killed him, and buried him. I did it all by myself. Satoko-chan's uncle drove past you on a motorbike, did he? Then you predicted he'd do that and just waited? I assumed he wouldn't be leaving his home that day, so I lied to him over the phone to get him out. You called him? But your house is so far away from Satoko-chan's. I wouldn't think you'd be able to make it there so soon after calling him. I used a phone closer to where I was going to attack him, the one at school. But Maebara-san, it was Sunday. Wouldn't the school have been locked up? A forest ranger happened to go inside for a bit. I slipped in when I had the chance. After that, Coach grilled me on a few different things regarding the incident. He made sure to question me carefully, looking for any contradictions in my account. I'll believe you. What you did yesterday doesn't seem like a dream. I explained everything, including minor details that only someone who had actually committed the act could explain. I could, of course. It was only yesterday. Coach realized that my story had no expedient coincidences or too convenient details that would have existed in a daydream or delusion, and finally seemed to want to believe me. So, do you still think I went to the festival and lost my memory? Coach slowly shook his head. But everyone in class, they said I was at the festival yesterday. Is that even possible? No, it's not. Your classmates probably mistook you for someone who looked very similar. Then, given how grown psychology works, everyone just assumed that you had been at the festival. They couldn't have mistaken me. Mion and all the rest said that they were spending time with Keiichi Maebara. It was much more than just having mistaken someone else for me, but saying it out loud would just confuse Coach. He spoke to me in whispered tones. Do you feel guilty at all? It didn't sound like he was criticizing me. And even if he had, I would have flatly said the same thing. I don't. I did it so I could return the peaceful days that he'd stolen from us. So I plan to forget all about having killed him and live my life as usual. Once Satsuko's regular smile returns, the one from before he showed up, everything will finally be over. Any chance that someone witnessed the crime? I don't think so. If someone had seen me, I'd have been arrested already. I am a doctor. My job is to save lives, so I cannot make any statements to the effect of condoning the taking of another's life. So instead, I will say this. Coach slowly rose and placed a hand on my shoulder. For saving Satoko-chan, I thank you. Coach's eyes started shedding warm tears, and when I looked at him, I started to feel some tears of my own. I didn't know what I was crying for, and so, for a little while, the two men in the room fought back their tears. But it's strange. What is? I'm sure I killed him, and yet he seems to have returned home alive. Coach's expression immediately sharpened. Depending on the situation, there are many ways that mere unconsciousness can look like a real death to a layperson. Do you think it's possible he was just knocked out? I didn't check for a pulse, but I'm pretty sure I did him in. Can I ask you to reproduce the situation in which you attacked him, Maebara-san? Coach rolled up a Health and Fitness Week poster nearby and offered it to me to represent the bat. Though I may have been lost to the emotions of a beast that night, I remembered in detail the number of times I swung the bat, the angles I had swung from, and the force I had applied. Notice how he said he came back fine, right? Using Coach as a stand-in for the uncle, I reproduced them over, one by one. And not Satoko said he was still there, right? Like, Keiichi doesn't know, other than what Satoko told him. And when he tripped and fell, I bashed him in the top of the head like this. When I did, it felt different from the other strikes. I thought I'd cracked his skull. Coach was calmly analyzing this information, using the places I'd struck in the situation at hand to find out what state the uncle's body had been in. I wasn't totally sure he was dead, so I hit him a few more times after he fell. Did he react at all? At first, I sort of felt his body jolting with every hit, but eventually that stopped too, and he didn't react at all. What is he, some kind of forensics doctor? He's like he's just doctor. He's a doctor for literally everything. Just, yep, he's the one doctor, so I mean, that would make sense. He's probably like the one doctor here, so he would have to be able to do just everything. I bet Coach is gonna anonymously tip the police to Keiichi, right? Doctor Who. Coach folded his arms and said, a few times. Yo, bro, your friends are trying to cover for you. Stop. Yeah. What do you specialize in? I'm a family doctor. Doctor Strange. Yes, he's both Doctor Who, Doctor Strange. He's every single doctor you could think of. And then he spoke. He's dead. There's not much doubt about it. He didn't just look like he was. I can't say very much from your story, Mayabata-san, but I think it's almost certain. Besides, you buried the corpse in the mud, and that took you quite a bit of time, right? Let's say it took you 30 minutes. That would mean he was buried under the muddy water for those 30 minutes. If you didn't breathe for that long, your brain will die no matter what. You mean, even ignoring how hard I hit him, he would definitely have died while I was burying him? That's right. It's impossible to stay alive buried underground for 30 minutes. Impossible. You're right. But Satoko, she says he's alive. Coach, a doctor, just gave him a stamp of approval that he was dead for sure. That made it seem all the more unfair that he still could be among the living. Mayabata-san, this is a really horrible idea, but is it possible that the person you killed wasn't actually her uncle? Huh? He's right. That could be why. It cleared up the inconsistency of my definitely having killed someone, but him still being alive. There's no way. I mean, we were both at Setsuko's house when she was bringing his alcohol inside, and there was a man who stuck his face out the window to look. It was him, right? That was Setsuko's uncle, right? Yes, you're not wrong. It was that man. Could she have more than one uncle or something? Not one that I've ever heard of. It's just him. Could you tell me what he looked like? Well, his height. First, he was about 175 centimeters, maybe a little taller. Erie's just like, yeah, sure, he's definitely dead. Don't worry about it. Yeah. In order to eliminate the worst possibility that I'd kill someone else, Coach began to thoroughly compare what the man in his mind looked like with what I told him the person I killed looked like. But no matter how in-depth my description went, none of the characteristics differed. The uncle's traits, according to Coach, were all exactly the same as the person I'd killed. But those traits were all extremely vague, and they weren't particularly distinct at a glance. What if she has another family member, hence why she wants to provide still to protect the other family member? I don't think she would be that upset, though, with Keiichi being like, yeah, he didn't come home, right? And she being like, what are you talking about? He got really mad. What? What if Keiichi is in a state of delusionist murderous rage to mistake Tomitaka as the uncle? Oh no. Yeah, he just pieced some gaps in his mind, and so he killed Tomitaka, and the lady was just like, hey, let me put him in my trunk or whatever. Is there anything else about him that would let us identify him for sure? Now that you mention it, I've never seen it, but I believe Satoko-chan once said a long time ago that he had a tattoo of a tiger or something on his back. A tattoo? Wait, he's a Yakuza too? I don't remember this. That was really important. Not everyone had a tattoo. If I found a tiger tattoo on the back of the man's corpse, that would be proof I'd killed the right one. At that moment, though, there was one other thing that would verify this. To go to Satoko's house and see for myself the uncle that had returned home despite having died. But that was far more terrifying than digging up the body and looking at its back. Without even looking at the tattoo, I knew for sure the one I'd killed had been Satoko's uncle. Tattoo doesn't necessarily mean Yakuza, but probably had dealings with... Yeah, I think... realistically, it'd probably be like some kind of gang of some kind. I don't remember if they brought it up or not, or if it was something that was just like, yeah, this was just vaguely brought up in Goen Sotsu. If it was the uncle that abusing her, yeah, she'd be upset asking him if he came back because she can't escape him. Yeah. My dad. No, it's no, I think it's mainly a thing in Japan. Like a lot of tattoos. I don't know if it was like a time frame thing or not, but it was just like those are usually tied with like gangs and stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean it, but like it was an assumption of like, oh, you have a tattoo, you're Yakuza or in some kind of gang. I think in other countries it's not too big of a thing. I cracked his head open and killed him, and yet he'd gone back home. There wasn't any misunderstandings or even the shadow of a doubt in my mind having killed him. My dad went to Japan. I mean, maybe. You'll never know. And yet, it was impossible for him to exist. Kind of like how Keiichi Maibara had been at the festival despite that it being impossible. That small commonality made me feel as though a faint but bizarre force was permeating this insane Hinamizawa. I wonder, what on earth could have happened? Despite you not going to the festival and killing Satoko-chan's uncle, you were at the festival and the uncle you killed is alive. None of this makes any sense. When I look at everything that way, it's almost like I'm just having a nightmare and there's no killer at all. Last I knew, they would have cover up tattoos just to be safe because it is or was a problem normally because yeah, pretty much. I remember like it was this was at least a trope in animes, so I'm assuming it was at one point a cultural thing of like you'd have to cover them up in bathhouses, or else like you might be like you might have someone assume that you're a Yakuza and stuff that. But yeah, I don't know if it's something that changed or if it's like something that happened a decade ago. I'm gonna just where did I leave off? I'll just read this sentence over. None of this makes any sense. When I look at everything that way, it's almost like I'm having a nightmare. And there's no killer at all, but it's the truth. The sensation as I used my own hands and that bat to bash him again and again. It was no illusion or dream. Coach let out a slow sigh, then after looking at the clock, got up. Let's go. Let's go over this a little more seriously. If you'll excuse me, I'll go put on some tea. Clinic's about to close, after all. I need to let the other employees leave. Coach stood up and went into the hallway, leaving me alone. The clock was about to strike 6. I was at the festival, and the uncle I'd killed was alive. Had I really committed murder yesterday? The only whisper of a fact that proved it happened was the absence of that bat from Satoshi's locker. In any case, I was glad that Coach had taken my nonsense seriously. I just confessed to murder. Normally that would frighten a person away, but Coach didn't run. He cried with me. I was glad he did. Like so, my tension smoothly melted away, and I suddenly realized I had to urinate. I thought to use the restroom while Coach had stepped out. There was one across from the waiting room. As soon as I left the room, I saw Coach and 2 male doctors wearing white clothing standing in the shadows of the hallway nearby. I didn't particularly intend to eavesdrop or anything, but I was quite surprised upon noticing how uneasy they seemed. I hid behind the wall and quietly listened. It seemed like Coach was giving directions to 2 doctors. Black tea? I'll make some. Mix in amobrobitol and rovinol. Cover the taste with milk and sugar. He may grow suspicious at the sudden onset of drowsiness. It's possible he may get agitated and become violent. We will handle that. How many male staff are still here? 1 mountain dog, including us 3. What was all this? I think I was already agitated despite what Coach said. Was that it? Was it just a casual conversation? And it was only sounding unbelievable to me? Coach said he would bring some black tea and left the room. And then, in the shadows, he was telling his subordinates to put in some kind of sleeping powder in the tea. Plus, they were getting extra help, in case I thought the sudden sleepiness was suspicious and started getting violent. Wait, Keiichi Maebara, calm down. There's no way something this stupid could be happening. I mean, he was genuinely listening to my story, and even cried with me. I thought he was the one person in Hinamizawa who would understand. This was... There are signs of fabrications or falsehoods, and his memory of yesterday in particular completely confused. He can no longer tell truth from falsehood. It's quite similar to multiple personality disorder, but as for how quickly this mental disorder emerged, it's just not normal. Maybe it's inborn, or perhaps there are signs of it before he moved here. I'd like to take a look at any records of him staying in a mental hospital before he moved here. In any case, I want him to take a quiet nap. The 2 doctors nodded deeply. Yeah, he cried with you because you mentioned a dead guy got up and walked back home. Well, no, he was crying after he said that he killed him, but he cried before. He was like, anyway, I did kill him, but, like, he is still alive. I don't know what's up with that. Could you reference the one idiotic murderer I've ever met, right? Just like, yeah, I did this to protect the girl that we both kind of like in weird ways, but it's fine, murder is fine. No, it's not. I was saying that in a sarcastic manner. Please do not murder anything. I should probably contact Maibara-kun's parents too, though I can't think of what to tell them. Please find his house phone number for me. My eyes, still moist, began to shed tears once more. This was too cruel. I really thought he had actually understood and had believed what I told him, but now, from the other side of the wall, he was bluntly treating me like a crazy person. I believed you. I had let my guard down because I thought you were the only ally I had left after that insane night. Was that a lie? All that about thanking me on Satoko's behalf. Were you just pretending in order to keep me placated? My tears fell to the floor in frustration. I was an idiot, yes. I was an idiot, I was such an idiot, yeah, for believing that bastard. I mean, I heard footsteps approaching the doctors. A man in a dress shirt with no tie came running up. Dr. Erie, it's terrible. They found Takano-san. Takano-san? Wait, where? Well, apparently they discovered her burned corpse in the mountain of Ngifu. She's dead? Takano-san? The men, all surprised, exchanged glances. Dead? Takano-san? Hey, wait, so then... Does that mean when I cursed her, wishing for her death, that wish was granted? What do you mean, burned corpse? Was it an accident? According to the Gifu police statement, the possibility is extremely high that she was murdered. Go ahead, Kate, say it again. You're an idiot after seeing all your nonsense, right? As I cried, I laughed quietly. Serves you right. Serves you right. If I hadn't run into that woman, my murder would have been perfect. But she just had to come driving up to me and try to coerce me like that. I regretted not having killed her on the spot, but now she was dead anyway. My curse, my wish for her demise, it was fulfilled. Serves you right. Serves you right. Risa-san died and Takano-san died. What on earth could be happening in Hinamizawa? Don't tell me that this was all Oyashiro-sama's curse for this year? You heard it here. Keiichi Maibara is a misogynist. He is. Like, you should have seen it earlier when he was, like, talking during the baseball scene. It was just like, okay, you were being misogynist and sexist all at once, and now you're talking about being lewd with cakes. That's really weird, Keiichi. Like hell, I'd let the curse be real, Coach said. Everyone present just nodded as Coach cursed out no one in particular. Yes, maybe it wasn't Oyashiro-sama, but this was definitely a spell, a curse. I wished for her to die. So she did! If this wasn't just a coincidence, she died because I wished for it. Then you'll die next, Coach. You betrayed me. You pretended to believe me, but deep down you thought I was a madman. You looked down on me with all that pity in your eyes. For now, get the black tea ready. I'll bring it inside. I don't think he'll let anyone besides me alone with him. Shit. What do I do? What do I do, Keiichi Maibara? This time I heard the voice of a nurse. Dr. Erie? Oh, there you are. You have a phone call. I'm a little busy at the moment, so please tell them I'll call back. Who is it from? Mr. Oishi from Okinomiya Police Department. Ah, sheesh, what bad timing. Alright, I'll answer it. Oyashiro looking at cards and smoking a cigar. Coach? Yeah, you got it. How about, throws a dart at a wall, squinting. Soon my side by boys. You know, the cups switched around and too much of the little knockout powder is put in and it's just like, bleh. You're a madman. Whoever injected you with drugs, go get help. Yeah. This is definitely worst Keiichi timeline. Coach left to go answer the phone. The other men headed towards the room with the teapot to make the black tea, like Coach had ordered them to. Fortunately, Coach having to take that phone call meant that there would be extra time for me to act. I had to decide what to do now. Would I let him make me drink the sedative-infused tea, or be held down and thrown into the mental hospital? Nothing would come from starting a brawl here. They had more people anyway, and they were all bigger than me. If it came to a fight, I didn't stand a chance in hell. If I couldn't win against them, then there was only one thing left to do. Run. Adrenaline suddenly rushed into my brain, and my body started to move with keen instinct, like it had on that night. My surface temperature quickly cooled, and the transmission routes between my cells enlarged. Using 360-degree visual information, I searched for an escape route. I would open the window behind me. Outside was a parking lot. There were no cars. A little beyond there was the bicycle I had taken to get here. I determined that this would be the quickest method of escape. I approached the window swiftly, but with little sound, to raise as little suspicion as I could. With the speed and silence of a shadow, like I had on that night, I chased her uncle. Using 30-degree visual information, you looked around, you used your eyes, you opened your eyelids, and you turned your head. Yeah, Keiichi is weird. like, oh my gosh, I don't know if you were here when he, like, actually dissociated out of his body. I unlocked the window and opened it up. A cool evening breeze wafted in. Now. Yes, he's an owl now. Yeah, like, right after Satoko had the, like, nee breakdown in the classroom, he legit left his body. I stuck my head out and looked over the parking lot again, and I think there was, like, something about, like, the roots went into the world, and it's like, Keiichi, are you okay? Obviously you're not. I shouldn't have asked. Nobody in sight. Keiichi becomes... Oh yeah, he was also the scout. So is this visual novel just reading, or does it give you choices? It's just reading, yeah. Because most visual novels I played, yeah. Is that how he attended the festival? Maybe that's when he split into two. Nobody in sight, no need to hesitate. I quietly crawled outside and closed the window behind me. I held my breath and listened carefully. But yeah, in that this one, they call it a kinetic novel because it's just reading, like you're just going forward. I think there's one version of it that gives you like one choice, but I think it was like one of the console ports. It's really weird. Yeah, this music is 100% battle music. It's very weird, but I like it. Nobody seemed to have realized I'd run. I looked around. Then I jumped into my onto my bicycle and zoomed away. The pedals clattered under the force. Had my bike always creaked like this? Did the pedals always whine every time I pushed down on them? My bike wasn't the only one crying, though. My tears fell as the wind cut through them. They rode the breeze and scattered behind me. I hate this. I hate this. I'm not the crazy one. Hinamizawa is. How dare you treat me like a madman? Die! Die! Just die already! I believed you. I believed you. Wah! I'd gone to the hospital in order to escape Rena and Mion's invitation, but the reality that was waiting for me had been too cruel. Who was insane? Me or Hinamizawa? Oh, or was the answer something else? I started having trouble breathing. I didn't have a clue what was happening anymore. The loud chirps of the Higurashi were irritating me. Were even the Hinamizawa Higurashi I knew so well calling into the wind? No, that wasn't quite it. They weren't calling. They were crying. The pained wailing of those lost in some kind of rhythm, in another world, no longer able to return to their own sunlight. I didn't do all that to end up in a world like that. And actually, about this time, I might have been having fun with everyone else. Imagine getting to play as a delusional god complex Keiji with a bat while jamming to this music, right? Keiji totally, right? Okay. Satoko would have gotten her smile back after realizing her uncle wouldn't ever come home, and she might have shown it to us at our first club meeting in a while. That was the kind of world I wished for. So, what was this? Why did I end up in such a strange, ghastly world? Someone I killed was living like normal, and I had enjoyed myself at the festival despite not being there. I don't want it. I don't want this strange world. When did it start to go wrong? When? No matter how much I thought about it, I never understood. Okay, I will stretch and sip. Oh, I don't know if you guys heard my wrist. Double hydrate. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I have enough water for that. Okay, I think I had just enough water for that. I rode swiftly and returned to my home. It had begun to rain during my journey back, and just like yesterday, I was now soaked. But I didn't care about something so trivial right now. Another hydrate? I don't know if I have enough. I have to take the lid off. Give me a second. It's like the water is just out of reach of the lid, or of the straw. I might as well finish it off. Okay. No more hydrates until after the break. I am out of water. The pain I felt in my heart that Coach, the one person I trusted, was acting so cruelly was far worse. Did I have no allies in Hinamizawa anymore? With the naive thought that I at least wanted my parents to side with me, I stepped up to the front of the door. Wait, Keiichi. It'd be dark soon. There's something you want to check, right? Yes. And snowballing won't start, so I'm going back out. No! Okay. I'm sorry you have to keep taking care of the snow, Bailey. If only there was a way for you to just send it to me. Yes, I wanted to dig up the man's corpse and get a look at his back. If there was a tiger tattoo there, I would know beyond a doubt he was Satoko's uncle. Pardon me, sorry. That long night wouldn't end until I was certain. Wiggle's magic fingers. I'm moving somewhere there isn't snow that isn't Florida. I mean, if you move to, like, Oregon, like, into the right part of Oregon, you won't get too much snow. You'll get a lot of rain, but you won't get much snow. If this insane world was all reparition, all the divine punishment, come to Arizona, there is enough snow. That is a valid point, too. Whether I'd been successful enough to even deserve to pay the price. I went to the storage room again and got the shovel. Make sure to bring a sword for the snow demons. Yes, be safe. have like a DPS or a tank class assigned. I had been washed in the rain, but the paint was peeling, making it look unsightly. We should play Feel the Snow?
I haven't heard of it. I'll look into it during the break.
I never wanted to touch this thing again. The sensation of it in my hands was totally different from the night before. There was a ruthless coldness about it. Yeah, it would be dark soon, so I'd need the lantern too. There would be a little bit of light from the street lights, but it would be extremely dark. I thought I'd put the lantern here, but I suddenly noticed it wasn't anywhere to be found. Then it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Of course, on that night I hadn't brought the lantern back with me. I'd left it at the place I buried the body. If I didn't go to get it soon, it would get very dark. And then not only would I be unable to find the spot I'd buried the corpse, but I wouldn't be able to find the lantern itself. If that happened, it was all over. I need to hurry. So not only did you leave one of your 2 shovels there, but you also left a lantern? I need to hurry. In order to fit the shovel in the basket in the front of my bike, I'd need to twist and disassemble it. But it looked like there was dirt in the joints, and no matter how hard I pushed, it didn't want to come apart. After a strenuous effort, I realized I couldn't get it apart, so I decided to hold it in one hand and ride my bike with the other. Katie. With the downpour soaking me through and a shovel in one hand, and riding one-handed, it was as if I'd returned to that night. No, return was the wrong word. It was more like that night had never ended. The pain of the raindrops striking me were no different from then. The thing that was different was Hinamizawa. The world and nothing else. The rain clouds were already making it dark, and now it was about time for the sun to set. I could tell it would only get rapidly darker. The straight road leading to town, in the middle of it, that should be where I buried it. Yes, it was near that streetlight. On that night, too, the water from the downpour was splashing down from the streetlights, overhang from the waterfall. The pouring rain was exactly the same as it had been that night, and thus it brought my memories into focus. I left my bike in the brush and stepped into the forest, the ground already soaked with mud. I know who I'm not going to squad up with for murder cheese, Keiichi, right? Like, you would definitely get caught if you team up with Keiichi. Where had I buried him? Think. The darkness, the shadows, the water, the mud. Everything was the same. Think. And then I spotted the lantern by a fallen moss-covered tree. That's right, I left it there. If I left the lantern here, then I would have buried him over here. With a sensation of standing in the sludge, my feet remembered the spot better than my eyes did. I plunged my shovel into the ground. It's hard. It wasn't here. I just dug it up, so it should have been softer. If Keiichi wrote a book on murder, it would be titled What Not to Do During Murder. I stuck my shovel in a few spots to test what they feel like. One of them clearly felt deeper. I recalled where the lantern was, where the trees and things were in relation to each other, and knew that it had to be here. Under here slept that man's corpse. There would definitely be the tattoo of a tiger on his back. But if it wasn't there, then I had made a horrible mistake and killed someone completely unrelated instead. I would be more dazed at the fact that Satoko's uncle wasn't dead, that I would regret having gotten someone else mixed up in this. If this insane world was punishment for the sin of committing murder, I wouldn't be able to accept it until I'd killed Satoko's uncle for good. And then, without any fear, I'd attack him again. And that time, I would kill him for sure. But what if the tattoo was there? That would mean I'd killed Satoko's uncle. But that would be terribly strange. If I'd kill him for sure, then who was the uncle at Satoko's house at this very moment? Impossible. I didn't even know anymore what I was using the word impossible to refer to. I've used the word quite a few times today. If I had to make words impossible fit just one thing, what would it be? That much was obvious to me. It would be impossible for this crazy world to be real. I shouted, then turned behind me. There was nobody there, of course. It hadn't been bothering me for a while, but those footsteps had followed me this entire day. Even just now, an extra foot of footsteps had splashed behind me. No one was actually there, no indication of anyone even. But They were there. Who are you? You've been following me ever since I came to this world. That's right. Thinking back, the first time I heard those footsteps was after Takano-san and I had parted. Those footsteps were my welcome into the strange outside world. No one could be there. I'd get no response. Whoever it was, they kept staring at me. It wasn't ominous, just unpleasant. After staring into empty space for a bit, as I bathed in the rain, my illogical anger slipped away. My tension loosened, and a tired feeling reared its head. I tasted this feeling that night too. The sudden exhaustion I felt as the tension in my brain loosened. My vision quickly narrowed, and I felt like everything around me had suddenly gotten darker. I couldn't give in to the situation. I would light what little explosives were left in my brain and force myself to keep going. I needed to dig that man up before my stamina ran out. I needed to see the tattoo on his back. I caught my suddenly ragged breath and calmed down. Then I stuck the shovel into the soft, muddy ground again. It felt exactly the same as that night. The sense of digging a hole in the beach with water coming into it with every wave. What day was today? Had I gone back to the night of Watanagashi? Every strange thought that came to my mind tormented me. Given my exhaustion, I didn't think I could manage to hold these thoughts back. Once the hole was deep, an illumination finally faded, blanketing my vision in jet black. It was probably the moment the sun had fully set, too. That night, I had feared the worst and gone without using much light. My senses were strained that I could see even in the darkness, but now I didn't have that kind of strength left. I drained everything I had last night, and now the darkness would be lethal. I decided to turn on the lantern. Putting it on the first setting would give off a faint light. Even with how little there was, it was enough, and people wouldn't be able to see it from far away in this rain. I grabbed the chilled lantern, turned the dial with a click, and set it to the weakest light setting, and turned it on. An uncanny world of silhouettes appeared before me, a complex and strange shadowy world created by the intricacies and tanglement of trees and branches. I had only turned on a light, and it was like that was all it took to make the world into something else. I let out a quick, tired breath and wiped the liquid, neither rain nor sweat, from my brow. Then I raised the shovel into the air and slammed it in the mud. In that moment, the silhouettes surrounding me ominously all moved at once. Inside my head, something packed in there, something coarse but not hot or cold, was loudly rushing about. The silhouettes were all around me, looking down at me, and one of them, a silhouette bigger than the others, stepped forward. Oh no! Good evening. The moon sure is beautiful tonight. The coarseness in my brain shot through my whole spine and left me at my waist. The strength in my body all left me through my hips, and I crouched down with a splash into the sea of mud I dug myself. Oishi. Is it really how you address your elders? You'll have a rough time of it once you become an adult. It wasn't only Oishi, but 5 or 6 of them in a row, men wearing raincoats. I had no inkling that this many people had gotten so close. It was like, once I turned on the lantern, they just appeared there, sliding out of the shadows. I mean, it is your fault, Keiichi, for returning to the scene of the crime. Please, don't mind us. Just think of us as trees in the forest, perhaps. Don't mind them? Yes. Pay no attention to us. Please, continue digging your hole. It's very late and raining very hard, and you're working pretty fervently. We won't get in your way. Please, dig to your heart's content. No, thank you, I said. When I tried to get up and turn around, 2 men blocked that route. They stood on either side of me and lifted me up with amazing strength, then threw me into the sea of mud. As I, soaked in the mud bath I dug for myself, I looked up from the silhouettes looking down at me. Oishi squatted, picked up my shovel, and threw it at my feet for me. It bounced loudly off the mud and hit me in the face. Come. Please, continue. Continue. I couldn't bear the oppressiveness of the silhouettes surrounding me, and slowly, I stuck the shovel into the mud again. I felt like I was digging my own grave. If I kept digging, it wouldn't matter whether there was a tattoo or not, because that man's corpse would appear eventually. Trees normally don't take, sir. Mud good for the skin. It was all over, surrounded on all sides and nowhere to go. But I just couldn't figure it out, no matter how much I thought about it. Why were they here? Probably because, Eri called the police. Was it Takano-san? There was only one person who could have made the connection between me and this place. Shit. I knew it. She deserved to die. Stopping so soon? Bam. Boy, she kicked me in the back, which took me by surprise, sending me flying into the mud. Hurry and dig, please. You really should consider the fact that some of us are standing out here in the rain. You. If you don't like the rain, then just go home. Boy, she kicked some mud into my face. Work, please, instead of talking. Only people from the red light district do both at once. Isn't that right, boys? The men around him didn't react, not knowing quite whether they should laugh, but when Oishi glared at them, they started mumbling out pained chuckles. Just who was this guy? I knew the world had changed after that night, but if I went even further back, didn't it start when this guy showed up? That was when our peaceful days had been taken from us. Ever since he showed up in Hinamizawa, things have been odd. Everyone stopped smiling and the world went crazy. The ground under my feet gradually got harder and heavier. At this point, even I started to think something was odd. I hadn't buried him this deep on that night, had I? My exhaustion peaked, and I sat down on the spot. How long do you want me to dig? Kids these days have no stamina. Hey, you. At Oishi's gesture, the men all pulled out their own sinister-looking shovels. They each have their own shovels? Wow. I mean, I guess that makes sense in a way. As I watched daze, one of them grabbed my collar, dragged me out of the hole, and threw me to the ground. The rest of the men stepped into the hole I dug and started shoveling themselves. As I stared at them, dumbfounded, Oishi sauntered over and squatted down to look at me directly. Keiichi Maebara-san, is this a hobby of yours, digging holes on rainy nights? When I didn't respond, Oishi took one of the tin buckets they were using to bail out the muddy water, scooped up some of it, and splashed the whole thing on my face. The rain's heavy today, too. No matter how wet I get, I still don't understand the appeal. Oishi smiled to himself, then scooped up another bucket full of muddy water. I'll ask you again, is digging holes on rainy nights your hobby? Who the hell would have a hobby like that? When do trees have shovels? Just let me Animal Crossing this and pull the shovel out of my pocket. You're right, I guess it doesn't make sense that they have shovels. Splash! Oishi hit me with another bucket full of muddy water. The pebbles in it stung. Will there be something in that hole? I've always liked that story, about the old man who could make plants bloom and the puppy digging in his yard for gold. As he spoke, he ran the bucket through the muddy water again, to splash it in my face again. What kind of treasure is buried down there, Can't you at least give me a hint? If you want to know, then dig on your own time, you pig. Keiichi said, a cab. I was saying that out loud, but Oishi mercilessly drenched me in muddy water again anyway. Shit. If only you hadn't shown up, the world wouldn't have gone wrong. Ever since you showed up, things have been strange. Satoko got abused by her uncle. I ended up killing him, and the world went crazy. He was how it all began. Because of this culprit, he splashed another bucket of mud in my face. My insides were seething with anger. Die. You die too. If I have some strange power to kill someone by cursing them, like with Takano-san, then you're dead. It won't be Oyashiro-sama's curse, it'll be mine. I'll curse you and kill you. What a rebellious look you're wearing. Why don't you use this opportunity to teach you a thing or two in that regard? We really do live in peace these days. When I was about your age, corporal punishment was the norm for everything. Oishi-san. One of the digging men in raincoats wiped some sweat off and called Oishi over. Oishi tossed the bucket away, then turned around with an evil grin on his face. Yes, what is it? Please look at this. Acceptance, or maybe resignation. I wanted to say to them, so you blockheads finally found it. Yeah, that's right. I'm the one who killed him. But you're the police, so it's your own job to figure out who he is, right? Come on, prove to me that he's really Satsuko's uncle. What on earth? We think it's an old drain pipe. It seems to be connected to the irrigation channel over there. Let's smash the thing. It's not being used, is it? The men all exchanged glances, then hesitantly broached another topic. Oishi-san, the ground down here is pretty hard. I don't think anything could be deeper than this. Did we get the location wrong? No. At first it definitely felt like the place had been dug up before, but after digging so far the ground suddenly hardened. We think we've gone further down than the hole that was originally dug. So, what does that mean? There was a hole here and someone filled it back up? Is that what you're trying to tell me? What? What were they talking about? Well, I'm at a loss. Aren't you, Maebara-san? Oishi grabbed my collar and dragged me to the huge hole they dug. The mud inside was like an ocean, and I couldn't see any drain pipe down there. One of the men stirred it with a shovel, letting me hear it clang against something hard. There was no doubt I'd buried him right here, but I hadn't buried him this deep. I didn't dig deep enough to unearth an entire drain pipe. So then, this man, his corpse, where was it? Proof that I had been successful on that night, was gone. Gone. Then, what on earth was I actually crazy after all, and just possessed by the delusion that I'd killed someone? That couldn't be. It was the unmistakable truth. It couldn't have been an hallucination. But now, the most important evidence that it hadn't been an illusion was gone. I killed him, buried him. I had absolutely unwavering confidence in that fact. Then, did I fail to kill him? After I left here, had he started breathing again, crawled out, and gone back to Satsuko's house? Was that it? I had come here to see whether he had a tattoo or not, and yet the truth I unearthed was far more than that. What was I? I killed him. I buried him. There was no doubt. But for some reason he lived and crawled back out. And that was impossible too. I'm so tired of hearing the word impossible over and over. I get it. Dead people don't like to play by the rules here in Hinamizawa. Then I'll kill you as many times as I need to. I'll keep killing you until you never show your face to Satsuko again. Oishi and the others were muttering to each other. Eventually, their conversation ended and Oishi came towards me. What did he want to say? What did he want to do? I stiffened, tensed up, and then Oishi just ignored me like I wasn't even there and passed right by me. The other men too, they ignored me and shuffled away. Eventually, there was no longer a sign that anyone was around. I returned to my quiet world of silhouettes. The only one left there was me. Only the sound of the pouring rain filled up the silence. Oh my gosh, we're finally changing the scene. Okay, we can finally take a break. Okay, let me see. It'll hopefully let me save here. Yeah, okay. We can finally take a break. I can finally get more water. Okay. So let's go ahead and save real quick. And let me get our little BRB screen ready. So everybody, this is a good time to take a little break, get up and stretch, get a snack, get some hydration as well. And then, yeah, grab a small snack, maybe get some chips, some popcorn, something like that. And then we'll see what else this chapter has for us. I don't remember how much more is left after this, but we shall see. The most important thing is going and getting that snack done. So, I will see you guys in about 10 minutes, and I will fill my water bottle now that you guys have emptied it with the hydration routines. But I will see you in about 10 minutes. My little countdown thing isn't working. Oh no. We'll see how it goes, I guess.
Borrowed lips wouldn't be right.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not as cute as you either.
Oh.
Whatever you are. Come on, let's at least wash that thing. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
And twice in 3. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's.
No, I'm not doing it.
It'll
It's
be
tempting, but I shall be a
fine.
good girl. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I
It'll
shouldn't
be
have done
fine. It'll be fine. Take my streamer word for it. You will be fine.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins. Wait a second.
Beware the cows. Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past the sewermen. Become the narwhal and ruddy up.
it. Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Puppy belly's in the way of everything.
How dare ya?
Fat
Whoops.
freaking
Watch it.
yup.
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? That's to watch.
Don't smack me. Don't smack.
Spank it.
I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Ooh, Leon! Leon! Lewd! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiichi. There they go. Scuff stream.
Didn't hear boots. Alright, we're good. This is starting off as a great
How-
stream.
Dare you? Did you just puke? But hey, don't. Like, hey, Nightbot. No bully. You can bully other bots, but no bully friends. Whoops.
What?
You good? Don't die on me. You're supposed to drink the water, not inhale it.
I'm sorry. Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murderer. Oh my god, I swear.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! If it gets clipped, I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
I'm sorry! I didn't mean... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you anxiety! That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
Following?
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No!
fantastic.
No!
You
You got me
What?
stuck! You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
Keep running! No, I'm not doing it. It's
It'll be
tempting, but I shall
fine.
be a good girl. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
It'll be fine. Take my streamer word for it. You will be fine. That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
Following?
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No!
fantastic.
No! You got me
What?
stuck! You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
Keep running!
It's to watch. Ah! Don't smack me.
Smack your butt.
No smack.
Spanking.
No. Wee.
I think you'll need one of these.
A gun?
Talking.
It's fake. It will help you fit in around the other assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows! Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past the sewer men.
Didn't hear boots. Alright, we're good. This is starting off as a crazy
How-
stream.
Dare you? And twice in 3, they were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's Scuff Stream.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
What's this?
Helmet. So this is where you ran off to. Figures.
What?
It's me, Bobby. It's your Psy King.
How? Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time until this one found me. Body's on loan from the mailroom. Hang on, borrowed lips wouldn't be right.
Mm-hmm.
He's not as cute as you either.
Oh.
Come on, let's at least wash them. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
Now I just need some help with those killer bees.
But hey, don't. Hey, Nightbot. No bully. You can bully other bots, but no bully friends. Whoops. Did you just puke? There they go.
Welcome back.
Was everybody's break good? I have now refilled my water bottle and I remembered to turn on the light so that way I'm not in the darkness by the time I'm done streaming. Like, I cannot see the light now because the sun is just... No! Hey. But yes, the past few days I've left myself at the ends of the streams just being in total darkness. It's like, this is fine. But like right now the light is on, but the sun is still shining through, so I can't even tell. But that's fine. At least I'm not going to be in the dark after this. So let's see what happens now. The body wasn't there. The police didn't arrest me because of that, but I didn't know whether to feel happy about it. Just like Satoko had said, I failed to kill her uncle.
Welcome back, Bailey.
You came back just in time after our little break. The body wasn't there, so I was forced to conclude as much. No matter what strange natural disaster, coincidence, or miracle it might have implied, in order to free Satoko, I became a demon. And this abnormal world was my reward. Yes, metaphorically, I had fallen into the demon world. But if this price had been in exchange for the life of Satoko's uncle, then that would have been fine. Since Satoko's uncle was still alive, still shackling her to him, I needed to become a demon once again. One more time. No, as many times as it took. I would kill that man over and over until Satoko was liberated. I had already awoken. I looked at the clock to see that it was early in the morning. It was at just about 5. It was already light outside. Since I'd hardened my resolve to become a demon again. Got my own wine and a ton of strawberry slices to garnish and not moving again. I could feel my whole body teeming with the awakened power once more. Time wasn't an issue. No matter what, I'd do it. I got myself up. The exhaustion from the past 2 days was completely swept away, and I didn't even feel sleepy anymore either. Okay, but it's gonna have to be in the same glass. I slowly rose and made sure my body was moving like I wanted it to. I could feel blood flowing through each and every one of my fingers. As I got dressed, I let my mind wander and had a strange thought. Those 2 days, while I've said it was for Satoko's sake, the only thing on my mind has been killing. I said it was for Satoko, but while actually carrying out the act, I'd completely forgotten about Satoko, albeit only temporarily. Maybe initially it was for Satoko's sake, but now I was just a demon, killing for the sake of killing. And as a result, I'd sunk into the world fit for such a demon. Maybe it was the same for Satoshi. Oh yeah, you slew the final snow demon. Hopefully the queue times weren't too long. He resolved himself to kill his aunt to save Satoko, and became a demon, then disappeared from the sunlit Hinamizawa, vanishing into the demon world, which meant that, after all this was said and done, I'd met the same fate as him. I tried to avoid making the same mistakes, but it happened anyway, which meant that maybe Satoshi was here. Satoshi had come to this world a year before me, so he would be here somewhere. Then, surprised, I stopped walking. There was the second set of footsteps I'd grown so used to hearing. Could you be Satoshi? The empty, lifeless air wouldn't give me an answer, but I felt a strange kind of relief that there was someone there, that Satoshi had stuck with me the whole time. Let's go, Satoshi. Once more. This time, we will set Satoko free for sure. I quietly slipped out of the house so my parents wouldn't notice. Wait, what's going on? Okay, so, basically, it was the next day. Keiichi found out that, like, he did do the thing, but also didn't do the thing. Like, he just, he proved that the body wasn't there, but, like, the baseball bat wasn't there, and he has scratches from doing the thing. So he was at least in the forest, but there wasn't a body that was buried. So he's just like, okay, I need to figure out what's going on. I need to, I guess, kill him again. Yeah, the weird instance of the uncle not being dead. Yeah. I quietly slipped out of the house so my parents wouldn't notice. If they caught me now when I'd been out way too late for 2 days now, they'd give me a really angry talking to. Mandala effect. Yeah. I didn't have the time to allow for that to happen. Today, I would put an end to it. If the dead body disappeared, then I didn't have to bury it. It could just burn to ashes, then take them with me, so I could kill him again every time he resurrected. I'd do it again. I'd kill him again. And this time, I'd set her free. Outside, the morning light was so beautiful it was to stagger belief. I went to the storage room to find weapons with which I could kill him for sure. Blunt or not, it didn't matter to me. Right now, I didn't need to care whether someone saw or if the police came. This world had gone crazy after all. A world where I'd shown up at the festival and had fun even though I wasn't there. Even if the police arrested me, I'd probably end up going right back home as if nothing had happened. Both me and the other Keiichi Maebara. Even without me, he'd fill in. I could vanish from Hinamizawa without anyone noticing. So basically, I didn't care if I was mistakenly killed. Even if I died, Keiichi Maebara would remain. After all, this isn't the world I belong in. If I was going to be killed mistakenly for Satoko's sake, then that was just part of my duty as her nii. As those desperate thoughts became serious, the morning air felt more refreshing to me, strangely enough. Oh, this one's scary. Let's go with this. It was a hatchet meant for chopping thick firewood. Its hefty steel blade was sinister, almost as though it was a tool meant for killing people. I couldn't exactly take it out in public like this, so I wrapped it a little in some old newspaper and tossed it into the basket on my bike. Sorry for using you for evil all this time. I'll need you again today, my legs. I apologized to the bike for some reason. For the past 3 days, I've used only it for dangerous things. I've been riding this bike ever since I lived in my old town. I could walk most places I wanted to go, so I hadn't used it all that much. My mom had bought it for me when I entered cram school, thinking it would be a convenient way to get to the station since it was far away, so I'd always used it to get back and forth from cram school. I'd only ever put textbooks and class materials in the front basket, too. I'd never tried to put a hatchet that I'd be using to kill someone in there. When I came to Hinamizawa, my life finally felt fun. I met the best friends ever and had some of the greatest times ever. My throat is itchy. I'm gonna cough real quick. There we go. Those times might have been shattered now, but it was my greatest wish that I could get them back, even if I had to risk my life to do it. That's how fun those times had been. I killed someone, and now I was at it again, needing to kill someone. Murder was a crime. Your throat itchy. Oh no, it's got you too. Oh no! Oh no, the curse! Murder was a crime. I didn't believe that people should ever think murder was okay. But still, the times I had were enjoyable enough for me to commit a crime. You know, murder is bad, but you know, I had fun with it, so I'll do it again. Keiichi really needs therapy. My friends were irreplaceable, the time spent with them a treasure, hanging out, laughing, and sometimes tricking each other, but always in a friendly way. I had fear committing any crime, as long as it was for the sake of taking back those times that gave my heart so much pleasure. Yes, this was a value I'd decided to uphold. It wasn't something I'd learned from a school teacher. It was a noble path that I chose for myself. I thought back to when I'd first come to Hinamizawa. I bet Kano injected the syringe into Keiichi while he fell asleep in the car. Ooh. But how would that explain the body not being there, though? Hello, Satoko's uncle. Can I ask you a question? About how on the very first day, Satoko had welcomed me via a blackboard eraser with a rock in it. That welcome really surprised the heck out of me. She would laugh, get angry, cry. She was never boring. She was obviously the most childlike one among us, but she was actually lively, full of vim and vigor, and good at meddling in other people's business. That went for Mion, Vena, and Rika-chan too. Wasn't Satoko the one at the center of everyone's laughing and banter? Satoko would try and look cool. Then Mion would make fun of her endlessly. Then Satoko would cry, which would put Rena in a state of ecstasy. Rika-chan would be greatly delighted. And I happened to get mixed up in it. We would always fool around like that. It was lonely when someone wasn't around, but if I had to name one for whom it was the worst, it had to have been Satoko. Her smile was everyone's smile. Ever since she stopped smiling, so did the rest of us. Wait, I think I just remember there's like a specific death in this arc. Oh no. I don't know when that happens though. As for the rest of us, not smiling was the same as dying. At least I think it was in this one and not the questions part of it. Don't worry about it, okay? It'll come up when it comes up. It was just like when I was silently going to cram school every day just to maintain my unchanging test scores. So basically we were nothing when she wasn't smiling. She was full of hot air, but she was our princess, cute and unhateable. Maybe for you. In that case, I was her knight, searching for the dragon's castle in order to win her smile back. Knights, of course, use swords, the awesome two-handed kind. I'm probably the only knight in the history of the world to be taking someone on with a thick, rusty hatchet. When I saw an old woman in the ridge of the field waving to me.
Oh my! Keiichi-kun! Out for a morning ride, I see.
Good morning! I reflexively waved back in a refreshing way. Should I really have been feeling so happy waving like that? Satoko's house would be right past this road, going beyond the rice paddies. Everything is A-okay. Everyone gangsta until your throat itches. No! The cicadas had woken up too, and the next thing I knew, I was the audience to their daily chorus. I gave myself a hit or two on the head and drove away my merry morning mood. I took a deep breath, then tilted my head back, quelling my pointless excitement. Quack, 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 quack. The body wasn't there. Its absence either meant my killing him had been an illusion, or I had killed him and he'd risen from the dead. If I was at the festival, then maybe I should have considered it an illusion. Coach probably thought that way, which was why he treated me like a lunatic. But it being an illusion was just impossible. I killed him without a doubt, without a doubt! If that had been an illusion, then that would make all of Hinamizawa I was in right now an illusion. If that was the case, then here's how it would end up. I was actually in a vegetative state due to a traffic accident, and I was currently dreaming in a hospital bed about how great it would be to spend time with friends in rice paddies like these. That was a terrifying thought, though. If this wasn't an illusion, then the only possible answer was that he'd resurrected. It would only make him a literal monster. But if he was such a monster, then I was no less than a monster myself. I didn't hesitate to kill someone, and I could even manipulate curses. Takano-san had died probably because I'd cursed her. Or maybe this was a little much. If Coach and Oishi died too, then I'd cursed them to yesterday. Then I'd believe it. I guess we'll see, won't we, Keiichi? I set my bicycle aside and went to take a look. His motorbike wasn't here. Of course it wasn't. I sent it down to hell that night, throwing it in Onigafuchi Swamp. Or maybe, just like how the corpse wasn't there, maybe the motorbike didn't get thrown into the swamp either? Such weird chipper music for an inner monologue about having committed murder, right? Just like, I guess I'll have to kill this man's again. Satoko's uncle rising from the grave, just bonk him again with your metal bat, right? Well, the bat is in the swamp with the bike. The fact his bike wasn't here might have been because he had gone to town and hadn't come back, not necessarily because I'd thrown it into the swamp. Get back in the hole. If her uncle wasn't around, then that was convenient on its own. Then I would just show myself in, then wait for him to return, sharpening my hatchet. I wonder if we should have get back in the hole be our raid message for later. I'm considering it. I'm gonna copy it just in case. No context raid message. Yes. If he was there, forgotten sensations came back to my gut. A feeling of tension rose within me. The sensation was like poison, dulling my actions, but it could also be the trigger to allow me to awaken to my superhuman, otherworldly self. I held the hatchet, still wrapped in newspaper. Its weight in my hands was profound, sinister, reliable. I didn't know what time it was without a clock, but it was probably still a little before 7. Setsuko would probably be awake preparing breakfast and her lunch, but her uncle would probably still be wallowing in indolence. A guy like him probably would have stayed up late drinking and probably always slept until noon. I considered ringing the doorbell and having Satoko open the door for me, but if her uncle woke up at the sound, I'd waste my chance of him still being asleep. If Satoko saw me sneaking inside without ringing the doorbell, she'd be surprised. If I ran into her, what would I say? I've come to kill your uncle for you, so stay quiet. No, I couldn't do that. That would be like making Satoko responsible for his death. Be quiet and go wait outside. Maybe that would do it? How would Satoko react to that? She would probably try and get me to give up on killing him. I would have to lie somehow to get her to go outside. Satoko didn't need to know that a murder was going to occur in this house. I couldn't quite think of a good lie to tell her, but I couldn't do much just standing around like this. I made up my mind and grabbed the doorknob. I'm coming in! Then slowly turned it and pulled. It wasn't locked. The gap between the door and the wall steadily grew larger. The chain wasn't even on. The oppressive scent of life in Satoko's house hit me. At the entrance, there were a few pairs of shoes and sandals. I couldn't tell whether he was here or not just by looking at them. I could hear television on somewhere. The television was in the messy dining room. There was food scattered about the table, giving an impression decidedly different from a happy family's mealtime. Meals were for eating food while thanking the person for making it, meaning whatever occurred in this dining room wasn't a meal. Nobody in sight. No sign of anyone either. But with the television on, he must have been close. Could he have anticipated my coming and be hiding, waiting for me? What the heck did I miss? We're breaking into Satoko's house. we're gonna bonk the uncle again. The tension I felt was so thick, so tight that I thought it would choke me. The newspaper wrapping the hatchet's thick blade didn't hamper its power at all. I tightened my grip on it, then, very carefully, took a look around. Where had these peaceful feelings from before I'd arrived here gone? Even the sound of sweat bubbling up on my brow got on my nerves. We're bonking the uncle again for rising from the grave, yeah. And then I looked at the table and realized something. This wasn't breakfast. The grains of boiled rice were all hard and dried up. Then, was it last night's dinner? Oh geez, everything all right? No, she's just doing a little checkup on your head. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think. I don't know what you're asking in relation to, but I think everything's good. I haven't dropped any frames, and there's no bad eggs rolling around, so should be good. I don't know, Keiichi. Maybe because you're being incredibly insane, yes. Then, was it last night's dinner? I left the dining room, keeping vigilant, went down the hallway and found the stairs to the second floor. Just checking the nest. Yeah. When that man was playing with his friends, he looked out in the second-story window. It was highly possible that room was his own, and that he slept there. I tiptoed up the edges of the stairs, quietly climbing, without making a sound. I couldn't hear any sound of kind of snoring. I didn't hear anything up there. I went through a few rooms, slowly and quietly opening the paper doors, checking inside, but I still couldn't find anyone around. To check more efficiently, I got down on the floor and pressed my ear right up to it. I could hear the television in the dining room and a low hum, perhaps of boiling water. It was then that I started to harbor some feelings of suspicion. This house wasn't right. Bad eggs. Yeah, no troublemakers in the chat, basically. Just a phrase between me and Zeph, yeah. It seems like people had been here since the TV was on, but it wasn't normal for nobody to be around this early in the morning. I silently descended the stairs and went back into the dining room. Oh, not anymore. Yeah. I looked at the food scattered about. Completely dried up rice, an overturned bowl of miso soup, the package for a side dish bought from the supermarket. I could tell Satoko had definitely been the one who made this. The food was far from Mion's perfection or Rena's gentleness, but it was sincere. Judging by how she cooked for me at my house, and from the type of amount of side dishes, I deduced the meal was from last night. The numbers stamped onto the food package read 830620. Keiichi is a bad egg. Yeah. June 20th, 1983. That was yesterday. And there was food for two, which meant that this was last night's dinner, and Satoko's uncle would have been here then. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't even think about saying the word impossible again. Anyway, her uncle was here last night. That much was the truth. He had found fault with Satoko's food, thrown the bowl of miso soup, and flung the rest everywhere. Hidden deep within my feelings of calm and composure was lit a flame of anger and a curse. Should I have ever shown this man any mercy? Bump. I heard the sound again. The one from before, like a water boiler. What was it coming from? The first floor? But where? The bathroom, maybe? I could hear the noise coming from the other side of the frosted glass in the far end of the changing room. So there was a sprite that I saw. So just as a precaution, I'm gonna make sure that I can block the screen with my face. Okay, cool. Okay, just as a precaution, I have my hand ready on the right button for something that may or may not show up. Okay. We getting gore on screen? No, not gore. Something a little sus. It had to have been the sound of boiling water for the bath. Steam was enshrouded the glass door, and the heat from it was leaking into the changing room where I was standing, too. My misgivings deepened. People didn't normally take a bath this early in the morning. If one did, then it would mean that in this house, time had been stopped ever since moment last night. I cannot whistle. Was it being reheated? The water boiler in the bathroom has been active this whole time. I checked in the clothing basket and saw Tatsuko's familiar uniform stuffed in it. The uniform had stains and dried rice stuck to it, certainly not something she could wear today. It was probably from the miso soup at the dinner table yesterday. I looked hard at the frosted glass, but I couldn't see anything through all the steam. And then an electric surge ran through my mind, and the terrible premonition came over me. Could she? She couldn't possibly have been in there since last night. That would be impossible. But no, in Hinamizawa right now, nothing was impossible. I gulped audibly, then quietly pulled aside the glass door. He is judging Satoko for taking a shower, like, before noon. Hot, steaming air burst out of the slight opening. The fan wasn't on in the changing room, so it went completely white with the steam. Just as the hot vapor poured into the changing room, cooler air also flowed into the room with the bath. And I just heard, due to being hit by that air, a very weak moan. That was all I needed to know who it was. Satoko! Going into their house and being like, hey, I'm in your bathroom. No answer. Satoko was in the bathtub, surrounded by a thick layer of rising steam. The top half of her body was leaning over the edge of the tub, and she was passed out. The water boiler kept on making a whistling noise, as if angered. I could see the gas flame through a small window, and it was roaring full force, completely blue. Satoko's entire body was boiled red and flaccid, as though her bones had melted away. I guess it kind of was a good idea for her to come in if she's actually passed out in the tub. But still, it's sus. She was almost like a doll as she laid there unconscious. I wasn't sure how many seconds passed as I stared in complete bafflement. I came back to my senses and promptly shut off the boiler. Then I dragged Satoko's small body out of the bathtub. The water in it was as hot as the water in public baths. Was she in this boiling water for the entire night? She'll die! She'll die! Satoko's body was lighter than I expected as I laid her on the floor and wrapped her in a towel. I went back into the bathroom and opened up the vent, creating a path for a cool breeze to come through. Upon the breeze hitting her, Satoko moaned again. Hey yo, who be naked in their own house? Can't even imagine being like, it was rough in the anime, but the game could totally make this worse, right? I mean, the sprite isn't too sus, but I will still cover it up because it's like, I don't feel comfortable. Upon the breeze hitting her, Satoko moaned again. It'll be alright, Satoko. It's me, Keiichi. Keiichi! Can you hear me? Satoko recognized me and muttered a response, but I couldn't really tell what she was saying. Her eyes were muddy and unfocused. I could tell she wasn't completely conscious. Upon closer inspection, her limbs and waist were twitching slightly. This was way worse than normal overheating. This was dangerous. Didn't they call this heat stroke? I think, what would a teacher do if a girl passed out in the middle of a summer during a marathon in gym class or something? I turned the water faucet in the kitchen all the way on and soaked a towel in it. Then I took the cold towel, and pressed it against Satoko's forehead. Satoko reacted harshly to the coldness and let out a muffled voice. For burns. Right, you would soak the burn spot under running water. Then, could I run cold water in the shower and cool her off like that? No, if it was that sudden, it wouldn't be good for her heart, and she'd go into shock. I think I read that once before. This was all about nursing as much as I could possibly give her. Anything more than this would be too much for the likes of an amateur. What happened, Satoko? You're all right now. I will be your Nini and save you for sure.
5,035.
40. Huh? What was Satoko reciting under her breath? I brought her ear to my mouth to better make out the mysterious spell-like words she kept saying. And at that moment, I understood what they were for. Satoko, you're counting? Why? People tell little kids in the bath to count to 100 a lot, right? Satoko was counting like that, but 5,039? You moron! How long were you supposed to count in your own bathtub?
10,000.
I doubted my ears and doubted her common sense. 10,000? You're a freaking idiot! What kind of dumbass could count to 10,000? There's no way you could do that. You'd boil to death before you got that far. Why were you?
My uncle.
Last night, her uncle flew into a rage at the dinner she'd made, saying it stunk and was inedible. Satoko didn't understand what on earth he meant. It wasn't much different from what she usually made for him. Maybe he hated the smell of pickled vegetables she'd bought in particular. Her uncle then decided the stink was originated from Satoko and shouted at her that she never ever took baths. And then he put Satoko in the boiling water and told her not to come out until she counted to... I'll kill you! I snapped and exploded. Raising the newspaper-wrapped hatchet, I stampeded through the house. I searched for anything, traces, signs, smells, vibrations, heartbeats. With a war cry, I raced up the stairs with such force I could have stomped a hole through them. I then found the futon in the room I thought to be her uncle's, and well aware he wasn't sleeping in it, I bashed it with a hatchet. Did he run into the closet? I'll bust the entire closet down, door and all. And if he's not there, maybe there's a secret door. Any switches or levers in the wall here? Keiichi, you are being very destructive right now. I smashed into wall after wall with the hatchet, crushing them. Dust rose into the air, and broken pieces scattered about the floor. Satoko dying from overheating while Keiichi goes psycho rage. I smashed all the glass windows too for good measure. After I had destroyed everything beyond recognition in her uncle's room, my reason finally kicked in and suppressed my emotions. Man, only if there was a number you could call when there is emergency. Right? Yeah, don't get Satoko to a hospital, destroy house first. Anyway, her uncle wasn't in the house right now. I'll have to leave killing him until later. Right now, I had to do something about Satoko. I went back to the changing room. Satoko was still lying limp on the floor. There was nothing more than an amateur like me could do for her. I needed I needed to take her to the clinic. Coach had treated me like a lunatic yesterday and tried to lock me up in a mental hospital. I never wanted to see his damn face again, but I still needed to go to the infirmary one more time. I needed to have a doctor look at Satoko. I thought about putting her in the dirty uniform lying in the laundry basket, but I had no experience dressing someone, so it would have been pretty difficult. Shit, I don't have time to be wasting here. I eventually gave up on clothing her and decided to carry her in a bath towel. The clinic was close to Satoko's house. It would be way faster to carry her there than to call 119 and get an ambulance. I threw the biggest towel I could find over her and prompted her to stand. Talon, let's go, kiddo. Can you stand? I'll carry you over to the clinic.
Thank you.
Her words sounded clearer than before. She was starting to come back. I cried tears of relief just knowing she'd improved even a little bit. Satoko turned over so she was lying on her face and then put up a weak struggle to get up on a knee. I smoothly swept her up and put her on my back. The towel I put on her seemed like it was about to fall off.
The towel, it hurts.
We'll be there soon. It won't be long, so stay strong. It didn't hurt one bit to carry Satoko. She was light. Too light. The lightness actually made me uneasy. Outside, it had gotten hotter, as though eager to attack Satoko. Cicadas. Why do they have to choose this morning to get so hot out? I didn't have time to swear at them. The clinic was this way. Hoisting Satoko on my back, I broke into a trot. I'm still nervous. I'm still nervous of having to, hide the sprite when it shows up. I don't know if it shows up here or in the answers arc for this part, but it's just I'm worried. The hilly road to the clinic, with which I had never had difficulties before, was now torturous. Big beads of sweat formed on my brow, and at some point, my breath had grown faint. The hatchet in my belt was heavy and made it hard to walk. Thank you for the hydrate, nobody. Sprite. Oh, another one. Sprite, yeah, the little character art. There's one that I saw that was sus, but I don't know if it shows up in this chapter or another chapter. The hatchet in my belt was heavy and made it hard to walk. I considered leaving it, but I couldn't let it go. At least not while Satoko's uncle was still breathing. The signboard at the Erie Clinic came into sight. Or a Pepsi kind of guy. Nah, I do like Sprite. I do like clear sodas. But yeah. Sprite is Pepsi product. That's true. Sierra Mist is good too. A signboard for the Erie Clinic came into sight, but I quickly noticed something was odd, so I stopped. Pardon me. Several red revolving lights were flashing at the clinic. 3 police cars were parked in the parking lot with their lights on. There didn't need to be much else to inform me something had happened. I didn't want to see Coach, so I had planned to give Satoko in the clinic waiting room and give the receptionist a message. But with that police officer Oishi there, I couldn't go inside so carelessly. Oh no! There she was! Why are you showing up in front of the hospital? Okay, I'm gonna do this very carefully, so that way I'm just covering her. Let me just, okay, I think this is all you're allowed to see. This is all you're getting.
What's going on? Why are there so many police cars?
I gently put Satoko down in the shade of the thicket. I don't know. I'll go see what happened, so you stay here for a moment.
Leaving a lady in a place like this wearing nothing but a bath towel, simply unforgivable.
I can still... If you can still fire off those insults, you'll be fine. Okay. I don't know if I should move or she'll show up again. I'll be back, I added, getting to my feet. Cautious of my surroundings, I hid myself behind a car and got closer to the officers grouped at the clinic's entrance. Okay, we should be fine, but I'm still gonna have my finger next to the zoom in. I didn't think she would show up outside. I overheard an officer wearing a necktie, probably their leader, and the white-robed doctor having a discussion about something. The doctor didn't seem to be Coach. It was one of those who Coach told to make tea yesterday. So you were the first one to find it since you were on morning duty. So then, what did it look like? He was sitting on the sofa in the head office. He looked like he was taking a nap. There was a jug and an empty bottle of sleep medication on his desk, so you immediately thought he'd tried to commit suicide with it. What else? His high temperature and incontinence indicated a severe disturbance of consciousness. It seemed like a typical case of sleeping pill poisoning, so I immediately began to treat him. Without calling the police or an ambulance? This is a hospital, and I'm a doctor. Since his life was in danger, it's my job to treat him at once. Yes, I understand. Okay. What else? His breathing was in disarray, so I put him on a respirator. I also administered breathing stimulants. It had no effect, so I prepared a medical ventilator and... Right. So in other words, you did what you could, but it wasn't enough. That's it, right? You reported this as soon as he died. Yes. It was very unfortunate that we were unable to save him. Kara no Shoujo hit me with the walking in on your younger sister in Sixth Sense. It was like, these sprites are about to be sus. Yes. And I was right about to change my stream scene. Oh no. Yeah, there's a few visual novels that I want to play in like February that I have to like research and be like, okay, these aren't sus, right? They're on Steam and I didn't buy any like DLCs for them, so they should be, but I'll still double check just in case. I will not be playing Nekopara on stream for reasons. The boy one, yes, I think the boy one's safe, but the other ones, no. Steam no longer has the prawn ban. After stream talk to me, I have an idea. Will do. If you want, just like message me so that way I know where to look. So that way I don't forget. Just then, the radio in one of the police cars started to buzz, producing a broken mechanical voice. So you can find plenty of sus games. Oh yeah, but like, I think I bought a lot of the ones that I have a few years ago. They were mostly from Humble Bundles. Funnily enough, I got most of Higurashi through Humble Bundle. And it also came with like a dating game. It was weird. It's like, here's all of the Higurashi that is out at the time, and also, you know what, Amnesia, you can date some pretty boys. It was a very weird choice, but you know. This is HQ. Komiyama-san, can you hear me? Over? Hello, this is Komiyama. We've come up with something. It looks like he committed suicide with sleeping pills. Amnesia. Yeah, I don't know if I'll play it, but like maybe, I don't know. I got it basically free with Higurashi, so might as well. No notes or anything. Suicide? What the heck were they talking about? Someone had committed suicide at the clinic. But who? Okay. I'll find at some point. I need to figure out like when I can stream in February, because I kind of want all of February to be like dating sim games. I think it'd be fun. I wished Takano-san dead, and she died the next day. And yesterday I wished Coach was dead. Then, did he use sleeping medication regularly? I don't really know. Did he normally complain that he was tired or wanted to die? Well, Ide-sensei was normally so, well, himself. He never acted like that. So, I was right. Ide-sensei. They were talking about Coach. I want to find more horror games to play on Steam or on stream. I will probably find some suggestions. Also, I want to make it clear, the Amnesia that I'm talking about is not the Dark Descent. It is the one where you date cute boys. Like Ashino-sama takes a shot. Woo! You're talking about Coach. Coach killed himself. Why would he do that? There couldn't have been any reason he wanted to die. The only reason that came to mind was that I wanted him dead. This world was insane. If I wanted someone dead, they'd die, and that was the kind of world this was. Then, what about Oishi? What happened to him? If people really died because they wanted them to, then something should have happened to him too. I've sent you back up. The chief wants you to leave the rest of them and get back to searching for Oishi's car. Yes, sir. Please excuse me then. It looks like we're getting relieved here, so please leave everything as it is of right now. All right, let's go. The officers nodded and split up into the patrol cars. Did they just say searching for Oishi's car? Searching for his car. That meant he had gone missing? Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi. When I wished for it, the very next day, they disappeared. No matter how angry you were when you said you wished someone was dead, it didn't normally happen. Everyone knew just wishing for it wouldn't make them dead, and that's why people could utter such curses so lightly. But the curses I uttered were being granted. At the time, I hadn't been walking, and yet, tap, I heard a footstep. And it wasn't only one this time. Tap, tap. They came from behind, and they stood right behind me, reaching a hand from my shoulder. Buh! Okay, time to position myself very carefully. She's like over here now. Okay. Yes, I am the jump scare. Censoring Satoko. Put her like right in the middle. Yeah, at first she was like off to the side. Now she's like right front and center.
Would you mind telling me what's going on?
Satoko? Don't scare me like that.
I'm the scared one here. I'd prefer it if you didn't shout so suddenly.
It was Satoko. Her eyes were still unstable, unfocused, but she seemed able to at least walk on her own now. She looked far better now compared to her earlier exhausted state. How do you feel? Are you better?
My head still hurts, but I can't stay outside looking like this forever.
She gave me a smile, a show of courage, but her legs were still shaky. No, forgive me. Wait, what? What did you do, Peach? Why do I need to forgive you? I would zoom in dramatically, but then I would lose my place on covering Satoko. She gave me a smile, a show of courage, but her legs were still shaky. Oh no, you clipped it. Oh no, the thumbnail has her! No! She's right there in the thumbnail!
Anyway, what on earth is going on?
From what I just heard the police talking about, Coach apparently committed suicide. I didn't mean to. No. Satoko was at a loss for words. Her face grew paler and paler, and I could tell she was doubting her own ears.
Keiichi-san, is that true? I didn't mishear you?
That's what I heard. They said Irie-sensei killed himself with sleeping pills. Satoko went down on her knees and broke out in tears.
It can't be.
I don't know if she's gonna show up again, so I'm just gonna stick right here. Can we talk about how people keep winding up dead after Keiichi wishes them dead? Yeah. That's what's going on here.
It can't be. Coach, he would never, ever kill himself.
As I watched Satoko crying and clawing at the grass, I felt myself trapped by guilt and remorse. Right? The dragon visual novel game. There is a dragon dating sim game that I've been waiting for to come out for like years. Like Ken Ashcorp made a song for it, and I was like, yo, I love this. Like cute little dragon girls, sign me up. There's not been an update for like 3 years. And it's like, no, I wanted it. I got so angry that Coach was treating me like a madman yesterday, that he'd betray me, that I thought he'd be better off dead. But even Coach, who to me deserved to die, still must have had people who loved and respected him. Like Satoko here. In my selfish, egotistical anger, I wished for his death, and it was granted. and now Satoko was crying hysterically as a result. The guilt tore at my heart. I worked myself up to murder for Satoko's sake. I decided I wanted Satoko to be happy. But was that really all it took? Murder meant taking someone's life. It meant making everyone attached to that person sad. In Satoko's uncle's case, of course, nobody would be sad, so I didn't feel the sense of guilt at all. But Coach's death was different. I had wanted to make Satoko happy, and that had resulted in me inflicting a deep sadness upon her, hadn't I? But Coach killed himself. It wasn't my... Satoko still hadn't stopped crying, but she seemed to be a little calmer now. Wiping her tears, she stood up.
I'm sorry.
And the only thing I could think of to say to her was an apology. Okay, good. I did do a good by sticking here.
Why are you apologizing?
Well, yesterday I got into a fight with Coach, and I thought that I wanted him to die. I wanted it, so he really... Satoko looked at me dubiously for a few moments. Eventually, her expression softened as she interpreted my words in her own way.
It isn't your fault, Katie-san. Coach was an adult too. He felt like there was something he had to give his life for, and chose to do so after a lot of worrying and suffering. It's not anyone's fault.
She smiled a little, trying to comfort me.
I do not want to be naked forever.
I also don't want you to be naked forever. Please.
I want some clothes.
Are you okay? Shouldn't you get someone at the clinic to...
I won't die from putting on clothes before going.
Satoko readjusted her bath towel and started back along the path. Her stride was wobbly, and it didn't look like she'd recovered as much as she let on. At first, Satoko tried to go back home, but it was the time in the morning when people were going to school and to work, so after seeing people walking around, she thought better of it. She must have been pretty embarrassed wearing only a towel. Please put on clothes. Can we please skip to the part where we go home and give you clothes?
I'm going to Rika's house. My clothes should be there. What's wrong? Katie-san?
Satoko noticed I was hanging my head and spoke to me.
Despite how he might have come off, Coach was an adult, alright? He would certainly not have killed himself after a petty fight with you, Katie-san. Please, stop blaming yourself.
At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but with 3 people now, I couldn't discard the possibility. There was no such thing as impossible in this world. These past few days haven't made any sense.
Why hasn't?
Satoko seemed to be having trouble breathing, but she still tried to listen to what I had to say. At the Watanagashi festival, the day before last, you went home on the way there, right? And I went there and had a lot of fun.
So it would seem.
I do
apologize for getting so upset with you about it.
Satoko remembered how she blew up at me in the classroom yesterday and bowed to me a little. If I said I actually didn't go to the festival at all, would you believe me? Satoko looked at me confused. She couldn't help it, of course.
Of course I wouldn't believe you. What are you talking about? Or what are you on about?
You wouldn't, right? I don't believe it either. I mean, I didn't go to the festival, but everyone's saying I hung out with them there. Nobody would believe it, right?
Are you being serious?
Yeah. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, everything's been messed up. These weird footsteps suddenly started following me everywhere. The blood drained from Satoko's expression. Okay. I was just sitting here. It's like, okay, am I safe? Are they going to show the sprite again? And there it is again. So, we really need to get you close, Satoko.
Footsteps following you?
Yeah. I thought it was just my imagination at first, but they stayed with me. They're probably still there. I can't tell them apart now because of your footsteps, though. Satoko took a long, hard look at me. Maybe she was doubting my sanity. Coach did the same thing. I mean, why wouldn't he, after telling him this? The more I thought about it, the more I was unable to endure the feeling that my hatred for Coach had been meaningless. On the day of Watanagashi, I didn't go. I was doing something else. the whole time. I wasn't sleeping or unconscious or anything. So it's not possible that I walked to the festival in my sleep and forgot about it afterwards.
That is quite strange. Then, how are you at the festival?
That's what I mean. I didn't go to the festival. No, I can't let myself get emotional. If I get agitated now, it'd be like proving that there's something wrong with my head. Do you all remember how they said in the lore from Rumors that Oishi was, Shiro-sama's servant because he always questioned the people who before they were demoned away? The same thing happened, but Keiichi is wished 3 people dead and they're actually dead. Yeah, he's being the real Oyashiro-sama's servant in this round. Here's the thought, now that you know that Keiichi wished Satoko's uncle dead, right? Well, he's like very strongly wishing that. So, just stop going into the actions. Just wish that he's dead. Yeah, Yashiro-sama has a new favorite. Sorry. Well, nobody believes me, so yeah.
If that is what you say, Keiichi-san, then I will believe you. Then what?
That night, I saw Takano-san, and it felt like she was looking down on me, so I made a wish. A wish that she would die.
Takano-san does have that sort of air about her, doesn't she? I cannot say that I don't understand how you feel.
Did you know that Takano-san died? It happened yesterday. Apparently, she was burned alive somewhere.
Is that true? She died?
Why are you blushing about this, Satoko? I wished for her to die on the exact day she was dead. And Oishi from the police, too. Do you know him? That annoying and fat detective guy. Satoko nodded a little. I heard from the police earlier, but apparently he went missing. And yesterday, actually, I wished that he would die.
Is all that true?
I'm not lying. I don't want to believe it either, but it's true. Takano-san and Coach and Oishi, I wanted them dead, and they all really died. For a little while, Satoko was at a loss. A long silence ensued.
What a scary story. I should be sure not to get on your bad side, Keiichi-san.
And that's not all. There's something even stranger. It's about your uncle. I would
rather you not talk about my uncle.
He was there yesterday, right? At your house?
Could we please stop talking about him? I don't want to.
It's impossible. He couldn't have been there. Please, Keiichi, she asked you already to stop.
I said stop talking about him. No.
That man couldn't have been there after the night of Watanagashi. Because...
No! No more, please. No more about that man.
I killed him with my own hands. Even the cicadas stopped crying. Her face was streaked with tears, and it stiffened even more as she looked at me in disbelief. On the night of Watanagashi festival, I killed your uncle, so it's impossible that he could have gone home. But still, he went back. And last night, he found fault with the dinner you made him and yelled all sorts of things at you and then basically boiled you in the bathtub. That couldn't possibly have happened. So I wanted to make sure I'd actually killed him, so yesterday I went to dig up the corpse I buried, but the body wasn't there. Is that even possible? I killed him for sure, but there was no body. And he went home like nothing happened, home to you, and that wasn't supposed to happen, was it? Satoko's entire body stiffened. She was shrinking away like there was someone in front of her about to hurt her. You probably think I've gone a little crazy, don't you? I don't blame you. I can't believe it myself.
Keiichi-san, I think you were very confused after all the people you wished were dead coincidentally died. You were just in shock at Coach's suicide, and you're really upset. I think you should stay home from school today and rest. I'll be fine, so please, take care of yourself.
Satoko spoke like she understood me, but she also told me to go home. I could see the revulsion in her face and knew that she didn't want to be around me anymore. Once I showed you to the clinic, I'll go home. Your legs are still shaking, aren't they? It would be terrible if you collapsed halfway there.
Really, I am fine now. I do not want to expose my naked self to a man any more than this.
She wobbled up the shrine steps, looking like she was about to fall. I immediately ran up to her and helped her stay on her feet. What? Why are you over there now? Okay, thankfully my horn covered you. But then Satoko promptly jumped away from me. That outright rejection hurt a lot. Once she got to the top of the stairs, her breathing was ragged. She wasn't even looking at me. Please don't be in the center. You know what? I'm actually just gonna scoot like right in between these two places, so that way I'm covered. Mostly Satoko's covered. At this point, I was being ignored. Well, it was more like she didn't want to have anything to do with me. It really was the feeling of rejection, and that hurt my heart more than any blade could have. This was the path I chose for her sake. To be treated like this at the end of it all was just so saddening. Don't be naive, Keiichi Maebara. You never wanted to be repaid in the first place. You didn't do it so that Satoko would thank you. You did it so Satoko would be happy. Yeah, horn defense. Horns and ears, the best defense. And that was what led to this ending. Rika-chan's house was a disaster prevention storehouse used by the town council. If you went past it a little further through the shrine grounds, you'd apparently reach the back of the assembly hall. Satoko was heading there, walking quickly, the gravel under her feet crunching as she went. Did she want to get there as soon as possible, or did she want to run away? I couldn't tell. Just put sensor tape on on your horn like a ribbon. Oh, you just gave me an idea. I want like an alternate outfit with like the police tape, like do not cross caution sign tape. I don't know what the outfit would be, but like I want a caution tape ribbon. I couldn't tell. And then I heard the vigorous sounds of wings flapping. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Okay. Okay, I don't know if Satoko's body is gonna show up again, but I'm gonna go into the corner for a second. Okay. You guys ready? If you've watched the series, you know what's coming. I turned around and saw a crow. I hadn't seen many crows since coming to Hinamizawa. I saw them a lot in my old town, though. On garbage day, they'd flock to trash collection points, peck through the bags with their beaks, drag out the contents, and have a feast. As I was remembering that, I saw a few crows flocking around the shrine's donation box, and I thought how terrible it was for someone to leave a garbage bag in a place like that. The cicadas quieted. Breathing stopped. Thoughts ceased. Every time, even time came to a halt. I ran over to where the crows were flocking. I ran there in order to drive a horrible idea out of my mind. I definitely hadn't wanted this. There's no way I would ever wish for this, even by mistake. This was not. When they noticed my vicious approach, the crows all flapped upwards, fleeing into the sky. When the crows' big black bodies flew away, they exposed the garbage bag. What had I seen there? The scream had escaped my throat before I understood what I was looking at. What was this? Satoko came over as well, realizing something had happened, and she looked over my shoulder. Then she screamed as well. This wasn't... The garbage bag was crimson, dyed in fresh blood. Ugh, enough of this stupid roundabout way of saying it. That's right. Yes, it was Rika-chan. Our friend, Satoko's best friend. Always easygoing, clever as a cat, but so cute you couldn't hate her. Our friend, Rika-chan. Whoops, Our friend Rika-chan, Rika-chan was stark naked. She was face up, limbs sprawled. Her eyes were like glass, just staring up into the sky. I am getting chills. I don't know if anybody else is, but I'm getting chills. Rika! Ah! Setsuko broke down crying on the spot, and yet she still couldn't approach her friend's remains. The crows had gotten through the garbage bag and they dragged out an apple peel and spread it all over. No, crows, they couldn't do this. On the spot, I started vomiting. The sour taste became a bitter one as I threw up over and over again. Rika-chan, her stomach was cut wide open, vertically, completely open. Yeah, the sound is definitely like, oof. Rika! Wah! Crows couldn't have done this. And from her open stomach, her organs, her bowels were dragged out like children's toys left all over the floor. That undeniable sight induced oxygen deprivation in my brain. Color left my vision, a pounding headache, dizzy, and I wanted to vomit. It was like the nightmarish remains of a ceremonial killing. Someone somewhere had killed Rika-chan, brought her here, laid her here with her limbs sprawled out, and then cut open her stomach and dragged out her intestines. Red and pink viscera were sticking out of her gut, and her intestines were scattered in every direction, like it had been for fun. The entire ground was covered in an ocean of red and black. A few of the crows had hopped around inside that ocean. They walked through the sea of blood, leaving bloody footprints, and those footprints, there were several still left in Rika-chan's body. Those sinister prints made it even more like a bizarre ritual killing. I may have wished for Takano-san and Coach and Oishi to die, but I didn't remember ever wishing for Rika-chan's death. Yeah, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if Satoko was going to show up again. I stumbled backwards, then stepped on a newspaper. A newspaper? In a place like this? The newspaper was what was covering my hatchet. I had kept it wrapped up on my belt in order to carry Satoko, and that newspaper had fallen off. Sheesh, don't scare me like that. I bent down to pick it up, and then Satoko looked at me with such disbelief as I'd never seen, and froze. She was looking straight at me, at the hatchet on my belt. Eek! Calm down, Satoko. This isn't what it looks like. Satoko, trembling madly, backed away. It wasn't me. It wasn't. She didn't care at all that she wasn't exposed, that she was exposing herself through the towel. She just trembled and tried to step back from the demon in front of her. Satoko, please calm down. Please relax. Satoko, no. Screaming weakly, Satoko began to run, unsteadily. Ran away, that is. Wait, please, wait, Satoko. I told Keiichi you shouldn't be carrying a weapon everywhere, right? You're wrong. That's not it. The way she ran away was so weak, so slow. So if I wanted to go after her, I could have caught up. But if I tried to grab Satoko's shoulder or something right now, she might actually go crazy. So I had to follow her and try to clear this up.
You killed Takano-san and Coach and Yoichi-san, didn't you? You killed my uncle. And then you killed Rika. You murderer!
No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill her.
What are you saying? You just said it yourself, did you not? You wanted them to die, and then everyone died, didn't they?
Well, no, just wishing that they were dead. That couldn't.
You don't even remember what you did, do you? How can you trust a person like that? Didn't your memory of killing them just slip your mind? No, maybe you're only pretending not to remember. Besides, what is that hatchet for? Try explaining that.
It's for.
See? Keiichi-san, you are a killer, aren't you? Why did you do it? You were a little mean, but you were fun and kind, and once you even thought you might be my real Nini. Why did you turn into this?
I might have been able to slowly answer each of Satoko's questions at a time, but in this situation, explaining my innocence in such a short period of time was impossible. I mean, I didn't even know if I was really innocent anyway. At the very least, I killed Satoko's uncle. There was no body, but I killed him, without a doubt. At that point, I was far from innocent, and I wished Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi were dead, and that curse of mine was granted. When I wished for Takano-san to die, I didn't think of it as anything more than a normal thing you'd say to someone you didn't like. But then she actually did die, and I realized that if I wanted people to die, they would. And hoping it would happen again, I cursed Coach and Oishi to the same fate. So, even ignoring Takano-san's death, Coach and Oishi's were completely premeditated crimes. Was I a killer, just like Satoko said? Was I unable to distinguish between illusion and reality and turned into a demon without remembering it? Becoming a killer who carried out Oyashido-sama's curse? No, that couldn't be. It was impossible. Damn it. The very word impossible was impossible in Hinamizawa right now. How many freaking times have I said that word these past 3 days? Satoko had started crying again and was walking unsteadily. At first it felt like she was still running, but now it was like she was walking away crying from someone bullying her.
Why? Why did things turn out this way? Why?
If there was an answer to that, then I wanted to know it too. Why? Why had it turned out like this?
After Nini went away, I was lonely for a long time, but then Keiichi-san transferred to her school, and everyone was happy again. It was fun again. Every day was beautiful.
Yeah, she was right. Those days were bright and beautiful. And yet, after that, Satoko and I shouted at the exact same thing. How did it turn out like this? The cicadas were sneering at the spectacle, our strange game of tag. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Eventually, I heard the murmuring of a stream. The forest parted, and a suspension bridge appeared. Satoko was crossing dangerously, wobbling as though she might fall at any moment. And when I stepped onto the bridge, it swayed a lot, causing Satoko to stagger and fall on the spot. Satoko, are you okay? They just keep moving her. Okay, she's over here now.
Don't come near me. You murderer!
Satoko shouted, her hatred made very clear. It was sad. If words could hurt, then this warmth flowing from my eyes would have been blood for sure.
Why did you turn out this way? Keiichi-san, I really liked you.
I wanted to go up to her and give her a hand. Yeah, she naked. We were going to get close and then we found Rika-chan. But the distance between us was uncrossable. If I got any closer, Satoko would start shouting again and say things that would hurt me deeply again. So I couldn't approach any closer than this. Satoko, I don't know how things turned out like this either, but I can say this. I wasn't the one who killed Rika-chan. At least that is true.
Please stop being so absurd. How do you expect me to believe anything someone who can't even rely on his own memories has to say?
I tightened my hands into fists. This was mortifying. I wasn't crazy. Hinamizawa was crazy ever since I wandered into, lost on that one night. This insane world where I was at the festival when I wasn't, and the uncle I killed was alive, where death would come by just wishing for it. It wasn't this world's fault. Mion and Nana started acting strangely, like they were possessed by something too, and Coach wouldn't believe anything I had to say. And even Satoko, who should have protected, was yelling at me like this. Was the price for killing a man supposed to be this high? Yes. Was I really going to be forced to stay in such a bitter world? I did the right thing. At least I wanted to. So then, why? I hated it. Every time I asked why, the days Satoko and I enjoyed in peace went so wrong. Satoko, please believe me. I'm not a murderer.
Then what is that a hatchet for? Can you give me a convincing explanation for that?
Is this hatchet scaring you? Okay, I'll throw it away. Is that what you want? That's what you want, right? Satoko didn't nod, but she seemed to be in agreement with the proposition. I clumsily took the hatchet off of my belt, then dropped it on the other side of the bridge into the stream below. There, it's gone. Now, you'll listen to me, right?
You think I'll let my guard down just because you got rid of your weapon? Keiichi-san, you're strong. It would be easy for you to strangle me with your bare hands.
Like hell I would. Ever want to kill Satoko? You idiot. Then what should I do? Should I put my hands on my head?
Yes, why don't you? Please put your hands on your head and face the other way.
It was a cunning plan, much like the one she used during club activities. Putting my hands on my head and turning away would mean I couldn't attack Satoko very easily. I don't know what this word is, but I can't, uncover it without uncovering her. I immediately acquiesced to her request, I'm assuming is the word, since it would make her feel better. Is this alright? Please, listen to what I have to say. Satoko stood up and carefully approached me from behind, and then she actually came right behind me. She was so close, and yet I was so sad that I wasn't allowed to turn around.
I sort of think I understand that this isn't your fault, Keiichi-san.
Huh?
I think probably you have just been possessed by something evil.
Just in case she moves, I'm moving into, the middle. That way I can, cover most bases.
Until before, I thought Keiichi-san was a killer, but now I know. After looking at your eyes.
I could hear that Satoko was still crying, but her voice was gentle just the same.
Keiichi-san could never kill anyone. Something simply possessed his body and made him do evil things.
Was she speaking literally right now? Or was she just trying to admonish me? I couldn't tell.
Come to think of it, maybe they were possessed, just like Keiichi-san. At the time, I was only thinking I would be killed, so I didn't think about it. But now I understand. That was the work of something evil that possessed you.
Oh no, I think Keiichi dropped the hatchet into the creek below where they are right now, so there's no way of her getting the hatchet. Satoko? What are you? It was less like she was talking to me, and more like she was talking to herself, like she was confessing at my back.
I understand, It isn't like I haven't experienced it myself.
Satoko's voice started to become mixed with sobs. A small dragon becomes a goalie during Higurashi. Yes, I make sure that nobody's sus. Her pained voice tore at my heart, but I didn't know what Satoko was talking about.
I climbed to the top of the ritual storehouse once. It was a few years ago.
Okay, so I'm just gonna be in the corner until this background changes. We should be safe from Satoko for a little bit. That would be a great plot twist if she stabbed him with a knife into his back, right? Once, when Satoko was playing hide-and-seek at the shrine grounds, she climbed into the roof of the storehouse for ritual implements, which everyone said not to go near, and hid. Then Satoko saw that she could get in through the window meant for ventilation. For Satoko, the word curse was plenty scary, but she was more curious about what was inside the unknown storehouse. She removed the grating on the window, which was already hanging off, slid her small body into it, and climbed down inside. It was too dark to see much, but after descending, she realized just how high up she'd been. Despite the darkness, she could see a few things about her thanks to the faint light coming in from the air window. And to her disappointment, it was just a regular old storehouse. She tried to leave, but the door was locked up tight from the outside, and it was made not to open from within. She would have to go back out through the ventilation window she'd come in from, but the window was high on the wall, and there was no way she would be able to climb back up. Satoko desperately tried not to cry and racked her brain thinking of a way to get up there. There were a lot of bird cages-looking things hanging from the chains in the ceiling. She took the hanging chains and strung them along the wall. If she climbed up the bundle of chains, she might be able to manage to climb up on the ventilation window. There was nothing else she could do, so she had to try. And try she did. It was dark and creepy, and she didn't want to stay there forever. The more she thought about that, the more she panicked. She climbed the bundle of chains. Satoko could hear the clinks and clangs of everything creaking under her weight. And then, just as her hand reached the window, one of the metal fixtures she used to stick the chains on the walls flew off, and the chains all began to pull loudly and furiously every which way. Spurred on by the sounds behind her, she managed to get back on the roof from the window. Because of the weight of the flailing bundle of chains, the other fixtures broke, and then one of the big bird cages hanging from the ceiling fell onto the floor with a huge noise. Under it was an image of Oyashiro-sama. His vessel in the cage took off one of his arms, then trapped under other implements beneath it. It didn't take very long for her to grow scared of what she'd done. The deafening noise could be heard from the rest of the shrine grounds. A few other children heard it and gathered around. And of course, Rika was one of them. Then, Rika's father, the shrine's priest, with an angry look, ran over. And then, as for what happened next, it was painful to remember. The only one who knew where Rika's parents kept the key to the ritual storehouse was Rika, so he scolded her, saying that this happened because Rika pulled a prank and hid me in there. He was very angry and menacing. Just looking at him was enough to frighten anyone. He exposed Rika's back and took a strangely shaped ritual cane or something and struck her with it several times. Rika's words at that time, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." That pitiful voice, I still can't get it out of my head. I should have said it was me. I should have said so, to save my best friend from that false accusation without being afraid of Rika's father's terrible temper. Rika gritted her teeth and cried at the crimes she didn't remember doing. Ever since then, the world had been strange. She hasn't popped up yet, but I am making sure that I am am in a good censoring position. She is bound to show up at one angle or another, so there we go, I'm right in the center of the screen. Okay, we are ready for her when she shows up. I know, I understand. This is Oyashiro-sama's curse, his judgment for messing up the ritual storehouse and forsaking my best friend. Oyashiro-sama's curse?
My father and mother, too. They vanished in that muddy stream. My mean aunt died, too. But then Nini, he loved me more than anyone, ran away from home. And then Keiichi-san transferred in, and I thought I'd finally gotten my life back. But this time, Keiichi-san was possessed, and even Rika got killed.
There's something I heard once. Oyashiro-sama, when he really curses someone, he doesn't kill them right away. He goes in order of your closest friends, and after killing them all, he kills that person last. So, Keiichi-san, the curse got you too. I'm sure that Rena-san and Mion-san will be cursed next.
And then they'll be killed. No more. No!
Calm down, Satoko. There's no curse. Nobody is trying to torment you. When I turned around, I was thrust away with amazing force. Given my hands were awkwardly placed on my head, I couldn't take the fall and lost my balance. And I'd been pushed not into the bridge, but to the side. Towards the stream. No, this can't be happening. Wah! As one last miracle, I was allowed to grab the cord hanging from the bridge. Far below me was the stream. We were pretty high up, and below were rocks of all sizes. If I fell, it clearly wouldn't be pretty. The entire bridge was tilting under my body weight. My frail little grip probably wouldn't last another minute before my fingers had to let go. Satoko! Satoko! I didn't understand myself, what I meant by shouting her name then. Was I asking her to save me, or was I asking why she did this? Finally, everything came back into focus, and I saw Satoko. And I was surprised at what an odd expression she had. It was the first time I'd seen it. It was an expression of righteous anger, meant only for those who needed to die.
Die, you murderer! Give him back! Give back my Nini! Give back Rika and Mommy and Keiichi-san!
Okay, I knew she would pop up. Okay, let me be a little bit smaller, so that way I'm just covering her. There we go.
Ah!
Wait, no. Hello? Oh, my automatone's batteries are dying, I think. Oh no. Oh no, my automaton, no! I already need new batteries for it. Maybe if I turn it off and on again? Nope. My boy is dead. We're dying. I need to give new batteries.
Ah!
As she screamed, she jerked the bridge to and fro. Did Satoko push Keiichi off the bridge? Yes. He is hanging on for dear life. She didn't have to do that. I was going to fall anyway.
I won't lose to the likes of you. I won't lose to some stupid curse. I will never, ever lose to you. You took everyone. I will never lose to you. Not ever.
Satoko, please, just let me say one thing. I don't know what my face looked like at the time, but it seemed like it was enough to quell Satoko's agitation. I know that what I did isn't exactly praiseworthy. No, in fact, maybe I should never have done it at all. But I did it because I wanted you to be happy. Please, just believe that.
You, at the very end, you're still pretending to be Keiichi-san.
Satoko didn't seem to have any more desire to listen to what I had to say. And for that to happen at the very end like this was tragic. I didn't do any of this so that you would praise me. If it made you happy, that was all that mattered. We were nothing. Without your smile, we were nothing. So after I disappear, please smile. If you can get on with your new life by my dying, then please, just smile. Can't you at least promise me that?
Stop speaking! Don't use Keiichi-san's mouth like that! Fall down! Die!
And there we go. Okay, now I can finally go back into this corner. And those were the last words Satoko ever said to me. Those sad, tragic, and altogether unrewarding words. What on earth was I? My desire to make Satoko happy ended up like this. Where did I go wrong? And what was the mistake I made? When did I make it? Was I the crazy one? Or was it Hinamizawa? Even after all of this, I thought I wasn't crazy at all. It was this eerie world that was crazy. This world I'd accidentally wandered into that one night. Because that fun world where I never doubted all the crazy times we had as a club would go on forever. It couldn't possibly have transformed into such an abnormal world. That fun world wouldn't have ever ended with Satoko pushing me to my death. In the end, I was going to be swallowed up by this crazy world and disappear. No, I'd probably already disappeared. Yes, probably. On the night of Watanagashi. I used to actually take a pinball plan out properly, yeah. I'm sure that in the world I really belonged to, I hadn't vanished that night and everyone was worried. It was laughable that I had taken so long to figure out I wasn't around anymore. Oyashido-sama. Whoa. Sorry, that was probably loud. Oyashido-sama's curse on the 5th year was Satoko's uncle dying and me disappearing. In the real world, Satoko had already been freed. Maybe my friends were all lamenting my disappearance and valiantly trying to get back on their feet. And even though they were down to 4 people, the club would reopen and they would have a good time without me, waiting for the day when I would come back. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't come back home, but this is what I wished for. It was my wish for Satoko's smile, and my duty as her nini. At this point, there will be nobody left to torture you, because Satoshi and I, it took 2 years, but we succeeded. That annoying, toothy smile of yours, we wanted to see it one more time. I didn't mean to bonk you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bonk you guys. Technically, I bonked the little plushie hanging from my mic, but I'm still sorry for bonking you guys. I'm sorry for bonking you guys. My pain wasn't gentle or merciful. It was a sharp pain, violent, powerful, and ruthless. What little compassion I had receded in the span of a moment. And now, I could die. I could say goodbye to this insane world. We can bonk back to, no! Dead, no! Farewell, crazed Hinamizawa. Thanks for giving me the psychotic power to kill people whenever I wanted. If you'll still allow it, I wish for one last thing. The death of this very world, of this crazed Hinamizawa. So that nobody would ever again have to find themselves lost here again. Rip this Hinamizawa. Right? It's like you think of it as like the one that you don't want to do because it's, you know, it has Satoko in it. It's mainly Satoko, but it's just like, man. Wait, there's more? There's more? How much more is there? Ooh, that's a slow fade. Well, it seems Keiichi's wish didn't get granted. Oh, but that like... Wait, it faded in. Why is it fading out already? Did he live? Maybe. My head was pounding. The sky was bright. It was cold, too. It hurt. Every sensation I felt led to a new and different one awakening. When I came to, I was lying face first on the dry riverbed. A few body parts hurt a lot. The skin over a bunch of my joints was torn, turned blue and red or oozing blood. I could tell it was my bones that were in pain from the agony I felt whenever I moved. I looked up and saw how high the bridge from which I had fallen was. Considering I dropped from there, it was a miracle that I could open my eyes again. Right next to me was a broken upside-down car seat, which I guessed some pranksters had brought here. Maybe this thing had been conveniently lying right under me, allowing me to escape instant death. Miraculous. Of course, I didn't know whether this miracle was fortunate or unfortunate. I had failed to die, and now I was still stuck in this insane world. How long I had been unconscious for? The sun was high in the sky, so it looked like only 1 or 2 hours had passed. But my body's sluggishness didn't make it feel at all like so short a time had gone by. Mentally, it felt like I'd been asleep for a decade. Ow. Ugh. The more feeling returned to my body, the more pain flooded in. It hurt so much it would have been better not to have woken up. I needed to get to a doctor. Yeah, to Coach's clinic. The term Coach's clinic brought memories back, one after another. Memories I wish I hadn't recalled. Setsuko was no longer on the bridge. She would have returned to Hinamizawa by now. And she would put on some clothes and go to the clinic, get a checkup, and report on how crazy I had seemed. The police were waiting for me without a doubt. This time, would they find out for real that I'd kill her uncle and arrest me? Or would they just send me to a mental institution like I thought they might? Still, I didn't care which it was. Remember, he wishes things and they seem to come true. Well, he wanted the world to be gone, so what would be happening now, I wonder? Please, someone stop all this pain. You can boil me or cook me after that? Whatever you want. I began to walk unsteadily, just limping along. So what if that's what's happening right now? So it's basically forcing him to see the end of this Hinamizawa. I'm getting another vibes, just the fact that dead people are still walking around in Hinamizawa. I still need to watch another, I think. I think I watched like 1 or 2 episodes and then I just got distracted. I went downstream and then through an animal trail-like path in the woods. I walked haphazardly, searching for a path I knew. Eventually, I finally came across a familiar road and set off towards the clinic. Not to my house, but to the clinic, which had treated me like a lunatic. It was hot and humid. There was no wind, and the air was stagnant. For a while now, I've been smelling the terrible stench of burned eggs, and it made my face scrunch up. And then, at last, I noticed something. I couldn't hear any cicadas. Oh, this ending, actually. This one was weird. This one was wild, actually. It was the first time I'd heard Hinamizawa be so utterly silent. When I thought back, it seemed like birds actually always chirped in the morning. Cicadas always cried loudly in the afternoon, and Higurashi always rose up in the chorus in the evening. Always something to hear. I couldn't hear a single insect. The only thing I could hear was the rustling of the wind brushing the treetops. You guys reminiscing about another in there. Meanwhile, I'm just like, oh no. I've never experienced this sort of quiet before. Even the only sound coming from the trees lacked life somehow. The trees were yellow and many leaves were spread on the ground, despite it being too early for autumn. Even the weeds that had been growing so persistently at the side of the road had yellowed, browned, and lost their vigor. Only the sunlight itself was in the June Hinamizawa I knew. And yet it seemed like the seasons had switched all of a sudden. Looking at the fallen leaves and rotting weeds led me to spot a few small insects turned on their backs. They weren't moving. They were corpses. I looked closer to see insect corpses scattered all around, like a child had collected them as samples and then strewn them all about. The stench. What was it? It was terrible, like burned eggs. Combined with all the bug corpses and leaves falling from the trees in summer. Had someone sprayed herbicides or pesticides around here? Even at school, we apparently fumigate. They call it pest disinfection or something, once or twice a year. What's going on with this ending? I don't remember the reasoning for it, but I do remember what happens. I hadn't run into anybody despite how bright it was outside. It was mid-afternoon, and yet it felt like I were sauntering about at midnight. Well, with the smell, nobody would want to be walking around outside. Just what was this anyway? There was no sound, no noise, not even a breath. Hinamizawa was silent. The school would come into view right after turning this corner, and yet I couldn't hear any commotion at all. None of the shouts or grunts that children always made. It was simply quiet. Just as pretending to ignore the silence had grown intolerable, I saw the school. And finally I heard something. It was the sound of a few trucks. There were a few very tall trucks parked in schoolyard idling. About 10 workers in raincoats were unloading things from their trunks. It was hot and humid even in my casual clothing. I couldn't imagine how unbearable it must have been. And then I remembered. Our school was rented from the Forest Service field office building, wasn't it? It wasn't strange at all for Forest Service trucks to be doing some kind of work in the schoolyard. Besides, what did forest rangers do anyway? I felt bad for them having to work in such heat and with such a stench about. They were taking colorful cargo out of the truck and lining it up in the schoolyard. They were containers, fairly large ones, inside multicolored patchwork bags. Heavy, too, they were being carried in pairs. They lined them up very neatly, like tuna at a riverside fish market. Several dozens, hundreds of tuna were completely filling the fairly wide schoolyard up. Perhaps I forgot my pain for a little while, captivated by this big forest ranger job I had never seen before. As I stood there, watching in a daze, the people in the raincoats working on the other side noticed me. One of them pointed me out and they shouted a few things back and forth. I thought they might yell at me for getting in their way, so I decided to leave post-haste. But then 2 trucks drove up behind me. I stepped aside and they entered the schoolyard. Sheets covered their trucks, but I could tell they were completely full. As they passed, there was an awful smell that made me want to choke. It wasn't the same burned egg smell as before, but an even worse one, like rotten crab meat. What on earth was it? I've been enshrouded in one terrible stench after another all day. What does it mean? Oh, you'll see. Then certain white letters emblazoned on the side of the passing trucks caught my eye. Ground Self-Defense Forces. What? Self-Defense Forces. Like the army? Why was the army in the schoolyard? Hey, you! Where did you come from? Suddenly, someone slapped me on the shoulders from behind. I turned around, and a canopied CDF Jeep was parked there. The CDF person had on a green raincoat and a gas mask like in the movies, carrying a compressed air cylinder. He didn't look normal. There wasn't an inch of exposed skin anywhere. Where did I... Ow! When I tried to talk, I stretched a wound on my head. I made the CDF people exchange glances. I couldn't see their faces through their masks, but they seemed surprised. Do you live in Hinamizawa? Can you tell us your name and address? Well, yeah, I sort of live here. My name is Keiichi Maebara. Oh, and my address is Hinamizawa Village, Hishibone. After seeing me tell them my name and address without hesitation, one of the CDF people watching from the Jeep started talking into a radio. Base, do you read? Base, do you read? We have a 402 survivor discovered. I repeat, we have a 402. We have found a survivor. He's in front of the Forest Service office. This is Base, we copy. Secure that survivor at once. What is his status? Healthy. Wounded all over, but not fatally. He can walk on his own. We'll send him to HQ for safety. I was prepared to go along with the police, but the CDF, I couldn't help but think it seemed a little bit much. They urged me into the back of the Jeep. And then they told me to put on this gigantic gas mask. I did so, and one of the troops fiddled around with it, strapping it tightly to me. It was heavy, hard to see out of, and hot and difficult to breathe. Just looking at the world through the lenses made it lose its sense of reality. Also, what is with the gas masks? As said, you'll see. My breathing sounded like some giant monster through the mask. At this point, I had an idea what was happening. With much trepidation, I asked the trooper adjusting my mask. Excuse me, has something happened? Where were you? What were you doing? Hey, don't answer a question with more questions. I was the one asking you. I, fell from a rope bridge way back in the mountains. I think I passed out on the riverbed. I don't actually know what day it is. Today is June 22nd, 1993, Wednesday. That surprised me. Sethical pushed me off of the bridge on Tuesday, the 21st. That meant I'd been asleep on the riverbed for an entire day. Forgive me for asking again, but did something happen? Why is the CDF here? Is this a drill? Had my question been that difficult for him? None of the troopers would answer me. The one with the driver in the driver's seat talking on his own radio turned on the vehicles. He turned the dial, and some broadcast station or another came in. I started to listen to the voice of the radio announcer I was familiar with. Was conducted at the Prime Minister's office in regards to questions from the press that the CDF not responding to the disaster promptly was directly related to this unprecedented, unheard of catastrophe. Chief Cabinet Secretary Okuno had this to say. And so, I believe that once the CDF received the dispatch order from the prefectural governor, they responded promptly. According to him, the CDF was prompt to respond to a crisis after receiving their orders. He implied that this was the prefecture's responsibility for taking too long to comprehend the situation. When did the governor who requested the CDF's dispatch actually become aware of the outbreak of such an unprecedented catastrophe? And did he not invite further damage because of the time lost before he sent the request for the disaster relief? In other words, because of the bureaucracy, that's the word. We are waiting further instruction into the matter. That was Mr. Okada, reporting from the Prime Minister's official residence. At this point, we can take another look at the political response following this disaster. Oh, did I say C in there? My bad. In the middle of the night, between June 21st and June 22nd, a large-scale disaster broke out in Hinamizawa village, Shishibone. The details have not been investigated, but there was an eruption of volcanic gas from somewhere in the Hinamizawa area. The gas was relatively heavy, and as it spewed out, it began to flow. That flow went down along the small river and headed directly into Hinamizawa village. After a few hours, I skipped forward accidentally. It had covered the entire region. It happened in the middle of the night. You guys remember that volcano that everybody was talking about just playfully in the very beginning of this? 2 to 4 a.m. Every home and household in the village was afflicted. With most of the residents asleep, it is thought that all died without noticing the crisis. The catastrophe striking in the middle of the night caused its detection to come too late. But there was still one small opportunity to have noticed it. 3 a.m. A news dealer's shop in Okinomiya sent a vehicle carrying the morning newspaper to its branch office in Hinamizawa. Usually, the shop would be contacted upon the vehicle's arrival, but this morning, it didn't happen. The news dealer's shop made repeated calls, but got no response. The shopkeeper sent his eldest son to check on things, but they lost contact with him as well. It is extremely regrettable. If they had contacted the police or fire department at this point, it is highly possible that the situation would have turned out more positively. At the very least, it's possible that a portion of the village might have been saved from a tragic annihilation. 6 a.m. Residents in areas in the same region began continuously calling 119 to report the smell of rotten eggs, dizziness, nausea, and headaches. The fire department received the same reports, all from the same confirmed region. They speculated a truck loaded with chemicals may have gotten into an accident and reported it to the local police. 6:30 a.m. Contact was lost with a patrol car on duty in the Hinamizawa area after the officer reported the smell of rotten eggs. The local police considered the possibility of a large-scale disaster involving highly lethal gas and reported it to the prefecture and prefectural police at 7:15 a.m. 8 a.m. The governor was traveling to nearby prefectures for inspection, so in accordance with regulations, the prefectural environmental disaster prevention chief was provisionally escalated to Director General and set up a disaster countermeasure office. However, without contacting the governor, the countermeasures came too late. As has been pointed out by citizens groups, his trip was honorary Diet members to inspect other prefectures based solely on good relations, and it's rumored they preoccupied themselves with the drinking party. Sources closer to him claimed the governor had been drinking all night and had gone to sleep in a drunken state. He was completely drunk when the environmental chief phoned him as well, and apparently he could not get him to pay any attention to the matter. So it took about an hour for the governor to sober up, gain an understanding of the situation, and gather information. Though not as extreme as the governor's case, the environmental chief, who became Director General in the governor's absence, will likely also be questioned about his negligence. In addition, without any procedures in place at the prefecture's side that predicted catastrophes this massive, they would always react too late, and that ended up being fatal. 9:12 a.m. On the advice of the prefectural police, the governor requested a disaster relief mission from the CDF, or the SDF, that's where I was messing up. By the time the chemical defense unit, equipped with protective equipment, arrived on the scene, 8 hours had already passed since the incident's outbreak. I am just not saying any words anymore. Whatever the case may be, it was unfortunate this happened while everyone was asleep in the middle of the night. Had the same disaster occurred during the day, it likely would have been entirely different. All households in Hinamizawa village region were wiped out. There were over 1,000 victims. The SDF is still confirming the situation on the ground, but the results are predicted to only increase in number. Here with us in the studio today is Dr. Fujiwara, a professor at University who is well equipped with volcanic disasters, or acquainted rather. Doctor, can such a sudden and horrible outburst of poisonous gas actually happen? It isn't at all unusual for this to happen right around craters, at least. Japan is a volcanic nation, so has many active volcanoes. There are always a danger of hazardous gas around any of the craters, and it's generally a rule among mountain climbers not to go near them. Does this mean the rotten egg smell that visited Hinamizawa village was the normal sort of gas from volcanic craters? Judging by how it smelled like rotten eggs, we think it was hydrogen sulfide, a gas seen particularly frequent in accidents compared to other volcanic gases. Over 1,000, there were only 20,000 people living there too, right? Yikes. If it's dense, it becomes extremely dangerous. Hinamizawa village is very far away from the craters of any volcanoes. Can hydrogen sulfide be generated even from a place not close to a crater? I don't know all the details, but I can't say anything concrete. But in other countries, there are records of gas eruptions due to magma buildup under hot springs. It's an extremely rare event, but it is possible for such a thing to happen even in a region not near craters. Thank you very much, Doctor. We appear to have an announcement from the Japan Defense Agency. Miss Morikawa, are you there? Yes, I am at Japan Defense Agency. The agency has just made an announcement regarding the source of the Hinamizawa village gas disaster. Analysis from the Ground Self-Defense Forces Department of Chemistry has found that the gas was a mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. Miss Morikawa, do you know whether the gas is still erupting or spreading to nearby areas? According to the SDF's 9th Division, who are currently engaged in a rescue operation at Hinamizawa village, the gas density is steadily decreasing. They've announced that the damage will not spread. However, it does not change the fact that the surrounding areas are still in danger and that very strict observation must be maintained. That was Morikawa from the Japan Defense Agency. And now we have a report on the state of those who have been made to evacuate the Okinomiya area. Shimoshinosaki Elementary School is one of the evacuation sites. We currently have a reporter on scene. Wait. What? Inside the Jeep, clambering and bouncing about the rough road, none answered my muttered question. An unprecedented catastrophe had destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night? Where was Hinamizawa village anyway? Some place deep in the mountains, right? Names of places I'd heard about on the radio were always like that. They were all places I'd never heard of, much less knew locations of. Wiped out? What does that mean? Don't they usually say how many died and how many were injured? How many people were alive? Where did everyone evacuate to? Yeah, somber works. Eventually, we came into view of Coach's clinic. For the first time, I saw the flag of Japan hanging on the pole outside. Japan's circular sun hung down as though exhausted. Many SDF tents were set up in the clinic's big parking lot, and many strict security vehicles were parked there as well. When they saw the Jeep coming, men in white clothing and gas masks came running out of the clinic, frantic, carrying a stretcher. They're going to be all right. How do you feel? Can you walk? Yes. Ow, ow. And because of my owls, they forced me to lay on the stretcher anyway. People who seemed like doctors were looking at me, notifying others of my condition via the radio. Multiple wounds, high possibility of fractures and internal damage, large laceration in the head, pupils normal, but even without bleeding from the fundus, brain damage is still possible. And then, from the clinic entrance, people lying on stretchers were brought outside to replace me. Judging by their clothing, they were from Hinamizawa, and that's how I knew they were victims. They brought the stretchers in front of a truck. 2 troops, holding shoulders and legs, like some kind of baggage, picked them up and threw them into the trunk. In the trunk of the truck, people's bodies piled in heaps. They were just like baggage, and that told me they were already nothing but shells. At that moment, I remembered all those colorful sacks filling the trucks, and them lined up in the schoolyard like a fish market. Hundreds of empty shells. Corpses. 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 You jackasses! Don't just throw the victims in like that! They lived here! The troops carrying the sacks answered me with a humble salute. The world didn't need this insane version of Hinamizawa. My final wish. Again, it was granted. I didn't understand anything anymore. None of it mattered. I wished, I cursed, and then it happened the next day. Then please, tomorrow morning, let me die. That insane night, it's still going on. Please, please end it already. Hey, he's lost consciousness. Shout his name, quickly. Maibara-kun, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just blink. Maibara-kun, Maibara-kun, Maibara-kun. Suddenly, the world didn't matter to me anymore. I wasn't interested in their cries. His breathing stopped. Get his respiratory tract open. Use CPR. Make him live. Damn it. Damn it. No more. No more dead people. Nobody deserves to die. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. I could hear the voice of a man crying and screaming in my ears. Nobody deserves to die. Those words came from his heart. They were so commonplace, and they soaked into my heart, too. Maybe it was a mistake to take someone's life, even if it was to save Satoko. If this is the price I had to pay, this horrible tragedy, then this is a little too much, Oyashiro-sama. Why did you never punish me? Come to think of it, Satoko said something. Oyashiro-sama's actual curse never goes for the target at first, but kills everyone they love before that. Oyashiro-sama's curse. It was a convenient excuse I told myself at the very end, that it wasn't my curse that destroyed it, but Oyashiro-sama's. Given that I was on a stretcher, this next bit might have been obvious, but last of all, I realized one thing. Hello, Ellie, you showed up at the very end. How you doing? Yeah, today, I had not heard those footsteps following me, even once. But now, I was liberated, as the cries of the Higurashi couldn't have been hearing filled my mind. Their tearful ensemble was the only funeral march I had. Rip Keiichi. Oh, this part is gonna continue. June 22nd, early morning. A widespread disaster occurred in the Hinamizawa village, Shishibone Prefecture. Volcanic ash, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen sulfide erupted from the Onigafuchi swamp, one of the Hinamizawa's area's water sources, and spread throughout the entire village. There was 1,200 victims, 20 had gone missing. The catastrophe had unprecedented, forcing local governments to evacuate approximately 600,000 people. According to later investigations, magma pools in the hot springs were uncovered directly under Onigafuchi Swamp, and the gas that gushed from it had determined to be caused from the disaster. I will look at the chat later, I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. In addition, directly after the incident broke out, many came forth claiming the disaster was a curse based on Hinamizawa village legends, first sparking a wave of chaos. They were apparently local legends of a curse spreading in a miasma, destroying the village, and some scholars believe a similar gas disaster may have happened in the past and remained part of the legends. More extreme periodicals suggested that this was an extension of the string of freak death incidents that had been happening in the recent years of Hinamizawa village, stirring interest in the theories about this curse in Oyashiro-sama. In addition, relatives of those in Hinamizawa village who had escaped the disaster complained that the sickness up afterwards and were hospitalized. Some of them even died of unknown causes, further encouraging. I don't know what they encouraged. On top of that, several relatives professed to the possession of Oyashiro-sama's curse, committed suicide in strange ways, and the impact of the disaster had one of the nations that no longer could be ignored. Wild visions of terrible toxic gas seeping into the middle of the night, killing people, spilled across the country, causing a steady stream of people complaining of insomnia, difficulty breathing, headache, dizziness, etc. Some who identified themselves as being obsessed by it began doing odd things. Most of those were mistakenly attributed to a tabloid press, but afterwards some even began to call the mental issues rising from the Hinamizawa tragedy the Hinamizawa syndrome. The Hinamizawa village region, the object of all kinds of rumors and speculation, is currently closed off, and even flying overhead is prohibited. The prohibition was, at one point, undone as a result of the decree of the gas's density, but that autumn another gas burst was confirmed, leading to the area being cordoned off again. Word of that area was sound asleep, all traces of I don't know what it was. Only one survivor remains, Keiichi Maebara, age 1, who lived at Hinamizawa village. At the time of rescue, had some trouble breathing due to the fluid buildup in his lungs, but as a result of life-saving procedures, he was kept alive. He's currently in general hospital somewhere in the prefecture. That's sad. The press had been asking him for some time, but all interviews were being refused. What did he see in Hinamizawa? What happened between June 21st and June 22nd in Hinamizawa village? Today he remains silent, unwilling to speak of it. Yeah, that really sucks. That was in like Latin or something. Oh my gosh, it's actually going through like all this information. Okay, I don't think I will be able to like read all of this, so you can read it. It's basically saying the times of deaths of the important characters. Oh no. Yeah. But yes, hello Ellie. Good flew home from school yesterday. Oh fun! Well, school's not fun, but you know. Big oof, yes. Wait, what? How are you able to send a link, Mal? What? Oh no, I need to double check that. Unless you're marked as a regular by the bot, I don't know. Don't mind the link. Let me see what it was. Okay, it's not spicy. You're safe. It's just a meme. Okay. But man, that sucks. Having like everybody in your town be dead. Every single one of them. And you're just left alive. That really is a curse. I'm not sure if it's gonna have something after this, because like this is actually like really happy like credits music considering what just happened. What did I miss? You missed literally everybody dying except for Keiichi. What? 2003, late summer. An elderly couple living in Osaka Prefecture discovered a cassette tape while organizing the possessions of their son, who passed away 8 years ago. Their son went missing with his fishing boat capsized in 1995. He was 47 at the time of his death. Pardon me. 8 years later, in 2003, that had begun to organize their son's remains in order to organize their mind. and came across the cassette tape in question. From 1975 to 1989, the deceased had experienced working as a journalist for a photography periodical, and this tape is thought to have been created during that time. The label on the tape read 11/28/1983 Keiichi Maebara. It is thought the tape was recorded during an interview with Keiichi Maebara, the only survivor of the Great Hinamizawa disaster that occurred in June of 1983. As the only person who lived through the disaster on the night of June 21st, shrouded in mystery, many interested parties attempted to question him, but he never once spoke physically to anyone in a public place. Therefore, the tape caused quite a stir, possibly being of extremely high value. Ooh, click. It's really hard to talk about stuff when I know I'm being recorded. Please, don't worry about it. Here, it won't be a problem if I do this, right? After this, the sound quality dramatically decreases. Did he cover the recording device with something? Then let's get started. Here's my first question. Keiichi-kun, where were you on the night of the great disaster? I had gone behind the shrine, then took a path through the woods for a while. There is a rope bridge there, a little while before you get into the mountains. I fell from there and lost consciousness. Did this happen during the night of the disaster? Between the 21st and 22nd? No. It was the morning of the 21st, on Tuesday, which means I woke up the afternoon of the next day. I think I was out for a day and a half. Why on earth were you there? I mean, I'm sure everyone wants to know, but the bridge you fell from that day, a weekday, I might add, was quite far from both your house and the school, wasn't it? Speaking frankly, there are some who say you knew of the great disaster beforehand and fell from the rope bridge as you were trying to flee the village. This isn't a joke. Please don't be so arbitrary with it. I think this is a terrible thing to say too. Please don't be offended. Anyway, about the rope bridge you fell from. It was right here on the map, right? The rope bridge beyond the back of the shrine and through the path in the woods. Probably. I never went over there, so I can't say for sure. I guessed I just want to know why you were out there, out somewhere you've never been before on a weekday morning. And then, well, about the riverbed you fell unconscious on. Have you heard the rumors about that being impossible? Impossible. That word. Again? Again. For a little while, Keiichi Maebara mutters the word impossible several times. Why would it be impossible? You know how the volcanic gas originated in the Onagafuchi swamp? Some scholars did some delicate simulations and modeling and discovered something pretty interesting. The volcanic gas was heavier than the air, so it went along the ground, flowing into lower and lower places, kind of like what water does. And with Onagafuchi swamp as its source, they were able to test how much time it would take for the gas to erupt and spread across the whole village. So, well, that riverbed you were unconscious on, the gas, it would have flowed down there. I don't really understand what you're getting at. In other words, if you were really passed out on that riverbed, you would have been in the middle of all the toxic gas that was spreading everywhere that night. That means there's no chance you could have been passed out there. Allow me to be a little more frank. I think that maybe you might be telling a lie. During the Great Disaster, you were hiding in a safe place, keeping an eye out for when the gas got thinner, and then reappeared and were secured by the SDF. How about that? Is that right on the mark? For a short time, the journalist presses Keiichi Maebara further, in a teasing way, but all that can be heard are heavy sighs. Even if that is the case, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. What do you mean you wouldn't be surprised? Was this recording really taking of Keiichi Maebara? Some harbor suspicions. You said it before, didn't you? That it was impossible? Impossible things happen in that Hinamizawa all the time. There are people who shouldn't exist. Dead people end up alive. It's not really that unusual. Never thought I, of all people, would be asked to prove that I was still alive when I was supposed to have died. The journalist and Keiichi Maibara both laugh for a while. I too should. To verify his authenticity, I had others in the Maibara family check tapes with his voice in it. However, the sound was not clear, and much time had passed, so the relatives I checked with couldn't remember what he sounded like. I was unable to gain positive proof it was actually Keiichi Maibara's voice. Alright then, I'll change the subject. What do you think of the debate about whether this disaster was the curse, the 5th year of the serial freak death incidents in Hinamizawa? I don't think it was. I was the curse that year after all. What do you mean? I was just answering the question. Doubts also remain regarding the date 1828 written on the tape. The curse, well, you probably won't believe me when I tell you this. I was the one who caused it. I was the one who wished for the whole village to die, and it happened. What an exciting story. Exciting. I suppose you could call it that. After Maibara Keiichi's failed suicide attempt on the certain August day 2 months after the disaster, he was diagnosed with a mental disorder and transported to a treatment facility. I was the one who killed Takano-san and Coach and Oishi, too. At the time, I had some kind of divine power. Yes, I suppose it was like footsteps. Footsteps? Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Have you never heard footsteps before? Tip tap, click click. The facility never allowed any news coverage, so it is extremely unlikely that a tape from the media dated after August 1983 would have had his voice in it. Today, when you're walking around, try stopping suddenly. Something interesting will happen. Anyway, if you hear an extra footstep, even though you've already stopped walking, you'd better be careful, you know. Yes, I'll be careful. Is what I'm saying really that funny to you? However, the reporter had been criticized for his forceful methods of collecting data while he was active, so there's still a possibility that he broke into the facility and forced Keiichi Maibara to talk. You've been doing nothing but laugh in my face this whole time. You're just like Coach. You pretend to sympathize with me, to listen to what I have to say, but your eyes are telling me you think I'm a lunatic. That's not true. No, I can tell. Your eyes are the same as Coach's. Is this true Keiichi Maibara's voice? The authenticity of this recording is still wrapped in mystery. I've never heard the footsteps again after that day, so I don't think I have that terrible power anymore. Perhaps, right here, right now, I'll wish for you to die. I'll wish for your death by saying all those unpleasant things. Or for that. Yes, this time. Why don't I decide how you die? Takano-san was burned to death, so let's go with the opposite. With water. I hope you drown and die. How's that? 15 years after this tape was created, the reporter, just as Keiichi Maibara had predicted, died in an accident out on the sea. If I'm in top form like I was then, you'd die before tomorrow morning for sure. Now then, I wonder how many days it will take for you to drown. You'd better be careful, you know. Don't go getting yourself killed by some stupid curse I put on you. Okay? The recording ends in the middle of Keiichi Maibara's laughter. And Keiichi Maibara. Late on the night of 11/9/30/1983, 2 days after the interview, records remain of the strange words he keeps giving after pressing the call button the day before he died. An extra set of footsteps. Oyashido do like people in maid dresses. Yeah. Well, maid dresses are awesome. I've actually been considering having like an alt maid outfit model. Just I need to think of which kind I would want. A new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review extra, and then wait, 2 of them? No, just the one. Okay, so that was Tatari Goroshi for Higurashi. You know, who wants some lore? Oh, Moki here with the lore. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Did I miss anything? I want to make sure. Okay, cool. We should do the review first. I actually don't think I have the time for the review. I will do the tips and review later because I do actually have to end the stream about now. And I'll explain everything. The curse killing chapter. Oh, okay. Okay, so like, okay. And I'm gonna switch over to the chatting stream, or the chatting scene, while Moki explains stuff and I find somebody to raid. Mion and knew he killed the uncle. Mimi, I want it. I almost closed my VTuber. That would have been silly. Okay. And they were trying to cover for him. Well, wait, I don't know. Is this brought up in the answers arcs? Because we might actually see this information in those later. Also,
Oh, thank you. I did so much reading today.
I don't think so. Okay, I don't know either. So let me look. Ooh, Okay, I think I know who to raid. We raid her a lot. No, no. Whoa. I'm squished. I'm so skinny. Still scrunched, yeah. Remember how the rice was all dry? Yeah. And he said this couldn't have been breakfast. Normal wing. Yeah, my wings are either like very wavy or just like they're just normal. And she said she made him breakfast. She didn't because he was dead. She was losing her marbles. He wasn't there. Yeah, that actually makes a whole lot of sense. But like the fact that the body wasn't there is the only thing that could be questioned. Unless like someone actually went back, dug up the body, and like filled up the hole. Okay, so so hey. We're listening, Moki. I'm listening. Remember how I said Mion knew about Keiichi doing the thing? Yeah. Mion's. You're right. Oh my gosh, you're super right actually. Mion can call in a lot of favors. Like, yeah. Did I go to the wrong place, or did go to the wrong place 'cause gas? Moving a body to somewhere more secure. Yeah. They could have taken the body and like put it in like the well. Because nobody looks there. Or like just anywhere in that building. Yeah, Mion did nothing wrong. Oops, close-up snoot. My snoot. Literally ever, yes. Yeah, she's doing her best. Even after Keiichi was like, you don't do anything. It was kind of like a redemption thing. Oh yeah, Sinbad, sorry. I decided to not have the throwing thing open during Higurashi readings. So yeah, sorry, you can't bonk me. Mio's good, baby. Yeah. I think the gas must have been a thing from the Answers arc. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So yes, now that we're done with that,
so I will refrain from commenting on that. Yes. Also, yeah, It's weird. I feel like there was supposed to be something like from the past in this one, but maybe I misread when I was looking into the stuff.
But no matter. So we are going to be raiding Attack Rack once again.
So we have two options. We have two options for raid messages. Here's the first one. This was from earlier. That was the earlier one. Or we can do the good old classic. Let me copy and paste it a few times. We could do either Get in the Hole or Dragon Raid. I will leave it up to you guys.
So yeah,
Thank you guys for joining me for another chapter of Higurashi. I really love this series, and it's very interesting just to see Keiichi just go wild. But yeah, next week I will be streaming. I think my next stream is on Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday. I don't know what I'll be streaming, but I will be figuring it out. And at one point I will be doing another collab with Psych. I just need to figure out what day we'll be doing that.
but yes, everybody have a good time at Sky's stream. She is very cozy. If you haven't joined us for a raid before, she is very cozy. She does really good art. Anyways, I will see you guys next week. Bye. Love you guys. Love you guys for joining me. Bye.
Oh my god, let me see this poll. And tonight we're doing some art for a bit, and then I think later we might get into some N64 stuff. If y'all like retro gaming, we might play some Banjo-Kazoobles. Hey, Xephoria with the raid! Hello, Magic Monkey, welcome! Get back in the hole! Get back in the hole!